The Patra in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite
Namaskar, Shubhrabhat, and a very good morning, distinguished dignitaries, industry experts, esteemed invitees, participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vijay Sharma, and it is my honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to today's landmark conference on steel and metals for defense, wherein we would drive even forward the vision of a self-reliant and technologically advanced defense sector powered by the excellence of Indian steel and metals, embracing the spirit of Make in India initiative by the Honorable Prime Minister of our country, Shri Narendra Modi ji, supported by Ministry of Steel and organized by Metalogic Projects Management Services Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, steel has long been a symbol of strength and resilience. It is the soul of industry, the backbone of our infrastructure, and the foundation of our progress, the protector of our nation. Today, we would showcase not only the advancements in steel and metals technology, but also the indomitable spirit of our defense forces who stand as our nation's guardian. Our conference today serves as a significant platform for innovation, collaboration, and the exchange of ideas with the focus on our shared goal of strengthening India's position in the global arena through sustainable and self-reliant initiatives, and to harness this strength to bolster our defense capabilities and infrastructure. Without further ado, please join me in inviting and welcoming on dais our distinguished experts. Shri Vijay Sharma, Director, Jindal Stainless Limited, a very warm welcome to you. Shri S.V. Chakrabarti, Director, Commercial, Steel Authority of India Limited, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Shri P.V. Rajaram, Director, Production, with additional charge of Director, Technical, Bharat Dynamics Limited, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Dr. S.K. Jha, CMD, Midhani Limited, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Shri V.R. Sharma, MD Jindal Steel and Power Limited, a very warm welcome. He's on the way, so he'll be also joining us very shortly. And last but not the least, Ms. Monica Batan, founder of Metalogic PMS. Ladies and gentlemen, to share with all of you as well, our chief guest, His Excellency, Honorable Governor of Haryana, Shri Bandaru Dattatreya, and our guests of honor, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Steel, Shri Bhupati Raju Srinivas Verma, and Shri Naveen Jindal, the Honorable Member of Parliament and Chairman, Jindal Steel and Power, and the President of Steel Association, will be joining us for the closing ceremony, which would begin at 4 p.m. So we request all of you for your enthusiastic support and presence throughout the day. And now, without further ado, I would invite our esteemed dais for our ceremonial lamp lighting ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, the lighting of the lamp also symbolizes dispelling of darkness and ushering in of knowledge and wisdom. Let us illuminate the path to innovation and success together.
शरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणा गणेशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
With this, we pray for the success of our landmark conference. Om Ganpati Namaha. In the very auspicious shlok taken from Rigved, let's take today's conference forward. Anu Bhadraha Kritvo Yantu Vishwataha. May all the benevolent thoughts come to us from all the directions. हमें सर्वत्र चहुँ ओर से कल्याणकारी विचार प्राप्त हों. And now I would request Ms. Monica Batan to extend our warm and personal welcome to all our dignitaries on the dais by presenting them with a bouquet. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Jha. Dr. S.K. Jha, CMD, Midhani Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Shri S.V. Chakravarti, Director Commercial, Steel Authority of India Limited. A very warm welcome to you, Shri Vijay Sharma, Director Jindal Stainless Limited. And a very warm welcome to you, Shri P.V. Rajaram. A very warm welcome to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, to share briefly with all of you about our very special organizers, Metalogic PMS, headquartered in India, serves as a market intelligence firm specializing in the Indian steel and mining industry. Established in 2015 by the very vivacious Ms. Monica Batan, a first-generation entrepreneur, it also aims to elevate the presence of women within the steel and mining sector. Currently, the industry exhibits a scarcity of female staff, which is less than 1%, reaching managerial positions. As a prominent mass media organization, Metalogic orchestrates events for the steel, mining, and logistics sectors. The company provides Indian and global news and actively engages on social media. You'll be very happy to know that it boasts a YouTube channel with over 3,500 subscribers from the industry. In addition to the media initiative, Metalogic contributes to the educational sector by affording opportunities for students and faculty to attend steel events at no cost. And it also champions the involvement of female students. Furthermore, it actively supports research and development endeavors within the steel and mining industry to enhance product quality, boost energy efficiency, and contribute to effective waste management. Indeed, Metalogic is contributing immensely in the progress of Indian steel and mining industry. And today's conference is a testament to that, ladies and gentlemen. And now I invite the very determined and enterprising Ms. Monica Batan for the welcome note, please.
I have a short height, no? So, first of all, I'd like to welcome Shri Dr. S.K. Jha, Chairman and Managing Director of Midhani Limited. Shri P.V. Rajaram, Director Production, with additional charge of Director Technical Bharat Dynamics Limited. Shri V.S. Chakravarti, Director Commercial, Steel Authority of India Limited. Shri Vijay Sharma, Director, Jindal Stainless Limited. Good morning to all. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and friends. Namaskar and a very warm welcome to the conference on Steel and Metals for Defense, Enhancing Engineering and Construction, organized by Metalogic Projects Management Services. The conference is presented by Jindal Steel and Power and powered by Jindal Stainless Limited, and conference sponsored by Steel Authority of India. I am Monica Batan, the founder of CEO of Metalogic PMS, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this significant event. Before we delve into the agenda, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for being here today. Your presence is a testament to the importance of the topic and we are about to discuss, and collective commitment we share towards advancing our nation's defense capability. And especially those, we understand that this is a Sawan period and you might have faced a lot of traffic jam, but you still are here and there are more people who would be joining us, and this program is currently live on YouTube, so we will get the ample amount of coverage. This conference holds a special place for us as Metalogic because it brings together industry leaders, innovators, policymakers, and experts to foster collaborations and drive progress in a sector that is critical in our national security and the defense industry. People who are attending this program might be wondering why Metalogic had to organize this conference on defense. As we all know, India has one of the strongest military forces in the world. However, when it comes to the material required for our defense needs, we are still significantly import dependent. This dependency not only poses challenges in terms of supply chain, reliability and cost, but also impacts our strategic autonomy. Encouraging domestic manufacturing of metal for defense is crucial for several reasons. One of the main reasons is national security. Relying on domestic production ensures that we have a secure and steady supply of critical materials needed for our defense applications. And if we talk about the economic growth, boosting local manufacturing creates jobs, stimulates innovation, and contribute to the overall economic development of our country. From the technological aspect, developing our capability in the production of high-grade metals and material foster technological advancements that can have wide-ranging benefit beyond the defense sector. And of course, Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliance. By reducing our dependency on imports, we strengthen our position as a self-reliant nation in line with the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Today we have many important people and organizations among us who took out time for this. I'd like to name few of the companies who are presented here. One is L&T Special Steel and Heavy Forging Private Limited. Thanking L&T for being here. Another one, we have Godrej and Boys here in the house. Then the Armor Inex Limited, Military Engineering Services. We have Warehouse Association of India people also presently here. Metal Structures Private Limited, Worthy Enterprises, Amitov Technical, and Masdoc Shipbuilders. And of course CSIR. And then we have Jindal Steel and Power Team, Jindal Stainless and Steel Authority of India. Before we proceed, I would like to ask very simple questions from you. Please raise your hand if you believe. How many of you believe that increasing domestic manufacturing of defense material will significantly boost our national security? Please raise your hands. That's great. And how many of you think that current policies are sufficient to encourage local manufacturing in the defense sector, or do you think more needs to be done? So if you think current policies are fine, you can raise your hand. Okay. And if you think more needs to be done, then please raise your hand. Okay, we got the answer. And my last question is, do you think that our industries are ready to meet the stringent quality and technological standards required for defense material? Do you think we are ready? Very encouraging, let me tell you. Your participation and insights are invaluable to us. They will help shape the discussion and strategies that will emerge from this conference. As we move forward, let us keep in mind the shared goal of strengthening our defense capability through innovations, collaborations, and self-reliance. I encourage all of you to actively participate in these sessions, share your expertise, and engage in meaningful discussions. Thank you once again for being here. Let's make this conference a resounding success, paving the way for a stronger, more reliable India. Welcome once again, and I look forward to this inspiring conversation ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica, for a very warm welcome address and also for setting the tone for this landmark conference. Tumi Vidya, Tumi Dharma, Tumi Hari, Tumi Karma, Tvam hi Pranaha Sharire, Vande Mataram. Your embodiment of wisdom, virtues, love, and essence of everything. You are certainly the life force in our bodies. Bow down to the motherland. With a heart filled with pride and love for our nation and gratitude for our defense forces, let's take the conference forward. And I invite Shri Vijay Sharma, Director, Jindal Stainless Limited, to speak a few words, please.
Good morning, namaskar, pranam. There are few of the gurus, my gurus sitting here. It is honor to be here among stalwarts. Thanks, Monica, and welcome to the guests. I am sure that Monica, digital coverage will compensate for the people who are stuck in the traffic. I also would like to thank our parent ministry and especially Shri Sana Saab. By the way, today is his last day as a working professional. We are going to miss him. Industry will always miss his support and guidance. Topic is steel and metals in defense. Very apt, relevant, and critical, and of course, vast and complex. Monica has assigned me the job of the context setter. I will try to encapsulate my views on key aspects. It will be practically less of more because I am very confident that the subsequent sessions will really deliberate and will lead to the mutually beneficial solutions. And I request Metalogic to document it and submit it to the right ministries. I would like to start with the importance of defense, which is very, very apparent from the budget itself. Again, to set the context, fourth highest spender and highest budget allocation among all the ministries. Some numbers will give you, it will sensitize us, the opportunities, $75 billion equivalent, 4.5% more than the last year. It is 6.21 lakh crore rupees is allocation. There can be a debate offline. It is less than 2% of the GDP, but there's a different discussion altogether. If we talk about the capital outlay, again, very big opportunity, $20 billion, which includes 75% to be procured domestically, $12 billion. Additionally, another $12 billion towards the border infra and operational preparedness. So out of $75 billion, $24 billion is earmarked for such opportunities in infra and other defense related requirements. Defense production also is very, very encouraging. Last year, $15 billion, here is our role. And somehow, private sector was only 21% in that, but the export was very important it was about $2.4 billion, and private sector contributed 60% of that as compared to 21% in the total defense production, and Indian exporters are now present in more than 85 countries. By the way, INS Vikrant, 76% indigenized components. Defense sector is evolving in a very, very big way. Monica talked about the technology and innovation. It started with the foundation from the basic metal, steel and aluminum, but the triggers are changing the requirement in a very, very fast speed. The three triggers, the foremost is the performance enhancement, superior strength to weight, which leads to the speed, maneuverability, payload capacity. Second is the efficiency of the fuel, overall weight reduction, extended operational range, and the capability expansion, stealth, temperature, corrosion. These are the tactical possibilities, and reduced environmental impact and the sustainability, which also refers to the life cycle costing and use of the right material. The key materials which have evolved already, which are addressing these triggers, some examples: high strength alloys, stainless steel, nickel based, aluminum, titanium, ceramics and composites, competitor of this stakeholders in this conference. By the way, about 65% is in the category of other than ceramics and composites, and it's a huge value this 65% brings to us. The evolution is not ending here. The next step which is coming is the smart material, which has the ability to adapt and respond to external stimuli. It also has the opportunity for the metals, including steel and alloys, for example, shape memory alloys, nickel, titanium, copper, zinc, aluminum, electrochromic material, which has transition metal oxides, piezoelectric, self-healing. So these are the new technologies, and the enablers for these technologies are big data analytics, AI, AR, VR, 3D, etc. So that is the requirement by the industry to reach those milestones which are the need of the defense. In case of India, like I said, fourth largest defense spender and also largest importer of defense equipment. Very interestingly, we have very, very vast resources of some minerals, limonite, bauxite, iron ore, and some critical minerals. We also have large material producers. However, import is to the tune of about $2 billion of the material, which includes primarily alloy steel, superalloys, aluminum, titanium, armor steel, etc. This indicates, number one, need of harnessing mineral wealth along with the environmental and sustainability concerns, and of course, need of import substitution of the material. I was having offline discussion with my industry senior colleagues. You would have seen the agenda, star-studded, stalwarts, experts. I got great insights into the capabilities, into the breakthroughs, very, very encouraging, and it is also apparent from the defense production how the Indian industry is gearing up and contributing. While I also look forward to hear from my colleagues the contribution and breakthroughs, a little bit about the Jindal Stainless contribution, whether it is missiles, satellites, naval, aerospace, ballistic. We are in Chandrayaan 3, Gaganyaan, submarine rocket launchers, bulletproof morchars, army bridges, trawlers, and you will hear more about it. Government is doing a lot. Monica, your question was a little tricky. How reasonable you are satisfied with the current policies and how much more you expect from the government? I think that would have been better, because yes, it is a journey. While there will be discussions on the policy matter, there are few words while going through the policies, while interacting with my colleagues. Vision, proactive, multifaceted, committed, flexible, transparent, evolving, and willingness. These are my learnings. Two key policies, whether DP, EPP or DAP. I understand that government is seeking the suggestions for further improvements because they are very clear about the vision. These two policies, they intersect, they interplay, and they are also complement, focusing on 6 key themes: self-reliance, R&D, TOT, QA, export promotion, and streamlining the regulatory framework. I think that is one of the most important. Things looks to be good. Data is trending up, but there are certain challenges also. While the initiatives by the government are encouraging and welcome, there are certain specific challenges which needs to be deliberated more. Foremost is MOQ issues, especially when the limited dual use potential is there in the material. Certain technology gaps. I am hopeful that 74% FDI will help. Lack of advanced testing facilities and time taken for the approval of source certification. This is specifically true for the new entrants, whether they are from MSME or the startup or even the large enterprises who are entering new in the defense sector. I also would like to appreciate some schemes, for example, PLI. The request here is for expediting and expanding it to the new age materials. Second is the positive indigenization list. Request is for including more materials into it. And third is the schemes like Aditi for startup MSME ecosystem. They are good, but request is that special hand-holding with the new defense entrants, even if they are large enterprise. In the conclusion, I would like to say that opportunities, yes, challenges, yes, and solutions resounding yes. Industry is confident and committed, and I am very hopeful that we will be able to do it together. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shri Vijay Sharma ji, for your very insightful words and for the vision for the future of our industry. Your leadership indeed continues to inspire the industry. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's carry forward the momentum. And I would not be wrong in reiterating the fact that there is a little bit of SAIL in everybody's life. With these words, I would invite Shri V.S. Chakravarti, Director Commercial, Steel Authority of India Limited, to share a few words, please. Thank you.
A very good morning to all the distinguished guests on the dais. Shri P.V. Rajaram, Director Production, Bharat Dynamics Limited. Shri S.K. Jha, CMD Midhani Limited. Shri Vijay Sharma, Director Jindal Stainless Limited. And Madam Monica Batan, and all the distinguished guests and participants in this conference. Once again, a very good morning to all of you. It's a privilege to address this esteemed gathering at the Steel and Metals for Defense Summit hosted by Metalogic PMS. This summit serves as a crucial platform for discussing the advancement and innovations in defense technology, a subject that has been of paramount importance since ancient times. Since ancient times, mankind has used iron and steel for defense and warfare. The pursuit to develop stronger, more resilient materials has led to lightweight solutions to enhance mobility and efficiency in the battlefield. Post-independence, we were more or less 100% dependent upon imports for our defense needs, and from that stage we have really marched ahead and advanced and taken a lot of strides in self-sufficiency. INS Vikrant is one of the major example which shows the self-sufficiency, where almost 76 to 80% is indigenized, and SAIL is very proud to have been associated with the construction of INS Vikrant. SAIL has been in the forefront of this transformation. SAIL has supplied armor grade steel, jackal and spade for main battle tanks, armored personal carriers and infantry vehicles. SAIL has also produced grades for ordnance factories, supported production of shells for Bofors, Pinaka multi-barrel rockets, BrahMos missile jackets and motor casings for Agni missiles. After saying this, still there is a long way to go, and we are still in many of the super alloys dependent upon the imports. SAIL has put up a special plate plant in Rourkela to cater to the defense requirements, and the entire capacity has been dedicated for that purpose. More than 1 lakh of a ton of special plates meeting the various applications of the defense, whether it was high strength armor plates for MBT Arjun, or shipbuilding, or anti-mine vehicles and atomic research. More than 1.5 lakh tons of plates have been supplied from this mill. SAIL has also developed over a period of time with close association coordination with DMRL and Midani several grades as import substitution. We are still a long way to go, and like what Mr. Vijay Sharma was mentioning, that there are many super alloys which we are still dependent upon imports. Over a period of time, we have developed research and development facilities in many of our main steel plants, whether it was at Jindal's or at AMNS or at SAIL. Maybe for major steel plants, the volume is becoming an issue for developing and producing and doing a 100% import substitution. Maybe it's time we start working with the MSMEs and using our research facilities and their capability with the smaller capacities. If we can think of working out import substitution of the super alloys also, that would be a good step for Atmanirbharta of defense production in the country. We all need to work out an ecosystem by which maybe this kind of a thing can be made possible, where association of the defense production units, the research labs of the producers of steel and the MSMEs are roped in, and we can come out with some sort of a viable alternative to the imports. Alloy steel plant Durgapur has been one of the forefront unit as far as SAIL is concerned in working for import substitution. Several grades have been developed, and we provide not only in terms of billets for the defense units, but also as a raw material to the SPP for rolling and producing the finished plates what are required for that. ASP has developed steel for specific needs of ordnance factories like sail arm plates, special bullet proofing sheets, rolled armor plate of thicker roll plates up to 250 mm thickness, and GOES 15 XH plates. The emerging technologies in defense, which is primarily artificial intelligence, robotics, the Internet of Things, drones and big data analytics also give a demand for advanced materials such as steel and aluminum alloys, composite materials, nanomaterials, metamaterials and advanced ceramics plays a vital role in modern defense production. And a lot of substitution can be possible with the collaboration of the various research units which are located in the country and pulling out the production capabilities which are developing. The outlook for defense manufacturing is exceptionally promising. The defense production, which was estimated to be at around 6.22 lakh crores as on 24-20, defense budget which was around 6.22 lakh crores as on 24-25, and with the estimated defense market of around $23.05 billion by 2029, which is showing a healthy CAGR of around 6%, will give an opportunity for the steel industry to continue to expand its capabilities by way of joining hands with the various production capabilities within the country and make the country Atmanirbhar as far as the equipment manufacturing is concerned. Thank you once again to the Metalogic PMS for hosting this significant event, and thank you for all your attention. I look forward to the day for some very interesting and inspiring conversations. SAIL reiterates its commitment to ensure that India remains at the forefront of defense innovation and production and safeguarding our nation and contributing to the global stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Chakravarti ji, for highlighting the crucial role of steel in our nation's progress and especially its defense forces. We take your word to our heart as we aim, all of us aim to work towards a stronger, more resilient India. Thank you once again for your valuable words. Going forward, now I invite Shri P.V. Rajaram to address this august gathering, please.
Namaskar to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Today I am indeed fortunate to be in midst of so many esteemed industry people who are in the manufacture of various metals and alloys. I am very thankful to the Ministry of Steel for taking up this. And also, as I came to know from Madam Monica, that the person behind this idea was Shri Jha Sahab, CMD of Midhani, who we happen to be neighbors, both Medial and Midhani. So I will not talk much about the metals and alloys, as you are all much more knowledgeable in this. But I, being from an organization which is the user of these materials, I would like to put forth a few points which are of most importance as we look at Atmanirbhar Bharat. Here, if we see, all of us might be remembering ISRO's initial days when testing rockets were taken on a cycle. That is how we started our journey. When we look at ISRO or missile industry, both are manufacturing vehicles which carry payloads. The payload is different. With respect to ISRO, it is for space we are carrying satellites, and for missiles it is a warhead. Here I would like to quote one point which Dr. Kalam had brought in IAT, presently DIAT, when he was questioned by one of the journalists. India claims to be a country of peace-loving country, but how do you justify weapons of mass destruction like Agni and Prithvi? So everybody started clapping and whistling. That was the point. Dr. Kalam was quiet for some time, and then he told one point. Who told Agni and Prithvi are weapons of mass destruction? I would rather say they are weapons of peace. They are only a weapon for the country which looks India as an enemy. And if it is a friend, it will carry bunch of roses. It's only the payload that is different. That was the point which he brought out. So, looking at our motto, we are the force behind peace. Unless a country is self-sufficient with respect to our defense forces being strong, there are many countries which are looking at India as has been done earlier. There were several attacks on India, plundering all our wealth, but India never waged a war in the history on its own. So, as we see, ISRO and the missile industry have started in a very small way. India was dependent on Intellisat for hiring transponders for the telecommunications at one point of time. Today we are in a position where we are able to lend our transponders to the whole world and also launch the satellites for all the countries. Similarly, when we look at defense, I am very proud to say that I am representing the organization which manufactures all the missiles which our Indian armed forces, barring one or two, whether it is anti-tank guided missiles, whether it is surface-to-surface missiles, surface-to-air, air-to-air, air-to-surface, underwater weapons. These are all the missile systems which are being made to strengthen India. This is one part. But when we started, it was through a transfer of technology program. That is how we started, because at that time DRDO was still doing its own R&D to come out with the products. With Dr. Kalam, we started IGMDP program, and then the primary aim was to make India self-reliant. And we started again with Russian collaboration. So why I am talking specifically about this is, all the missile systems which DRDO had developed have materials which are sourced within the country, or the special alloys, which we are depending on Midhani, SAIL, and as aptly told, there is a little bit of SAIL in everyone's life. So that is how we see SAIL which has been there. And with respect to Midhani, they are the people of special alloys, Mishra Dhatu Nigam, and they have supported both ISRO and BDL and all of the missile manufacturing units now which have come up. They are taking enormous pain to see that the increasing demand is met. Within a shortest possible time, Midhani had come up and ramped up their capacity to deliver the special alloys that are required for the industry. With this, now I will talk about 3-4 points which the industry is looking at as a user. When we look at Russian missiles and their components, there are certain special steels which are coming from that country, and we are finding it difficult to indigenize them. Midhani had taken up few things and have come up very well. Now Jindal also has come up. If people might have seen in the video that was playing, on a launcher there was a missile, and they were showing one of the materials that they have taken up for indigenization. The quantities are very small, like to say maybe 3000 kgs per annum. But unless we indigenize that, it will be very difficult. We are not Atmanirbhar as long as we are depending even for a nut or a bolt or a single component, a simple component like a spring steel also. It's not that we are not manufacturing. There are n number of materials that are being manufactured in India. But even that one particular item, if we are not having, we are not Atmanirbhar. So this platform, I will request the industry to look up at the requirements, maybe each of the special industries we have, to take up at least one of those materials without looking at the commercial aspects, because the quantities are not viable for that. If we can indigenize and then pass on to the industry, that will be of great help, because we will be not depending on any other country, as we have our startups, IDEX programs, which are enabling us to realize many import substitutes which are now being manufactured. Under the Viksit Bharat, if we can achieve all these things much before 2047, and we can proudly declare that each of these special alloys are made in India by our own companies, that will be the best thing to happen for the industry. Whatever we had, India was much developed when we had various special alloys manufactured in India, where world was looking at us. But because of the several attacks on India and plundering of our wealth, including Vedas, where we have all these written down very well. Now we are trying to reinvent the wheel and looking at other countries. But hope with such esteemed organizations, I am very confident that we will be able to achieve the Atmanirbharta within a very short time. I thank all the people who have participated or joining us, and hope this will take us forward in a bright way. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Rajaram, for sharing that very apt anecdote from the great visionary and our beloved ex-president, the Honorable Dr. APJ Abul Abdul Kalam, and also sharing the progress made so far and for outlining with such clarity the path forward. Your words have energized us to push boundaries and explore new possibilities. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the industry note from our special invitees, and we would move forward to our keynote addresses now. I invite Dr. S.K. Jha, CMD, Midhani Limited, for his address, please.
Not coming in. Distinguished guests on the dais and all the august gathering here, it's a proud and privileged moment for me to put some of my views in the area of steel, especially. In fact, there's a lot of limitation if you talk about the steel in the defense, because steel has, of course, it has also a very wide area. But defense has the, I think, mother of all innovations and development in the metallurgy. Any metals, any alloys which you think of, it has its place in defense. And whatever we look for the innovation, the sky is the limit in all the aspects. In the steel, either you take the low alloy, the special steels of stainless steel, margin steel. There are so many areas where there are many opportunities. The steel has, still the potential is there. So I'll try to focus basically on the steel. So I thought I should not divert on the different areas. People are all here to talk about the policies and all. But before I go into this regarding the policies, in fact, the decision by the Defense Ministry to localize the production of the defense equipments itself is a great milestone or landmark in the history of the defense production. How it comes? Unless you buy the equipment and manufacture in the country, then only you can get all the industrial activities going up. And which has been reflected, as it's been told by our inaugural address, that defense has crossed that 1,27,000 turnover this year. Defense production has gone to that level. And so is the case for the defense export, which is 21,000 crores this year. And if you see the growth is coming almost more than 20%, 25% around. So, and the type of impetus given by the government of India in this budget also, I think we are trying to move towards the earlier our target of the ministry that we have to go for more than $30 billion of the defense production and then the export of that level. So these are the areas which defense is moving towards, and today we see in the terms of all our going from right from the deep sea, the submarine, which is, and also the different type of ships. Then we have other side, we have the light combat aircraft, then also we have many helicopters, which has been developed in the country. It is coming up. Also you find that recently that a lot of activities going on the area of aero engine. Many engines are required for our internal programs are being developed by DRDO. So there is a lot of activities going on, and the missile already have been covered by my previous speaker. He has developed on the missile program, which is going in the big way. And in fact, if you see the last couple of years, probably more than 25, 30 different missiles have been tried, tested, and found successful. So there's a lot of activities going in the different areas of the defense arena. So where are we in terms of the materials? So I'll try to focus some of the areas which defense industry is looking for the materials, and where some of the classical example I'll talk about in the steel. Time is less, I'll try to skip certain things quickly. So if you see today, in fact, you talk about the steel, and I see I have collected the classification of the different alloys. You'll find that steel in the all segments. If you take the armed forces, space, then also you have the aerospace, missiles, navy, atomic energy. Everywhere you'll find that the steel is getting the place. So steel is there everywhere. The steel requirements are there, and without that, any development in these sectors is not possible. But the area I started from the low alloy steel. We have some very unique steel, margin steel, ultra high strength steel, and also you have the stainless steel of variety of grades. This has been a requirement for the defense industry, and also some of the space, and also in the nuclear power industry. Of course, this is the different type of products. Why I have mentioned here, because if you see even the special steels, all segments have been covered. Ferritic, austenitic, martensitic, precision hardened steel. So if you see the titanium alloys also in the many applications are there, then we have super alloys. So all these requirements are there in the steel sector, in defense industry, and that's why it looks very attractive. But of course, has been discussed here, the requirement of volumes is very less. So you need a very unique type of technology, and also the equipment and infrastructure for that. And if you cover that entire requirement of the steel itself, normal conventionally we have a primary melting electric arc furnace, then we have a certain refining one. But if you talk about the defense, the steel requirements are totally, in fact, the working towards the vacuum. Always primary start from the primary, secondary, everywhere there is a requirement of the vacuum. So the requirement of the cleanness, and also the removal of the trace elements or impurities are very important, so that you have the reliability. See what we talk about the defense, aerospace and space. Reliability is the fundamental thing. Even if you find that even stainless steel, we are making in the large quantities. But if you go to the stainless steel requirement, which is coming from the space, defense and nuclear, the specification is entirely different. So different technology, different type of equipments you have to handle, then only you can develop for that type of facilities. I have just mentioned about the super alloys. It is not very different, but of course technology is entirely different. But equipments can be utilized. If somebody is going towards the special steel in the defense sector, he can also switch over and go to the area where you can also cover some of the super alloys, which is of course the very requirement for the aerospace. We are talking about the aerospace and all, and also in the space industry. So what we need for that? The requirements are very unique in the sense that you cannot have a very large amount, big equipments and furnaces, because in any type of materials in the defense, once you are going for the development, you have to go for 3-4 heats. Unless you qualify 3-4 heats with a consistent quality, consistent properties, you cannot get the certification of the grades. Today, in Indianization, it is a major hurdle for the industry. Already we have talked from this platform that we have the complete technology, equipment, knowledge available. But why are not able to Indianize many of the items? Because if your requirements are coming, let's say for 500 kg, 600 kg, 1 ton, we cannot qualify our materials. Nobody can make 50 tons to give the 1 ton output. So this is the one factor which calls for a different type of combination of the facilities. Probably industry has to join hands together and try to see that whatever the strength is available at some one place can be utilized for the other place, so that you can do this type of certification. Again, in this case, I'll also mention that equipment also is a factor. Suppose you have a equipment and already you are having certified that equipment. If you change the equipment, again you have to go for certification. So this is the one area where the many people is very difficult to switch over so quickly from the conventional to the latest one. it requires a lot of investment and also the time. And that time, of course, many times I have seen that the requirement of the material for long-term testing, especially once you are going for a cyclic test, you are going for the high temperature creep test, fatigue test for a metal, it requires a lot of time and special equipments. Unless you prove the data which is matching with the international specification, if it is international equivalent, it will not be certified. So the basic crux in the entire system, what we have realized that the melting technology is the key for the special steel manufacturing. If you have the combination of the melting technology and the equipments, then it will be possible to develop the steels. And of course, that can be that's why the region is that you can see here, there is a cluster of equipment available and it is hovering around making the different type of products. So one combination will not work for many application. It can go for second combination, third combination, and that's the reason why the variety of equipments and technologies are required to make the defense type of. I'll give you the one example, just very apt here. You see SS321, very common grade, well known to the industry. It's not very difficult grade, easily you can make. But if you see the requirement coming from, I have given the requirement of almost 5 different applications. One is that in nuclear 1 class, nuclear 2 class, aerospace, space and naval. All 5 combinations requires different types of chemistry, different types of processing equipments, and that's why you need this type of combination which I have mentioned there. So in the entire system, you see here the requirement of gaseous impurities to the level of sulfur, phosphorus, then you have the T/C ratio, all are very important, and those things if you are able to maintain, then you can definitely make this type of product within the country. And again, that's why just coming out from there, that what is the application, that why people say that you invest in VAR also and ESR also. The certain people, they need only that whether the ESR is sufficient for secondary melting. May not be sufficient. You have to go for the certain cases of the VAR also. So these are the different combinations. When we go for the defense and aerospace requirements, we have to consider the equipments of that class. And one example I have seen, that what is the need of vacuum. So I have marked only, if you see the right side, we have the lead, bismuth and tin and silver. If you see this type of impurities control is so stringent that unless you come to this level, this cannot be used for the defense application, and that's why you need the vacuum. So those things requires a vacuum furnace. Without that, you cannot achieve this type of requirements. This I have given a grade of, this grade is required for one of the aerospace applications. So this I have mentioned here. So after the melting, of course, there is a further challenges in the defense material, since they are used for application of the high temperature, very high alloy. The deformation technology also is very unique, which you cannot do from the normal way, and that's why again this knowledge base is very important. And really I can tell you, the knowledge of the metals, metallurgy in different branches, what we get in our courses and all is utilized fully. And bulk deformation is the one area which is a very challenging one, and that gives you the lot of need for not only for the temperature and the strain rate or the speed of deformation. It requires a lot of understanding about the heat treatment cycle, the preheating, everything is included in that. And we have a lot of requirements of the good database, knowledge base, and that's where the use of thermomechanical processing, simulation modeling, these are very useful in this type of technology, and people are using this, and we have all the process I have tried to summarize here. These are very unique for all the defense productions, where you start from the forging, ring rolling and plate rolling. Everywhere you will find that there is a good application of data analysis. So there is a requirement that people who have the appetite for going for area where the simulation, modeling and all they can do, the good opportunity. And now the defense industry picking up, the requirements are going up, this area also can be groomed, and many R&D institutions are now hiring the people for this type of requirements. So we have I am just showing you the white plate mill, and there I have not mentioned the different grades, but this is a very unique facility again which has been established in the country, where we can do the lot of like titanium, super alloys, and also the special steels, armored steels, all we can do. Why we need that type of equipment? Because the quantity requirement is very less and you have the diverse technology, and for that this has been tailor-made and this has been made in-house with the type of knowledge base developed over the period of time. As I mentioned here, that quality control is very, very important, not only from the point of view of the finished product. You need a lot of analysis system where right from the raw material control. There was a time, I'll tell you one example, when used to source a raw material from one of the manufacturer and supplier. In fact, the name of it was a name on the trade, it was coming on the name of a trader. But when the name of the trader had changed, our qualifying agency said that no, again we have to go for recertification. So this type of control is there. Even though you are meeting the same grade, source is same. So changing that type of supply chain also affects you. So the input material analysis is very important. So whatever material we buy, it has to be checked thoroughly with your all the data, chemical composition. Then only it should enter in your system. So we never believe on the test certificate. Of course, it is like a guiding thing for us. But try to do analysis, in-house analysis. Then we go for initial material, raw material. Then it starts manufacturing, and then all the test systems are available. Very important point for the defense and aerospace, because it has to work under a high temperature and high stress condition. So you need a very good data analysis or the long-term data, which is the creep work. And creep studies is equipments are very limited in the country, and we are fortunate to have one cluster of almost 40-50 creep equipments. And creep, one problem is that a machine, if you load, it will be there for of course 20 days, 25 days, depending on the cycle time. So this type of system data generation is very important. Then only material can be shown that it can be useful for a given applications. It's a very important data analysis. Of course, as I said about the fatigue is a cyclic load and a lot of analysis. Any material which we qualify for the defense application, it requires the cyclic test. Unless the data is available for this analysis, the fatigue data, it cannot be utilized for a given platform. So this data also is very, very important. Of course, mechanical testing, tensile and all is well known to this August gathering. I will not enter in that. Another part is fracture toughness. See, whatever this is a very important part, where there's all the launch vehicles which country has seen so far. This has been used in the margin steel. And margin steel, what is the requirement is that it is high strength, but need the high ductility also. Both are inherent, and that's cause for the fracture toughness. So this analysis in combination of this equipment is very important. Unless a designer gets the data that fracture toughness is the right value, it cannot be utilized for that launch one. So this equipment is very important, and this has given a lot of advantage for the country. And we can say proudly that our fracture toughness data is much superior than whatever we can get from the outside. And because of that, all the missiles and launch vehicles are using the margin steel. It is being for the country. I'll just try to quickly go in this. Of course, as you've seen that ultrasonic testing, it is a very well established process, very old. But again, in this requirement of the defense product, this standard is put under such a high level, and that's cause for the lot of care in the processing, and that is where this type of the yield and also the technological challenges are very, very important. Many times you may get the product, but it cannot be responding to the ultrasonic standards because they set at the very high level, and because of this is a big challenge for industry to fulfill the requirements. And not only for a contact, people are now asking for a immersion test, because the immersion test is the requirement which gives a lot of accuracy in the internal soundness of the product. So ultrasonic standard testing development is very important. It also calls for you should have a lot of background in making the defects standards. And of course, this is the type of equipment I have shown for the immersion testing, and this is being used for making the disc for aircraft engine. You see the 0.4 mm FBH is the standard. So for a disc going for 0.4 mm FBH is a very challenging task. Getting this standard also is very difficult. So what we do that we developed this standard within in-house by utilizing a very unique equipments, and that gives a very good strength. So just I have mentioned here some of the UT reference blocks. In fact, today if you go for different blocks also, it's very costly depending on the standards. Normal one easily you can get, but if you are going for the highest standards and all, you have to pay a lot of money for that. So this is the one area. This can be also utilized as a business in the country. Some of the entrepreneurs can take this forward. Very useful one. In fact, many, I do not know how much is the industry is importing, but this can be one area where people can apply this. So a lot of development, angle beam and all, I don't want to dwell on this. So we are doing. Another ultrasonic testing has come this, we had gone for phase array system. So phase array is the one development has come, the ultrasonic testing. It has given a lot of accuracy, and that has been utilized effectively. Superalloys, I am not trying to put so much dwell here, but what you need in the defense and all, the very wide variety, because what is there in our country, we have a platform from the different origin, and because of that the material grades also are different. It cannot go in the single one. If you see the Russian equipments, you will find that same grade you will utilize in the naval application also, same grade will go in the aero also, same grade will be in the land system also. But in India, if you find that, it will be a wide variety, and that's why it gives a lot of pressure in the industry for certification, testing, data generation, because every sector has its own requirement. If somebody has to put in the naval system, it has to go for a very intensive testing on the corrosion and all, which may not require for our air system and all. So you need the variety of grades for all the superalloys and all. Of course, we are now today country is looking for this type of developments where this AMCA, UCAV and LCA. I have just put only 3 major products in the aerospace area, and of course many are there for foreign designs. So variety of challenges are there. As I said, lot of drill is there. I will not dwell on this. As I said about this steel for space, many steels are there. And now the space industry is picking up. Many industries are coming forward now to join this type of developments. And we can have all for PSLV, GSLV launch vehicles are there. But if you see one launch vehicle, you will find that maybe hundreds of grades will be there, not only single. There also is a lot of challenges there. I have not mentioned about the titanium and all. Titanium also has a diversified requirement in the space. In fact, as I said, defense space also has the varieties of things. It will be a single platform. You will be having so much variety of materials. It will be right from the low alloy steels to the high alloy steel, then you have margin steel, then you have all super alloys and many refractory metals alloys. So it requires a lot of diversity in that. I have just shown one Chandrayaan 3 where we have listed that what are the materials which we have supplied and used. So first from the cobalt based alloys to the nickel based, then titanium alloys, special steels. So many areas it has been done. Just I wanted to mention here that one grade, just aerospace, I have tried to find out what is the requirement of the special steels. It is coming to not very high in current, but we have certain requirement around 8,500. So if you see in the entire in the aerospace application, volume wise aluminum and superalloy is almost on the highest side, because superalloy is the base for all the aero engine applications, and then you have the aluminum, and steel also has its own but titanium also is coming in the big way. So then the industry can also join make their position, they can position themselves as per as the industry is growing for this type of requirements. Steels in the defense, the different grades I have listed, not very. This is only I have put one separate diagram, that austenitic, duplex, ferritic, and all martins. So all these combinations have its place in the defense. And some of the case study which I wanted to focus here in this thing, what is the commercial grade steel and what is in defense. You can do lot of innovation, lot of changes by doing some research and activities in your R&D, and you can really modify it to the requirement which I have shown here, some of the grades very commonly use the grade that is MDN 138. But this we have modified some of the chemistry and all, and we have, you can see that the properties we are getting on the very higher side, whatever has been reported in the normal literature, and it has given a lot of advantage for the different projects in the country. As I said, MDN 321 again, it is specified is 226, we are getting 235. High temperature property also is very high, and this has been utilized for many critical applications for the defense. And all this adjustment of the micro additions to the chemistry, molybdenum, vanadium, tungsten, if you do that, there are a lot of change in the grain size and all you can do. MDN 347 Mn. Again, we have did some modification in the chemistry, heat treatment, and processing route. You see the air, electric arc furnace, then we have the VIR, vacuum induction refining, then we have the ESR. So all these things we have taken, and it has given a fantastic result. And then very common that 430, I am well known to the industry, but there also by doing certain additions, we could get a very good results, and it has helped a lot to our defense program, and it has gone for some of the strategic applications. Similarly, MDN 440B, we have done a lot of changes in the heat treatment cycles. So the composition and heat treatment, as you known to all the metallurgists here, it can give a lot of advantage, and that is why the industry can come forward and take up the development. Not only in the defense, it can go in the other sectors also. So doing certain changes, you can give such a wonderful properties. Designer will have a lot of advantage because of this, and we have done a lot of because of our challenges. It is not because we have done, many things are given by the challenges coming from our designer. So that designer is giving the challenges, and we are trying to meet by doing certain knowledge based, which we are having our R&D team, and it has been done so effectively. This is a super alloys, of course iron based, and very good advantage. In fact, it is NASA is using this alloy in large quantity, and this has been developed. And in India we have modified the certain chemistry, and it has been made very high properties have been used for our strategic application. So lot of change in the properties has been shown here. Then list of the steel. What I am trying to say that steels are everywhere. Energy sectors, if you see the many grades are there which has been used, diversified grade. Again for space already we have discussed, for many steels are there. All steels, if you list, space also you have the austenitic, martensitic, pH and ferritic steels. Similar way for low alloy steel also we have in the space. Many grades are nitrogen containing steel. This is one area which we have not exploited much. Again, there is a lot of potential in this segment also, which can have a lot of advantage of reducing the nickel and going for the high amount of nitrogen. This is for the PFBR that is coming for the Kalpakam. Power generation. So all these grades I have listed here, but what I can say that steel has a lot of potential. That engine going from the our ISRO's requirement, going for the GSLV, PSLV, and as the space is growing, it will be a lot of potential in the steel from that area also. Many of the magnetic alloys also we have the challenges. It can be also, we are importing today, it can be utilized, industry can develop this side also. Weld consumables also has a lot of potentials. Right now, whatever we do, we make the synthetic type of electrodes. If you can go for the alloyed weld consumables, it has a lot of potential future development. Of course, additive manufacturing is the next version, and whatever grades we have seen can go for powder making also future. And again, as we are all talking about the artificial intelligence, whatever the alloy we have discussed here, the designing can be verified using the AI. A lot of data is available, and we can generate the data also. And alloy designing through artificial intelligence is a major thrust area for R&D. So I'll request industry also to participate in that. It will give a lot of advantage in the future, and you can get a very good benefit. Not going through that, making 10 varieties, testing one, then qualifying. You can go for that type of iterations using the different types of data bank, and iterations is very useful. This we have done with one of the premier with IIT Madras, and we did some work on the designing of the alloys. So just as I am trying to close here, I have taken some extra time, but I just put here that this is basically a teamwork which we are doing. Not only as we have talked about, the BDL is our next door. They are thrusting a lot of challenge on us. Similar way, ISRO is giving a lot of challenge. Similar thing we have from nuclear power energy. Similar thing we are coming from the aerospace. So with that, only this type of growth is taking place. But there is a lot of opportunities country, not only today in India. In fact, abroad country, when the world is looking towards India, that how we can enter in their supply chain by putting a high value items. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jha, for bringing forth the work being done in the field of defense and its infrastructure so far, and the critical role it plays in fortifying the boundaries of our nation. Your insights on the pivotal role of steel in strengthening our defense capabilities, the challenges being faced so far by the indigenous industry, and the way forward is also very enlightening. Thank you once again for your keynote presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to extend our warm welcome to Shri V.R. Sharma. A very warm welcome to you. May I request you to kindly, yes, please join us on the dais. Mr. V.R. Sharma, MD Jindal Steel and Power Limited. And to extend our warm welcome, I would request Monica to kindly present him with a bouquet. Thank you for your time and presence. A very warm welcome to you. And with this, may I also request you for some words, please?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Jha, thank you very much for giving a great insight as to what Medhani is doing. What are we expecting from steel industry? Though we are already a business partner, we are supplying some of the plates to Medhani and to defense. We in Jindal Steel, we are working now to put up 3 austenizing, quenching and tempering furnaces for rounds as well as for plates. 2 of them are coming in Angul and 1 is coming in Raigad. We already installed a 6,000 tons of forging press for the long products. I think we can definitely contribute in the nation's growth and the demand of steel required by defense industry. We are aiming that by 2035, not even a single truck in this country should be made out of local mild steel. Local mild steel means low carbon but untreated steel. We are looking that each and every truck in the country, whether it is for the defense or it is for the domestic use, for the transportation, should be with low alloy high strength steel, and that will reduce the truck weight in terms of the steel consumption in body by about 30% to maybe 35%. It will enhance the efficiency. And what we are seeing today, the terrorists, they come and they attack on the convoy of the Indian Army, that will be obsolete. They cannot do it. The bullets cannot pierce the trucks, and this is what we are working at. We have the technology now. We are tied up with a German company, and you'll be pleased to know that as low as 1.6 millimeter thickness of steel sheet will be austenized, quenched and tempered and finally normalized. So this is what we are doing. Already our one Q&T plant is working. The another one is going to be commissioned by December this year. The third one is going to be commissioned by June next year, and the fourth one absolutely for long products, right from 20 millimeter rolled round bars to 300 rolled round bars, will be commissioned by December 2025. 1.2 millimeter to 6 millimeter austenizing, quenching, normalizing armored vehicles plates. This plant will be commissioned by March 2026. The technology is finalized, order is placed, and we are fully geared up. As far as the batch load is concerned, say 25 ton, 30 ton, or 5 ton, or a small electric arc furnace of 20 ton, we can definitely work with Government of India and Ministry of Defence if the opportunity is given, not only in the interest of business, but Mr. Naveen Jindal, our Honorable Member Parliament, he always says that the God has given enough to me, the country has given enough to me, it is my turn now, what can I give to the country. And this is what our motto is, that what we can, as Jindal family, what we can do for the nation, this is our job. The entire Jindal family, the four brothers, the men of steel, they are working in the interest of nation, and I am sure we all together will be in a position to meet out the demand of Indian defence, shipbuilding, submarines, and many more items where the steel is required. Our sister company, Jindal Stainless, you have already, Dr. Jha, you already explained that as to what you required, whether grade as 321 or 409 or 439 or 316. I think all these grades JSL is capable of producing, and they must be supplying to you. So in nutshell, I would say that we all are working together to produce the best of the best steel available. Of course, we have the steel major in the country, Steel Authority of India, as a government company. They are doing much more, of course, but as a private sector industry, as Jindal Group, we are working together at Jindal organization that we will be producing about 100 million ton steel in next 5 to 6 year times. We will reach there. So it doesn't mean that we will lose our focus and we cannot produce these smaller quantities. Yes, if we collaborate with each other, a chance is given, then we are ready to work shoulder to shoulder in the interest of nation and the interest of the defense industry. Thank you very much.
May I request once again Rajaram sir to kindly share some more views, please.
Sorry, I could not bring out 2 points. After having heard all the dignitaries on the dais, I thought I should add 2 more points. I was telling that we are looking for certain alloys, special alloys which need to be indigenized. I have Mr. Sanjay Singhal, my colleague from BDL. He will be able to share all those details if contacted. People can go to the Srijan portal where all the requirements are uploaded by various public sectors like HAL and BDL. And apart from this, making the super alloys, we need to protect them till they give their entire life, till they are disposed of. The missiles being single shot devices, with the special requirement that they have to be there for more than 10 years, 15 years, 20, people are using even missiles for 25 years. And most of the items are long lead items. The process takes such a long time, they have to be protected all the time till they are converted and finally painted. So we need to look at the corrosion protection mechanism also. That was one of the points which I thought, like people in the other countries have come up. Even today we are following Rolls-Royce specifications for many of the paint systems that are being used worldwide, either over the aircrafts or the missile systems. So now we have certain agencies which are taking up these special protection materials. We need to concentrate more on that and see that whatever our special alloy manufacturing companies manufacture should also be protected, and we have a better painting system. Thank you.
Hello. So we are opening the house for 5 minutes. Quick Q&A, sir. Anybody having any question, please raise your hand and introduce yourself. Kanwal? Yes, sir. So, first Mr. ACR Das, then Mr. R.K. Goel. Yeah.
Hello. Working. Yeah, hello. Good morning. I am ACR Das, former industry advisor from Ministry of Steel. I have a question, and I seek the views of the experts, and particularly Dr. S.K. Jha. See, when I was in the Ministry of Steel, there has been a lot of hue and cry about the defense grade steel. And even I had difficult times to give the answer to the minister or the secretary. See, there are two schools of thoughts. One school says that the defense grade steel, as you have also pointed out, requires a lot of specific equipments and special treatments, and hence lot of investment. And why should you produce all the grades? Why not to import small grades or small quantities? Is there any really requirement or necessity to produce these grades? On the other hand, the other school says, no, we should produce everything. And as Monica also told, Atmanirbhar Bharat, we should produce A to Z, all the alloys, be it small, be it big. So may I have your considered opinion on this? Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, it's a very apt question. That for a small quantity, why you should invest such a large investment? And we don't know how long the platform will continue. After that, it will vanish. So then what we'll do? It is not so simple. Suppose you are making today investment for a one grade, and tomorrow it can be utilized for the other grade also. And many grades which I have shown here is because of the strategic in nature. It is basically supply chain where if you are not getting that grades, which today it is happening in the country. See, many of our platforms are affected because of lack of supply of the raw material, and probably because of the current geopolitical situation, and which we don't know that what will change and when it will change. So need has been felt that whatever you have the platform today available in the country, you should have in-house manufacturing capability. At the same time, for the new development, of course, new design, new development within the country, that is already ongoing process. So this is how the things are going. And in the metallurgy, what is happening, sir? You have one furnace, let's say vacuum induction melting, and we have VAR. You can make thousands of grades without any problem. So the same equipment can cater for the other requirement also. So what you have to make the technology base, and then you have to also have this type of diversification. It is possible.
Good morning. First of all, thank you very much for very interesting presentation, and very happy to see what Medhani is doing. Now, you know, we are very happy to develop new grades. It's a question related to Mr. ACR Das and other people have said. We are ready to hold metal for next 3 years, 4 years, a predefined time, even 5 years, whatever we produce. But is it possible for our vendors or for Bharat Dynamics to lift the quantity in 5 years' time? We can invest for 5 years. We can produce one heat completely. The problem is the requirements are very small, and there is no commitment, because in general the procurement is by way of a tender, and we really do not know what sort of prices are quoted next time by some of the people from abroad or service centers from abroad, and we are left with the inventory and make huge losses. So is there a way by which we can find a solution? We are ready to invest. We are ready to develop any grade. We don't mind even developing as many grades as you want, as many grades as you like. Invest in that. Keep inventory for 5 years, but then we should have some assurance. Thank you.
Yes, sir, definitely a good point brought out. I was also telling the quantities that are required are very small. like some are coming to 45 kg per annum, and some maximum going up to 3000 kgs per annum, which for an industry of this nature will be a 1 day or 1 week's production. But as I was telling, if whatever we are importing right now can be indigenized, definitely we can look at ways and means to procure them in bulk, and bulk in the sense you understand, that can be definitely seen, sir. And as I was telling, now industry also needs to look at the protecting them till we use. If I talk about merging steel only, the best one to happen to India, as Jha sir had brought out, ISRO and all the missile manufacturers are using it for their rocket motors. But it needs a special protection. Like we are applying Japan black till it is taken into a process, and then finally converting it into the finished product. Then it is painted. But till such time, a lot of care has to be taken. Otherwise, it will start corroding very fast. So whatever materials we get, if we have a protection mechanism, definitely yes, we can look into that, sir. BDL is open for that. Thank you.
I have one point here to add. Goel Saab, thank you very much. You being a steel manufacturer, we too. I think when some grade is being imported in the country, that means there is an international market. We have to also see that where can we export all those products and goods which are required by Indian defense industry, and somebody is now manufacturing that. I do not have a ready answer, but that is another area. Instead of holding the inventory for 5 years and keeping it with you or keeping it with Bharat Dynamics or anybody, we have to also find out that which are the countries or the so-called friendly countries where we can export this kind of steel. And there I think Government of India, Ministry of Defense, Bharat Dynamics, and also Medani, Dr. Jha, they can help us in tracking and letting us know that which are the countries where we can export this material. This is one suggestion I want to give to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, for creating such an event. And there are just a bit of a query or a request. Indian government has not in last 10-15 years focused on made in India. They are also focusing on supporting MSMEs. अभी मैंने सुन रहा था यहाँ पे सर राजा राम सर जब दोबारा आए that we are actually following certain standards set by Rolls-Royce, to just name a company. There has been a small issue in India that हम लोग बाहर का डिज़ाइन को कट कॉपी पेस्ट कर लेते हैं, अपने प्रोडक्ट को नहीं मैनेज करते. हाँ, सुपर अलॉयज और स्पेशल ग्रेड्स हम लोग सब बना रहे हैं, और आज भी टीम लीडर्स लाइक विजय शर्मा सर को मैं देख रहा था, ही वॉज टेकिंग नोट्स ऑफ ऑल द स्पेशल ग्रेड्स दैट आर बीइंग रिक्वायर्ड. सर के मोबाइल में बहुत सी फोटोज़ लिए, मैंने देखा सर को. तो साथ ही साथ यहाँ पे इंडिया में ऐसी कंपनीज भी हैं, जस्ट टू अनाउंस, जिन्होंने पेंटिंग सिस्टम एंटी करोसिव, फायर रिटार्डेंट एंड एनर्जी सेविंग और हीट रेजिस्टेंट इंडिया में बनाए हैं विद कोलैबोरेशन विद एसोसिएशन लाइक CBRIs. बट उनको प्रॉब्लम ये आती है कि वो इंडियन है, छोटा है, बड़े लोग के साथ सीधा हम लोग, आई वोंट नेम एनी इंटरनेशनल ब्रांड्स, उनके ही ग्रेड्स को या उनके स्पेसिफिकेशन को कट कॉपी पेस्ट और वही मेक लिस्ट में आ जाते हैं. तो देयर शुड बी सम सपोर्ट फ्रॉम कंपनीज हु आर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट to support them also, let them go through the rigorous testing. No matter IIT ने उन्हें पास किया है, CBRI ने उनके साथ प्रोडक्ट डेवलप किया, आप लोगों के जो स्ट्रिंजेंट नॉर्म्स हैं उसे फॉलो किए, बट एटलीस्ट गिव देम अ चांस, बिकॉज कॉस्ट वाइज वो आधे पड़ेंगे. और जो एक और अभी नया इशू गोयल साहब ने बहुत अच्छा निकाला, सॉरी, कि छोटी क्वांटिटी की रिक्वायरमेंट यहाँ आती है, तो छोटी क्वांटिटी आप इंटरनेशनल बायर से मंगाएंगे तो वैसे बहुत कॉस्टली पड़ने वाली है. इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरर आपको छोटी क्वांटिटी में पेंटिंग सिस्टम भी देगा, जस्ट फॉर नेम ऑफ यू. ऐसी और बहुत सी एंसिलरी हैं जो इंडिया में MSME बना रही हैं. लेट देम गो थ्रू द ग्राइंड, उनकी पूरी टेस्टिंग कीजिए, ट्रायल कीजिए, और इफ़ दे आर इक्वलेंट टू सो कॉल्ड इंटरनेशनल नॉर्म्स, दे शुड बी गिवन प्रेफरेंस, सर. थैंक यू.
I would like to take this point and to add, like BDL has around 1200 MSMEs who are working with us. And one more point came up, is it that we should try to make in India, even if it is small quantity, or is it better to import? As long as we are importing even a single item, like I will just quote one example where if we remember Kargil time, normally some of the missile systems work on GPS also, but as long as we are dependent on others, it is possible that we don't get support and our missiles will go waste. If we are depending only on that. That is what made India to come up with Navik. ISRO had come up with Navik. Why we require that is to circumvent that dependence on others. So even if it is a small quantity, I said 40 kgs per annum, but as long as we are depending on another country, we don't know how the global scenario will change, and we'll always be depending on them forever, and we may not be able to progress our work also. So BDL also follows. Our CMD, every time he says this, whichever is the critical subsystem, we still take from all the MSMEs. A lot many MSMEs are there when we are looking at weapon systems which are made in hundreds and thousands in a year. But we have a line in BDL so that we have, in case somebody goes down, the supply line to the user, and user should not suffer. That is why we maintain a line in BDL. Even the rocket motors for all the missiles we make, all the electronic subsystems, whichever are critical we make, now we are making A to Z of the missile. But it's not that we are denying any work to the MSMEs. All the MSMEs are very happy to go with BDL. So many MSMEs, they get repeated orders, and we hardly make 10 to 20% of that in-house, and rest 80% is given. So we need to manufacture in India, and even if it is small quantities. So coming to this point, आपने जो बोला है ना सर, उसमें whatever stringent specifications, some may require even flight, to be tested in flights. That can happen over a longer time. Like every time, it is not that somebody has come up with one specification or one material, it cannot be tested on a flight trial. That is very costly and time consuming. So wherever there is a possibility, we are trying to accommodate. And coming to our own capability on the rocket motors of the missile systems, our own team had given a painting scheme. A special painting scheme is there on the rocket motors, which is used in all our missile systems. That has been extensively, thoroughly tested and then implemented. The paints are also made in India. Thank you.
Sure, sir. हर बार इजराइल जीपीएस में सपोर्ट नहीं करेगा कारगिल की तरह, और जैसा शर्मा सर ने कहा कि हम छोटी क्वांटिटी यहाँ बनाना शुरू करेंगे तो कल उसे एक्सपोर्ट कर पाएंगे.
Sir, but export के लिए फिर again it's not that it is not known to the people, the august audience here. The problem is unless we establish the reliability comes only after several trials. People will not be willing to take it, but there are ample opportunities now with the present scenario in the world. We can always try to push, and there are enough markets that are available for each of our products.
सर हिंदुस्तानी डिफेंस में हिंदुस्तानी प्रोडक्ट लगेगा, दुनिया को अपने आप खरीदना पड़ेगा सर.
Yes. Point very well taken, sir. Thank you.
Yes, I was just wanted to respond to you. You said the approval process for supply to defense is not so easy. It's not for the weak-hearted. Because ultimately, if you are substituting any imported item, then the supplier of the imported item has to come and do the audit of your plant and approve your product. So it comes to that kind of detailing. So it's not so easy. But having said that, question for Mr. Jha, Dr. Jha. Many of the stainless steel grades that you had shown that you are making for defense and space and aerospace, can those grades not be sold in the domestic market? I'm sure they must be very expensive, but thinking about the MOQ issue that Goel Saab raised and what Sharma ji also raised, can they not be sold in the commercial market as a commercial product, or is it so expensive that it would be a loss-making proposition?
There is no IPR right on this. It is already, since we have developed within the country without taking the technology from the outside. So definitely we can give it to the requirement. Only thing is that it should go to the right purpose. We should not be again exported to some other country where they have some adverse relationship with us. But within domestic market, anything you can do. That's not the problem.
Yeah, we'll take the last question.
I have one after that, madam.
This is regarding, I'm Dr. Dhawan from alloy steel producers and have a background of alloy steels mostly. One is, see, most of the grades which we have seen, shared and talked about are very customized, highly customized grades and perhaps made by defense or created by defense, and accordingly the producers are compelled to follow. At the same time, we have been talking about MOQs and we also mentioned about domestic use. There is a discussion on this subject whether the BIS standardization of these grades is possible. That is one. We are also discussing with BIS and ministry. And secondly, whether it will really help overall, both for domestic as well as international. Because once BIS grades are created, perhaps for import they may have to be followed. And in that case, there will be a double-edged advantage for domestic manufacturers that since they have already produced, others will have to take a certification. I think in that case, I thought.
Yeah, in fact, this part is taken by, in the defense ministry, we have one standardization cell. And now they are taking case, they have started taking in the big way. So you will find shortly that many of the grades will get BIS certification. That is going to come. But of course, now it is going from the low and high volume. It can pick up as we grow further, can go for the high volume also, low volume also. But it is possible to do that. It requires, of course, that type of expertise, the committee expertise and all we are looking for. Because directly you cannot copy something which is coming from the either international specification. You should have some originality in your system, your data, your development. So that type of work is being planned. So earlier the requirements were very limited, maybe for the one platform. Now it is going up. So that's why now it is possible to do that. The more data you generate, it is possible to say that, okay, you have your own contribution, own IPR, own knowledge. So then it will go.
Can I ask one final question, madam? Yeah. Hi. My name is Ranjit Mathure. I represent Jindal Steel and Power. Our Vice Chairman Sharma ji is over here. And like it was rightly said, you will have seen Sharma ji taking notes of the various grades. So that shows the focus we have on the defense segment. One question to all the competent people from the defense industry here is, we are focusing on supplies of plates, very high-grade plates, which are import substitutes to various naval and applications for land defense. One of the problems we typically face is that when there is a change in the platform, when there is a change in the design, we have to redo the entire approval process all over again, right from redesigning of the steel, the specifications, etc. So like it was raised by one of the gentlemen, is there a possibility, is there a scope that there is a standardization of the platform? There isn't a frequent change year after year, so that we are able to complete the approval process, the execution process more efficiently in a more time-bound manner. And number two, after having supplied to similar applications over a long period of time, is it possible to have a green channel clearance rather than having the same set of elaborate inspection processes over and over again? That will greatly help a steel mill like ours to improve its output, to improve the efficiency of supplies to the defense segment. Yeah, please.
I'll just try to give the 2 points. First, you talk about that certification based on the platforms. So maybe the requirement will be different, so they may be doing. But today, if you see in naval steel, that is one 249 DMR has been already established. Now, no need of going for recertification. Across the ships, it is being used. If something new is coming in the armored steel, there is a committee in the armored steel also. They do the certification. Once that grade is developed, I don't think you require further certification for that. And going for the self-certification, that also now, they have a scheme now where you can apply for the self-certification also. But there are certain conditions in that. So probably the industry is not coming forward to come to their terms that in case of any failure, there will be a several amount of penalties will be very high, which normally across the world also people see that If you go see the aerospace industry, if your material fails in their application, there will be a certain amount of penalty on that. And for that, some insurance also you have to pay a premium and all. These are some guidelines, rules are there. In India also it is going to maybe framed after some time. But it requires that type of confidence and the systems would be inbuilt, because ultimately the person who will be utilizing should be have the confidence that okay, right kind of material is going into the platform.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your engaging participation and also extremely pertinent views being exchanged in this session. This is Sarvata Swaryatam Tvam Paryaptaha, meaning always remember you are enough. Let's embody the spirit of Make in India even further in the areas of defense to make Atmanirbhar Bharat a self-reliant India. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we have come to the concluding session of the inaugural session, and we are extremely grateful for the time and presence of our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to present them with a memento. I would request Ms. Monica Batan to kindly present memento and extend a personal thank you to Ms. Shri Rajaram. Thank you, sir. Shri Vijay Sharma. Shri Vijay Sharma. Shri V.S. Chakravarti. Dr. S.K. Jha. Thank you, Ms. Monica Batan. We would also like to share once again with all of you that we are live on YouTube on the Metalogic PMS channel right now. So we have a maximum coverage of our session, of this landmark conference rather, for the day. And also to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest and our guests of honor will be joining us during the closing ceremony at 4 p.m. today. So do give your support and active participation throughout the day today. Our chief guest, the Honorable His Excellency Governor of Haryana, and our guests of honor, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Steel, and Shri Naveen Jindal will be joining us for the closing ceremony at 4 p.m. today. Once again, we are very thankful. And with this, I also invite Monica for thank you note, please. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will begin our first technical session on PEB and structure for defense infrastructure and role of AI and drones. I invite Mr. P.V. Mohan, CEO, Kirby Building Systems and Structures India Private Limited, Mr. Amit Kumar Santra, Head Business Development Structural, Tata Tubes SBU, and Mr. Sharad Khanna, Founder Director, Epicor Technologies Private Limited, as our speakers for this session. The discussion points during this session will be infrastructure, challenge of defense, locations, climatic conditions and sustainability, use of modular and prefabricated construction methods for flexibility, role of military engineering services to build fortified bunkers, command centers, barracks, bases, roads, bridges and hospitals, building resilient air bases, naval bases and missile bases, and AI and drones for defense infrastructure. Thank you once again for inaugural session, and we welcome all of you to our first technical session of the day on PEB and structural for defense infrastructure and role of AI and drone. May I request all of you to kindly remain seated, please? Please remain seated. Please take your seats. Mr. Mohan. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with the presentation from Mr. Amit Kumar Santra, the head business development structural, Tata Tubes SBU. Thank you.
So, hope I am audible. Yeah, this is a changer, right? Fine, it's fine. Okay, thank you. So again, very good morning to all, and happy to be here in this particular session. And though the topic here is now PEB and structural for defense, so the PEB expert is Mohan sir, who is already there with me. I'll talk less about PEB, probably talk little more about on structural part of it. And to start with, and since you are talking about infrastructure and be it defense or any other infrastructure, so just to have a look on how the construction space or this infrastructure creation space is changing, mostly driven by these 6 things, what is happening right now, right? It's more on focusing on urbanization and technology driven things, and then sustainability, because we are now more focusing on green things and green construction, and these green certifications are very much prominent here. Mobility is already driving, like we are having projects like bullet train projects, and also focus of construction is also shifted towards creating infrastructure related to mobility related things. Renewables, solar is being a huge potential for steel suppliers as well as fabricators. And lastly, the design part of it. So there is a community we call it AEC, Architects, Engineering and Construction Professionals. So they are behind this, improvising of the aesthetics of the structure. So all these 6 things are important for the case of any infrastructure development, be it defense or others. In Tata Steel, we are totally focusing on any sort of nation building projects, and we are we feel proud to be there in all nation building projects. Like be any airport modifications or new airports or greenfield projects, and projects like this Statue of Unity, Central Vista projects everywhere. So that's our pride, and we try to contribute more in those projects which are of national importance. I'll not talk much about the department from where I'm there. So I am part of the tubes division of Tata Steel. I talk a bit on the structural tube part and other structurals which is relevant for these particular sessions. So we are the maker of steel tubes, ERW steel tubes, and we think that we are the most diversified tube makers in the country, because we are not only making the structural tubes, we are also there for cross country pipeline like this API grade tubes, as well as tubes for automotives, and definitely tubes for infrastructure and structurals is also there. These are the kind of projects where structural tube goes, like be it airport, railway station developments, all key space creation for industrial and warehousing everywhere. Definitely conveyance is also part of that tube application, but we are talking more on the structural part of it. Now quickly, I was just trying to come to this particular slide. So we are there for multiple applications of structural tubes which are related to defense infrastructure, be it border fencing, be it this dry dock system, because we are supplying to that naval and port infra projects in south as well as in Vizag. Many kinds of applications are there for harbor development. We have supplied tubes for this aerospace museum. This is interesting that there are few players who are definitely, we are already supplying tubes for telecommunication mast and towers, but people are developing this telecommunication mast in a more modular manner so that it can be installed just quickly within a matter of say 12 hours for any urgent need. Especially the need is there in that region which are sensitive, and we get very less time to install a particular tower. So tube is playing a crucial role to develop that kind of modular way of doing towers. And lastly, we are working of military engineering college in Pune, and we have developed tube-based belly bridge design, which is unlike the normal open section based belly bridge design, and it has resulted into savings of steel tubes and efforts by 20%. So these are few areas on defense infrastructure related things and its connection with structural tubes. As I told in the beginning that the essence is fast construction, right, and that's also applicable for defense related infrastructure. This is one example where you can see, so this is an example of a hospital building project, and we constructed it in the midst of that lockdown period. It's in Kashargod. It's a 550 bed hospital project and entirely made with the modular construction. So modular is a topic for this session as well. So I just wanted to show you how the modular way of construction and more of factory based construction can help in creating faster infrastructure like this. So this is a 550 bed hospital, and we created this entire facility following this modular way of construction in within the factory. There were 7 locations, and during the lockdown there was no other possibilities than going for this modular concept, and we created this entire facility of say around 128 cabins, which was housing around 550 beds for this quarantine and isolation center, and we created in just in 8 weeks, and we delivered that on site. So this is the kind of move or change of construction as a sector and the uses of a lot of structural members including panel. PEB, definitely I should give my full respect to the players who are kind of PEB leaders in India, including Mohan sir and his organization. We are supplying a lot of tubes, and the point here is they have revolutionized this steel based construction in India, and they are leading, and they are also helping others to learn, and that has created that entire ecosystem of say fabrication as well in India, and who are actually helping in creating a lot of infrastructure related projects in India. So PEB is definitely helping in creating spaces, but when we talk about creating much larger span, so there comes these concepts of space frame, which is more of a again factory based thing, and with tubes and this ball and socket kind of things, and with the guidelines of MOEF, so a lot of infrastructure and the operations we have to make under the we cannot do in the open sky. We have to create some facilities, and same applies for the defense related infrastructure where we require large span structures and shades and hangars as well. So this will also help to create spacious infrastructure. So if we see this journey of creating structures, and so there was a time when structures was more of a lighter, and it was mainly serving the function and need, but gradually it is more moving towards aesthetics, and lastly is moving more towards modular. And from this, if I talk about tube and structural tube, the primitive material and easy to connect is like a bamboo, which is all still relevant in the space of construction, but the journey is moving towards more of modular, more of aesthetically beautiful, and more of factory based and robotic based fabrications. And there we as a steel manufacturers, including the fabricators, and this entire ecosystem has a role to play. It has to be more and more green, so that kind of Green Pro certification, EPD certification is there with us. We are collaborating a lot with the architects and engineers so that we can help them to select the right material at the right point so that it will help them to execute their projects in the right manner. So this is a journey, and there will be lot more to see in coming days, what we feel. Tube is also being modified for some other functional purpose, like the way we have introduced this high aspect ratio tube, which will be more relevant for facades and staircases and all. And we have also made tubes for making door and window frames, which are also relevant for creating infrastructures. And lastly, we have created tubes in a manner of handrails. So this is also very much relevant. Now coming to the non-tube area, or other than tube, what we are doing, and we are supporting to create this defense-related or maybe aerospace-related things. So we are also producing the plate fabricated sections. So we have our own facility in Jamshedpur, and that capacity is around 10,000 ton per month. And we are producing these plate fabricated sections as per the need of the customer. We can go up to a 2.5 meter of depth from the 300 mm depth, and the width can be of 150 mm to 1.5 meter. We have supplied this kind of plate fabricated sections for ISRO launching pad, as well as in the ISRO crane girder application as well. There are some interesting applications of wires in combination with tubes. So we have solutions for wires like anti-cut, anti-climb, and then concertina, and which can be in combination to kind of enhance the security system of any premises. When you talk about creating infrastructure, we should not forget about the importance of creating faster foundation before creating any superstructure, right? So there are a lot of cut and bend solutions for rebar as well, and welded wire mesh, which will definitely help you to create faster infrastructure and faster RCC part of it as well, because steel cannot stand alone. You have to have some RCC in terms of foundation or walls or something else. And lastly, just we have a solution called Nestin, which is creating a complete construction and modular way of construction for creating amenities like washrooms for site offices. We have a concept called light gauge steel frame, and which helps in quicker installation of any office building, any settlements, any kind of hostels, such kind of things. So there our team is working not just by helping in supplying steel. We are giving the complete end-to-end design to installation solutions as well. So that's it. And lastly, so infrastructure means also creating beautiful things. And so this is one particular sculpture which was inaugurated and last week only by the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. We call it Billion Impressions, and we organized one design competition called Notions of India, and this was the winning entry. So they had to tell it that steel is not just solving the functional aspect, it can add the beauty of any particular places. So if we are looking for any creating this sculpture, so structurality will be definitely relevant there. So thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Santra. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look towards the future of defense structures, the integration of advanced technology like AI and drone will be very crucial. And the insight shared by Mr. Santra also underscores the importance of technology going forward. Now I invite Mr. P.V. Mohan, CEO, Kirby Building Systems and Structures Private Limited, to share his presentation, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's just, I just wanted to brief you about what Kirby or pre-engineered steel buildings can do for defense and what we have already done. And I have just been given 15 minutes, so let me complete that fast. Thank you. Just to give you insight of actually when the PEB has evolved. Actually, PEB as a name had actually come up in US. It started during the World War I. It of course started in 1900s, where it originated in US, and during World War I, during defense situations only, this really got prominence, and it dominated the steel building in the developed world at that time. And in 1940s, the mass production of defense buildings in steel using prefabricated structures started coming up in a big way. And in 1960s, there was a change. There was basically at that time the technology of sheeting was not that great for corrosion and all. Then the new technology of galvalume sheet started coming up, and for having a temperature controlled systems, the puff panels or a PIR panel started coming in. And in 1990s, you have got a computerized designs and manufacturing which allowed mass production and ensured a consistency of quality, because earlier the designers were very few and it was all skill based for designing such type of building. And in 2000 is the time when Kirby has brought this technology to India, while we had pioneered this even in Middle East before coming to India. Just to give you a few highlights of defense, in the earlier sessions we were talking about the total spend of Ministry of Defense has set a target of almost 26 billion spend in aerospace and defense manufacturing in 2025. It's a huge spend, and so there is a lot of potential for a lot of manufacturers in the country to come up. There have already 650 industrial licenses have been given to almost 369 companies. So there is a lot of traction over there. And in last time we were all Mr. Jha and all were telling about the total spend of $130 billion on military modernizations in the next 5 years, and we have seen that almost around $15 billion is the defense current production in the country right now, and out of which almost around 2.63 billion dollars are getting exported. So it's a good traction, and we see that there is a big potential of defense exports from the country. And Government of India recently announced 2 dedicated defense industrial corridors in the state of Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh, which will act as a cluster for defense manufacturing. Coming to Kirby, Kirby is there for 25 years in Indian market. We are the undisputed market leaders in pre-engineered building segment. We have a capacity of 250,000 now. Maybe in the next 3 months we will be adding up another 50,000, so it would be 300,000 tons capacity, which is the largest in the country. And we have got 3 plants, one in south in Hyderabad, one in north in Haridwar, and one in Halol, catering to the total landscape of Indian subcontinent. We have done 40,000 plus buildings, and we have got high safety standards. We are known for that. In fact, we clocked almost 14 million safe man hours last year. And we always believe in environment, and we have built the Halol plant, which is IGBC Platinum certified. And just to give a key insights how big we are, maybe we are the steel titans. We have done almost 2.5 million tons of steel have been supplied. That is equal to almost 250 Eiffel Towers, because I just took that to only tell because we are presently Olympics is going on in Paris, so we thought we'd like to relate to that. So we have done almost 45 million square meters of buildings. That is almost equal to almost 6,300 football stadiums. The advantage of PEB for defense segment is basically speed of construction is one of the main thing, because in defense speed is very important, and it has to meet all type of seismic zones. So because the army can be at any different places, consistency of high quality, and we can customize, and it is very flexible, and steel is very durable and have high strength, low maintenance cost, and we can do clear spans of up to 100 meters in PEB, and it is very mobile and versatile, and it has been proven in many of the situations where you can shift factories from one place to another place. And a recent example was the Tata Nano project when it shifted from West Bengal to Sanand. So we built the total company, and then it because of some government or political reasons it had to be shifted, and the total factory got shifted. So this is the versatility what we have in pre-engineered buildings. And what are the applications? We can build aircraft hangars, factory buildings for defense, PSUs. We have done a lot of buildings. Because of NDA, we don't disclose much. Warehouse and storage facilities, command control centers, barracks, training centers, ordnance factories, and workshops and maintenance facilities. So these are all few of the applications which pre-engineered building can do it in defense. As this is a defense conference, we thought of. There are many others which we can do. In fact, there are many things to be discussed on defense, but just to give you few insights of what all we have done, some buildings for defense, where recently we have completed a lot of buildings, but I am not showing few internal things because we cannot disclose, but few which I can share. I have just given you some photographs of those buildings to just give a idea of where all we can do. We can do it for Army, Navy, Air Force. So you can so PEB can be used in any of these segments. This is the aircraft hangar which we have done for Indian Air Force in Karnataka. This is the aircraft hangar in West Bengal for Lockheed Martin for their C-130J Super Herculean aircrafts. This is a during COVID time. This was the aircraft hangar for Navy which we have done, INS Hansa, which is the largest naval base. This was done during 2021 when then President President Kovind had come and inaugurated this facility. It is a huge aircraft hangar, and you can see people wearing masks at that time, and this was done in spite of all the COVID situations. And this is a aircraft hangar for Navi Mumbai, and this is a VVIP hangar for Prime Minister of India, which is in Delhi. So these are all the aircraft hangars which we have done. This is in Cochin for MES, and we also do barracks. Of course, these barracks have been done, and now the concerned Odisha police have taken over. So that is why we are showing this. This is presently being taken over by the Odisha police. This is the ordnance factory in Agra and UP, where we have done some ordnance factories where they wanted to build some arms manufacturing. This is done recently in Bangalore for manufacturing fighter plane jet engines. This was done around few years back. This was done recently for Midhani, which Mr. S.K. Jha was there. This is for their white plate mill shed. This has got almost 250 tons of crane. It's a large crane which you can see over there. This is for Indian rotorcraft. This is for helicopters, what we have done. This is for Augusta Westland, which government of India at that time has tied up with. This is a recent one which we are doing. This is for manufacturing UAVs and drones for Army or for total defense, Army, Navy, or this we are already presently, this is under construction. We cannot divulge more details about these things. This is also for aviation academies, for training centers. For this is of course used even for defense, but this is of course done for commercial purposes. This is in Bangalore, and this is a Dwarka arms stores for Karnataka. So these are all few of the defense projects. So few of the government projects which we could do, which can be utilized in defense as well, are the Delhi Metro. We were the people who started this. After that, there are a lot of people who have taken over to build new stations. This is the stabling yard. This is the workshops, Delhi Metro workshops. Then Bangalore Metro was done by us. Then L&T Metro, metro stations in Hyderabad. In shipyards, we do a lot of shipyards. This is basically for L&T shipyard. This is Pipavav shipyard in Gujarat. This is the first time pre-engineered building has entered into shipyards. Till that time, nowhere globally people have entered into the vertical of shipyards. This is for GRSC shipyard in West Bengal, to name few. And this is a building which is first of a kind, which is actually an airtight building. This requirement of this building is for airtight. Normally you have a building which should be watertight. You don't want water to come in. But this requirement of this building is that even the air should not go, because this is something which is required for the Power Grid Corporation. There is a very high voltage inside, and even a small dust particle can create a lot of sparks. So this was tested with 5 bar pressure, and it was kept for 5 days, and they could see that there was no pressure drop. So that was the requirement, and this we constructed almost around 8 buildings. This is for power grids. We use this type of thing even in defense. And we also do high-rise buildings. We construct G+20, G+24 with the helipads, G+12, residential, commercial. There are a lot of buildings which we do. Anything on, it is not, PEB is not restricted only to maybe a small shed. You know, it is, you can go, and this is something which we are going to change the landscape. Presently it is all, what we use is wet construction, that is concrete. So from concrete we are planning to take to steel, because steel is faster and it is high seismic resistant. If you really go to places like Japan and all, most of the buildings are steel because of the high seismic zones. Even in US, when it started, you see the Empire building which was done in early 1900s was steel. We also do storage solution to store all ammunitions and arms and all types of defense equipments. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the insights shared by Mr. Mohan have highlighted the transformative role of advanced engineering in strengthening our defense infrastructure. As we embrace innovation and collaboration, let's continue to support the Make in India vision in the area of defense. And with this, I invite Mr. Sharad Khanna, Founder, Director, Ebuco Technologies Private Limited, to share his presentation, please.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me here today. Sharad Khanna, I'm the founder and director of Ebuco Technologies Private Limited. What we do, we make solutions. We make solutions using drones, AI, and robotics. In India, we're focusing in drones. We are a startup. We fall under that category of MSME that we were talking about earlier. We are a registered startup, MSME, about 2 years into the market, and we have few solutions that are currently available, and we are currently working with DRDOs for a few more solutions, which I will be talking about shortly. I'll be covering how drones can help in defense industry or defense manufacturing. There are many ways drone can help outside defense as well, but looking at the conference, we're talking about the defense, so we'll be talking about how drones can help in defense industry or defense infrastructure. There are many ways: site surveying and mapping, logistics, progress monitoring, infrastructure. Starting a new project all the way up to monitoring that project and maintaining that project, it can be done with the help of drones. Let's take an example of remote areas. Let's say we have to make a bridge from point A to point B, and it's a remote area, very difficult to reach, very difficult to know what would be the length of the bridge, what should be the breadth of the bridge, and other factors, what should be the size and all. how this can be done using site surveying. So what we do, we fly drones. There are two ways we can do it, using LiDAR and using photographs. We use photographs. Drone clicks multiple pictures. These pictures are geotagged, GPS tagged. And then using a stitching software, we combine those images together to form a 3D map, orthomosaic map, or a point cloud map. With the help of orthomosaic map, we can actually estimate to an accuracy of up to 2.5 centimeters what should be the distance from point A to point B. This is what our drones can do. We can also estimate what is the elevation using the point clouds. We can also create a 3D maps which then can be 3D printed and for demonstrations, for understanding of the work and how the work would be taken care of. Now this has direct benefits. Obviously it saves time, saves money, saves efforts, less margin of errors, but also indirect effects. Sustainability, environmental effects, less wastage, to name a few. Once we know what we're making, our drones can also help transporting the logistics or transporting cargo to manufacture. Let's say we were taking an example of a bridge. So transporting parts. We can transport up to 100 kgs of goods in one single shot. And our drones can fly up to 60 minutes with 50 kgs of payload. Now, this is where we transport products from point A to point B, logistic drones. Once we have manufactured, or once the progress we are monitoring, so next comes to the monitoring. So while we are manufacturing, we can also monitor with the help of drones. We have live feed from drones, which can be transported, or which can be live feed, which can be seen in multiple places, broadcasted to multiple offices to observe what's happening and what's the progress. Once we have made, we know we've made the structure, then it comes to infrastructure maintenance. We want to maintain it. We want to see how, after 1 year, we want to see if there are any cracks, if there are any things that needs to be repaired. That can also be done with the help of drones. So starting from manufacturing, starting from site planning, all the way up to maintaining, everything can be done with the help of drones, not entirely with drones, but with the help of drones. And drones can positively contribute to the progress and in defense industry. Some of the solutions that we have: survey and surveillance, surveillance for monitoring, survey for creating the maps, cargo drones. We also have, very interestingly, training drones. To fly these drones, we need trainings. So we have created a training drone module, which also helps us understanding how drones are made, technical training and flying training. We have fixed wing VTOLs. These are capable of taking off and landing vertically while flying and having high endurance. When I say high endurance, we can go up to 8 hours of endurance. It can fly, it can be airborne for 8 hours on single charge or single fuel system. Then we have firefighting solutions specially designed for wildfire. I come from Himachal, so we have seen a lot of wildfires, and all we do is just watch and wait. So this is the solution we can deploy in those areas where it's hard to reach. Drones can carry chemicals to, it could be the first respondent team to at least contain the fire, if not helping to dissolve the fire. Well, thank you for having me here. So if you've got any questions, you're here. Thank you very much.
Opening the house for questions and answers. So anyone want to ask can raise your hand. Yeah. Mike. as we arrange a mic for you, sir, I'll ask one question from Mr. P.V. Mohan. His presentation was very apt and very interesting structures you have shown us. And one of the structure which caught our eyes was airtight building. So I want to ask you, how did you do that, sir? Just a little bit of it, if you could tell us.
Airtight building is again an engineering specialization which is really important, because normally when you are putting the sheetings there would be lapping, and there would be definitely some type of air passages. So for that we need to have a very special engineering setup. The total project has to be engineered it in such a way that there is no place for any such type of thing, and then this proper sealants have to be used for ensuring that there is completely a locking. And not only that, we also have to see that the material what we are using is important, and the most important thing is the workmanship at sites. Engineering, detailed engineering, workmanship at sites, and the material what you use. These three are the combinations, and these are all special requirements. And because of the engineering excellence what we have, and the type of construction technology what we use, we can do that type of things. And in fact they were trying that for many years. That's what in fact ABB was doing this contract. So after that they've started taking pride and using Kirby in even their international operations to do such type of buildings.
Yeah. Sir.
Good day to distinguished speakers. Very comprehensive and nice presentation. I would like to have some queries. First, with the representative of Mr. Tata Steel. You showed tubular kind of structures, especially the airport building, as well as ended with bridge applications. Now, recently we just happened to see some mishappenings. Delhi Airport, then Jabalpur Airport, and Kota Airport, where the failure of the tubular structures, especially some problems with the you can say connection aspect, that was there. And similarly, when it comes to the belly bridge, again the connections, that is very important. So I would like to know from you, what about the testing part of the completed structures? Of course, I forgot to give my introduction. I am S.S. Gehrawar, representing CSIR CRI. I have been the chief scientist there.
Hello, I hope I am audible. Thank you, sir. I think this is a very relevant point you have raised, and this is most important part of any structure, that is connection. There is no doubt about that. And failure, as you have rightly said, that failure happens, and these are mostly sensitive zone of any particular structures. So in terms of connections, sir, the main difficulty what we have faced, that we have no such proper revised IS codes or guidelines in Indian context. So I think you know about that IS 806. So IS 806 was last published by 1965, if I'm not wrong, and that is yet to be revised. So we are taking up with BIS team so that all the connection related guidelines which are exactly there in the European code or EN code like SEDECT and all. So similar kind of guidelines should be there in that new revised IS 806 as well. So that is one initiative we have taken from our side, and through INSDAG we are trying to kind of revising this code as soon as possible so that it will address the need of the structural linearness to have some guideline so that the connection designing can be done, referring some guidelines so that it will not lead to any particular failure.
Just for your information, now Indian Road Congress, that is another body dealing with roads and bridges. These modular type of bridges, earlier they were using belly type of bridges, mainly for temporary purposes. Now for the first time that guidelines have been, you can say, recently inaugurated by the mid-council meeting of, you can say, IRC.
Okay.
So very soon, I think within a span of 2-3 months, you will be having those guidelines in place, where this testing of the tubular, you can say, connections, that is also there. Can I have one
Sure,
more
sure,
question?
we can discuss after
My
the-
second question is from, I think, the representative of the gentleman who talked about the drone applications. Sir, you mentioned about this infrastructure maintenance aspects. You also mentioned about the bridge of the accuracy of 2.5 centimeters. Now, just when it comes to the infrastructure maintenance, you see, I am from a bridges, you can say, field. Bridges, they happen to have de-stresses during their service lifespan. And de-stresses, namely, in terms of occurrence of the cracks. And crack size, they also vary, minor as well as minor. If 2.5 centimeter, that is the, you can say, the limitations. How you can think of having the idea of the maintenance of that bridges, getting information, which is having a variety of cracks of different widths.
So when I mentioned 2.5 centimeter accuracy, that was mapping accuracy. How accurately can we map? So for example, if we want to map this entire auditorium, we will map this using drones, and the accuracy will be up to 2.5 centimeters. When it comes to inspection and monitoring, it's a different concept. So we don't, so that 2.5 centimeter was not for the inspection. So for 2.5 centimeter, we transfer video feed, live video feed, to the base station, where it's analytically tested or analytically monitored through AI, which can detect holes, which can detect cracks of up to less than 0.1 centimeters as well. So survey and mapping, different concept, whereas monitoring is a different theory all in all. I hope I answered that question.
Saurabh,
Thank you.
please bring the mic ahead. Mr. Ashok Sibil.
मेरा क्वेश्चन जो सर ने क्वेश्चन किया था ट्यूबुलर स्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर। ट्यूबुलर स्ट्रक्चर में हम जब कोटिंग ऊपर से तो हम करके प्रोटेक्शन कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इनसाइड हम कोटिंग नहीं करते। और जितनी भी आज की डेट में नई बिल्डिंग बन रही हैं वो ट्यूबुलर स्ट्रक्चर को प्रेफर कर रही हैं क्योंकि फास्ट है। तो जो इनसाइड स्ट्रक्चर है, हाउ यू आर प्रोटेक्टिंग दैट फ्रॉम कोरोजन एंड हाउ इट विल गिव मोर लाइफ टू द स्ट्रक्चर?
Yeah. So very relevant, sir, and I think I would like to share one article with you. Maybe after that session, I'll discuss that with you. Just to respond to you right now, sir, we have observed that to have a kind of a impact or effect on the overall thickness of a structure in terms of corrosion, you have to have a sufficient amount of moisture along with oxygen and water will be required, right? So it has been observed that if we fabricate any tubular structures and properly close both the ends, so the amount of moisture and air what is entrapped there, that will not have very, very superficial effect or no effect on the internal surface of the structures. And that's the testimony that there are a lot of structures which was made with tube, but those are still standing and without any particular deterioration in the health of the particular structure. So those are examples already there, and that's the kind of a guideline or suggestion what we normally tell to the fabricators also, that you have to ensure that both the ends are properly blocked or sealed, so that further moisture or ingress should not happen in that way. And from the outer side, definitely there are a lot of painting mechanisms which will definitely protect the surface of that structure. But we have a lot of articles regarding that, because I find even Tata Consulting Engineers team members, they have also asked us about this particular thing. So our own engineers are also still not very much clear how this particular thing can be addressed. So there are a lot of articles on this particular subject, and physical evidence also that it doesn't affect the internal surface of the steel structure.
I raised this point when one day.
Thank you. Very good point, sir.
So,
Ashok ji will talk about this in detail after the lunch. Vinod sir.
One question for Mr. Sharad Khanna. There are a lot of reports that our neighbors' army, they're using drones for dropping drugs and weapons in our country. Is our Indian Army or Defense Forces also using it? That is point number one. Number two, can't these drones be detected by radars which are coming in from across the border?
Yes, we have anti-drone systems which can detect these drones. However, there are limitations to the size and to at what height they're flying at. We're working with Punjab Police on the same, so what they saw the drone, they have the drone with them, but they couldn't find anything inside the drone. For example, no data, no transponders, no flight controllers. So these drones were being flown manually. So I make a drone and I'm just flying it manually without the help of any flight controllers or any artificial intelligence or any algorithms. So these, when we talk about these kind of drones, they're very difficult to detect, and industry is working on getting anti-drone system for something like this as well.
Because right now the drones are coming across the border and they're dropping the weapons and drugs, and then they're going back also. So they're using it multiple times.
Some of them, yes, they are. Again, not using GPS systems, not using flight controllers. When there is no electronics involved inside it, it's very difficult to detect them. Outside, what is the size of the drone and can be detected on radars or not?
Afternoon to all of you. Mohan sir, this is for you. We know each other for more than 30 years now almost. I started supplying you slit coils from SR Steel way back in '95 when I was the regional head there. We did about 5,000 tons on an annual basis. So this is about 250,000 tons. So that's averaging about 15% of CAGR for you in terms of growth. So how do you see this growth? Is it going to be continuous like this for the coming years in India, or is it going to be larger? Or are we in a position to export further so that my steel consumption goes up and the portion of growth which I see today in steel industry is going to be on HR coils and CR coils tomorrow. And CR coils is yet to really come into the place, but HR is already come into the place. So this is one part. The second part I wanted to understand is, out of this 250,000 tons, what is a portion of defense? Because we are in the defense segment today. So what is a portion of defense activity which we are really looking at? You as an MD of the company obviously was looking at probably an increase even in the similar ratios of 15% of CAGR ratios. That's what exactly I wanted to know. And is there another, the third commercial part I wanted to understand is there price difference between the defense PEB and other PEBs? That is also what I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll answer one by one. The first on the prospects of growth, definitely it is bright right now. India is on the threshold of a booming economy compared to globally. All the economies are down and we are doing well, and thanks to a lot of initiatives taken by the government, the PLI schemes, Atmanirbhar Bharat and all. So we are seeing a lot of projects coming up in on the PLI scheme, and because at least we being in the infrastructure industry, we can first feel, I can say the first feelers of the economy would be felt by the basically capital goods manufacturers, which we are. So we see that there is definitely a potential to grow, and for the industry as such, it is not only a pre-engineered building industry or the steel industry. I see that there is a significant growth coming up in the next 10 years at least, and it all depends on how you manage your businesses, because the competition is going to be very tough, So we need to see that we stick to our basics, fundamentals should be strong, and then I'm sure about Indian growth story is something which is very true, and because we see economies all over, unless something dramatic happens, because if you really see today, the global situation is very volatile. You go to Middle East, the growth is different except for Saudi. You go to different parts of the world. I don't want to really get into the political angle there. So yes, on the first part, the growth is going to be there for all the people who are going to be in this industry at this time. The timing is perfect. Second, you were talking about whether there is a difference between what is the defense and normal thing, normal building. Normally, for a defense establishment, the specifications are different. Normally, suppose we are having a different specification for a normal warehouse is different. For a factory building is different. Factory building situated in a different area depending upon the wind load, seismic zones, it would be different. So when we compare with that, normally it is almost similar, except for in defense there would be a little more specifications which will be little tighter. So otherwise, if you really see, because finally we build a building to last for 50, 100 years. We don't build a building for defense which will last for 50, 100 and a normal thing for 5, 10 years. No way. Because this is a capital product, and for defense, whatever is the spend, in fact, whether it is steel, whether it is drone, everything have to be manufactured in a building. So finally, maybe the total investment in a building may be around 15% of their total cost, but 85% of their investment is encapsulated in this 15%. So we have to be very careful. So we ensure that whether it is defense or any other, based on the specs, whatever is given, is there is no much difference otherwise. On the sustainable part, yes, there is a lot of aspects. We were talking about another third one was
the portion of defense in this 2,50,000.
Right now it is not much, because defense was never opening up, whereas we are doing, like normally, like if you really see, we do this factories for ordnance factories, we do a lot of other MES projects which I cannot talk right now, and also some like even this aircraft hangars, whether it is for Rafale or any other thing. So these all would be there, but I would not say it is significant. But right now, Government of India is opening up the defense. As I told you, there is a defense corridors getting opened, and I see a lot of possibilities that we will be able to contribute for the country's growth over there. So I see that there is a earlier defense was not really like what we were discussing earlier, was not opening up for the country. Most of it was coming from outside. But now I think things would change. But right now it's not, as a percentage wise, it's not that.
So one sweet word, sir. I think steel industry is ready to serve you, to do all that defense work which you are doing already.
Yes, definitely. Steel industry has always been supporting us, because whether it is new grades of steel from a normal, no, it is not a normal commercial steel what we use, as you are aware. We use different alloy which we use for getting a grade 350 or a 450 type of material, and even 550. So definitely steel industry, we are here. Earlier, I would say maybe around 20 years back, most of the steel was getting imported, and even for pre-engineered buildings here we used to import our sheeting, even the color sheetings, and even this 350 grade or 450 grade was developed by SR at that time. So it is something which I think right now we are self-reliant, we are Atmanirbhar on steel, and now we need to look at Prime Minister's new call is Vikasit Bharat. So we need to see how we can take this forward to be a developed country in the next 1.5 decade maximum.
So before we close this session, I want to ask all three of you what is the one thing you want to say, because we will be preparing the report after this conference, which we will be sending it to the relevant departments and the delegates who have attended the conference. So what is the one message you want to give to the industry, for steel makers and also for the defense? So we will start with you.
We have the capacity and we can do it.
Mohan sir, one message you want to give to the industry?
I think industry has matured enough from what it was earlier, and right now I think we are all geared up, and frankly, as we were discussing just now, everything is available in the country. We don't need to go out. So we are all set to meet any type of defense requirements or the industry requirements or any type of infrastructure requirements. We are all there. So definitely I think we can work together and grow together.
Amit ji.
Yeah, so that one thing which came to my mind, that there is something called standard and there is something called standardization. Standards allows us to select a full range of steel sections and everything. But if we follow some level of standardization, so definitely it will help both the sides, both the steel manufacturers as well as the users, to minimize the overall delivery timeline and the project timeline. So it should be a collaborative work to standardize more and more, so that it will be beneficial for the industry as overall.
So I think this is one of the very interesting session we had, and it only talks about infrastructure for defense. And as we see there, we are quite import dependent, but then opportunities are opening up for the domestic steel manufacturers, and Kirby is one of the market movers I have observed, and I'm sure the people who supply to the Kirby, they also agrees with me. They are actually changing the market dynamics by making different kind of products for various industries, because I had Mohanji in my last program as well. During January at 6 degrees he came to Chandigarh to make a talk on how the Kirby steel for defense for warehouses. So there also the talk was different, and today also I can see Kirby is doing a lot for defense. With this we will close the session.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you, our esteemed speakers. We thank Mr. P.V. Mohan, Mr. Amit Kumar Santra, and Mr. Sharad Khanna. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation. Thank you for your engagement. This session indeed provided us with a very fascinating glimpse into the present and the future of defense technology, where innovation in AI and drone will definitely play a very pivotal role as we continue to push boundaries of what's possible. Let's push even further the spirit of ingenuity that drives our Make in India initiative. And thank you once again. And as a token of our gratitude, I would request Ms. Monica Batan to kindly present our mementos to our speaker. We thank them for their valuable inputs, insights, and enlightening us with the topic. Thank you, Mr. P.V. Mohan. Thank you, Mr. Santra. Thank you, Mr. Sharad Khanna. Thank you, Mr. Amit Kumar Santra. Thank you, Monica. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind all of you that at 4 o'clock we will be joined by our chief guest, the Honorable His Excellency Governor of Haryana, Mr. Bandaru Dattatreya. Also our guests of honor, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Steel, Shri Bhupati Raju Srinivasa Verma, and Member of Parliament, Shri Naveen Jindal, also Chairman, General Steel and Power. So 4 o'clock, do keep your engagement on till then, and we invite all of you to join us for lunch. The lunch is being served in the basement. Ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene at 1:45, that is in about half an hour from now. Please enjoy the lunch and join us back in time for our next session, that is at 1:45. Thank you.
Structure.
Fire and corrosion protection are critical for steel structures due to several reasons. AMITA fire protection. Structural integrity. Structure steel lose its strength at 550 degrees Celsius. If we use AMITA fire-resistant structure steel coating, it will enhance structure steel strength UPTO for hours in case of fire. Safety and compliance. Protecting steel structures from fire ensures the safety of occupants by providing more time for evacuation and emergency response. Economic impact. Fire damage can lead to costly repairs and replacements. Effective AMITA fire protection can mitigate these costs by preventing severe damage. AMITA corrosion protection. Longevity. Steel is susceptible to corrosion when exposed to moisture and other environmental factors. Corrosion protection extends the lifespan of the structure. Structural integrity. Corrosion can weaken steel, compromising the structural integrity and leading to potential failure or collapse. Environmental impact. Corrosion protection can prevent the release of rust and other byproducts into the environment, reducing environmental impact. By implementing This video shows how easily enamel paint catches fire on fire hydrant pipes, creating thick smoke and aiding in the rapid spread of fire. Repeated coatings every 3 years can turn surfaces into fire traps, increasing flammability with each layer. Here is our new coating, which restricts the pipe from catching fire and have smoke suppression properties along with antifungal and anti-corrosive properties, making it an AMITA fire and corrosion protection measures. The safety, durability, and economic efficiency of steel structures are significantly enhanced.
If the structural steel heats up or catches fire, it collapses.
If it is AMITA fire rated coating, then it will not collapse. If we do AMITA silicon epoxy-based fire-resistant coating ARC254, then it will solve both purposes, corrosion and fire. So now you too choose the one chosen by our business experts. Visit amituf.com.
The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL succeeds when India grows.
When India decided to build its first indigenous aircraft carrier,
INS Vikrant. SAIL partnered the nation by supplying the entire quantity of DMR-grade specialty steel for building it. SAIL supplies steel for submarines, armored vehicles and other critical defense requirements. There's a little bit of SAIL in everybody's life.
Why fire and corrosion protection important for all types of steel structure?
Fire and corrosion protection are critical for steel structures due to several reasons. AMITA fire protection. Structural integrity. Structure steel lose its strength at 550 degrees Celsius. If we use AMITA fire-resistant structure steel coating, it will enhance structure steel strength UPTO for hours in case of fire. Safety and compliance. Protecting steel structures from fire ensures the safety of occupants by providing more time for evacuation and emergency response. Economic impact. Fire damage can lead to costly repairs and replacements. Effective AMITA fire protection can mitigate these costs by preventing severe damage. AMITA corrosion protection. Longevity. Steel is susceptible to corrosion when exposed to moisture and other environmental factors. Corrosion protection extends the lifespan of the structure. Structural integrity. Corrosion can weaken steel, compromising the structural integrity and leading to potential failure or collapse. Environmental impact. Corrosion protection can prevent the release of rust and other byproducts into the environment, reducing environmental impact. By implementing proper AMITA fire and corrosion protection measures, the safety, durability, and economic efficiency of steel structures are significantly enhanced.
If the structural steel heats up or catches fire, it collapses.
If it is AMITA fire rated coating, then it will not collapse. If we do AMITA silicon epoxy based fire resistant coating ARC254, then it will solve both purposes, corrosion and fire. So now you too choose the one chosen by our business experts. Visit amituf.com.
The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL succeeds when India grows.
When India decided to build its first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant, SAIL partnered the nation by supplying the entire quantity of DMR-grade specialty steel for building it. SAIL supplies steel for submarines, armored vehicles and other critical defense requirements. There's a little bit of SAIL in everybody's life.
Why fire and corrosion protection important for all types of steel structure?
Fire and corrosion protection are critical for steel structures due to several reasons. AMITA fire protection. Structural integrity. Structure steel lose its strength at 550 degrees Celsius. If we use AMITA fire-resistant structure steel coating, it will enhance structure steel strength UPTO 4 hours in case of fire. Safety and compliance. Protecting steel structures from fire ensures the safety of occupants by providing more time for evacuation and emergency response. Economic impact. Fire damage can lead to costly repairs and replacements. Effective AMITA fire protection can mitigate these costs by preventing severe damage. AMITA corrosion protection. Longevity. Steel is susceptible to corrosion when exposed to moisture and other environmental factors. Corrosion protection extends the lifespan of the structure. Structural integrity. Corrosion can weaken steel, compromising the structural integrity and leading to potential failure or collapse. Environmental impact. Corrosion protection can prevent the release of rust and other byproducts into the environment, reducing environmental impact. By implementing proper AMITA fire and corrosion protection measures, the safety, durability, and economic efficiency of steel structures are significantly enhanced.
If the structural steel heats up or catches fire, it collapses.
If it is AMITA fire-rated coating, then it will not collapse. If we do AMITA silicon epoxy-based fire-resistant coating ARC254, then it will solve both purposes, corrosion and fire. So now you too choose the one chosen by our business experts. Visit amituf.com.
The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL succeeds when India grows.
when India decided to build its first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant. SAIL partnered the nation by supplying the entire quantity of DMR-grade specialty steel for building it. SAIL supplies steel for submarines, armored vehicles and other critical defense requirements. There's a little bit of SAIL in everybody's life.
Why fire and corrosion protection important for all types of steel structure?
Fire and corrosion protection are critical for steel structures due to several reasons. AMITA fire protection. Structural integrity. Structure steel lose its strength at 550 degrees Celsius. If we use AMITA fire-resistant structure steel coating, it will enhance structure steel strength UPTO for hours in case of fire. Safety and compliance. Protecting steel structures from fire ensures the safety of occupants by providing more time for evacuation and emergency response. Economic impact. Fire damage can lead to costly repairs and replacements. Effective AMITA fire protection can mitigate these costs by preventing severe damage. AMITA corrosion protection. Longevity. Steel is susceptible to corrosion when exposed to moisture and other environmental factors. Corrosion protection extends the lifespan of the structure. Structural integrity. Corrosion can weaken steel, compromising the structural integrity and leading to potential failure or collapse. Environmental impact. Corrosion protection can prevent the release of rust and other byproducts into the environment, reducing environmental impact. By implementing proper AMITA fire and corrosion protection measures, the safety, durability, and economic efficiency of steel structures are significantly enhanced.
If the structural steel heats up or catches fire, it collapses.
If it is AMITA fire rated coating, then it will not collapse. If we do AMITA silicon epoxy-based fire-resistant coating ARC254, then it will solve both purposes, corrosion and fire. So now you too choose the one chosen by our business experts. Visit amituf.com.
The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL succeeds when India grows.
When India decided to build its first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant, SAIL partnered the nation by supplying the entire quantity of DMR-grade specialty steel for building it. SAIL supplies steel for submarines, armored vehicles, and other critical defense requirements. There's a little bit of SAIL in everybody's life.
Why fire and corrosion protection important for all types of steel structure?
Fire and corrosion protection are critical for steel structures due to several reasons. AMITA fire protection. Structural integrity. Structure steel lose its strength at 550 degrees Celsius. If we use AMITA fire-resistant structure steel coating, it will enhance structure steel strength UPTO 4 hours in case of fire. Safety and compliance. Protecting steel structures from fire ensures the safety of occupants by providing more time for evacuation and emergency response. Economic impact. Fire damage can lead to costly repairs and replacements. Effective AMITA fire protection can mitigate these costs by preventing severe damage. AMITA corrosion protection. Longevity. Steel is susceptible to corrosion when exposed to moisture and other environmental factors. Corrosion protection extends the lifespan of the structure. Structural integrity. Corrosion can weaken steel, compromising the structural integrity and leading to potential failure or collapse. Environmental impact. Corrosion protection can prevent the release of rust and other byproducts into the environment, reducing environmental impact. By implementing proper AMITA fire and corrosion protection measures, the safety, durability, and economic efficiency of steel structures are significantly enhanced.
If the structural steel heats up or catches fire, it collapses.
If it is AMITA fire-rated coating, then it will not collapse. If we do AMITA silicon epoxy-based fire-resistant coating ARC254, then it will solve both purposes, corrosion and fire. So now you too choose the one chosen by our business experts. Visit amituf.com.
The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL succeeds when India grows.
when India decided to build its first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant. SAIL partnered the nation by supplying the entire quantity of DMR-grade specialty steel for building it. SAIL supplies steel for submarines, armored vehicles and other critical defense requirements. There's a little bit of SAIL in everybody's life.
Why fire and corrosion protection important for all types of steel structure?
Fire and corrosion protection are critical for steel structures due to several reasons. Amita fire protection. Structural integrity. Structure steel lose its strength at 550 degrees Celsius. If we use Amita fire-resistant structure steel coating, it will enhance structure steel strength UPTO for hours in case of fire. Safety and compliance. Protecting steel structures from fire ensures the safety of occupants by providing more time for evacuation and emergency response. Economic impact. Fire damage can lead to costly repairs and replacements. Effective Amita fire protection can mitigate these costs by preventing severe damage. Amita corrosion protection. Longevity. Steel is susceptible to corrosion when exposed to moisture and other environmental factors. Corrosion protection extends the lifespan of the structure. Structural integrity. Corrosion can weaken steel, compromising the structural integrity and leading to potential failure or collapse. Environmental impact. Corrosion protection can prevent the release of rust and other byproducts into the environment, reducing environmental impact. By implementing proper Amita fire and corrosion protection measures, the safety, durability, and economic efficiency of steel structures are significantly enhanced.
If the structural steel heats up or catches fire, it collapses.
If it is Amita fire rated coating, then it will not collapse. If we do Amita silicon epoxy based fire resistant coating ARC254, then it will solve both purposes, corrosion and fire. So now you too choose the one chosen by our business experts. Visit amituf.com.
The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL succeeds when India grows.
when India decided to build its first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant. SAIL partnered the nation by supplying the entire quantity of DMR-grade specialty steel for building it. SAIL supplies steel for submarines, armored vehicles, and other critical defense requirements. There's a little bit of SAIL in everybody's life.
Why fire and corrosion protection important for all types of steel structure?
Fire and corrosion protection are critical for steel structures due to several reasons. AMITA fire protection. Structural integrity. Structure steel lose its strength at 550 degrees Celsius. If we use AMITA fire-resistant structure steel coating, it will enhance structure steel strength UPTO for hours in case of fire. Safety and compliance. Protecting steel structures from fire ensures the safety of occupants by providing more time for evacuation and emergency response. Economic impact. Fire damage can lead to costly repairs and replacements. Effective AMITA fire protection can mitigate these costs by preventing severe damage. AMITA corrosion protection. Longevity. Steel is susceptible to corrosion when exposed to moisture and other environmental factors. Corrosion protection extends the lifespan of the structure. Structural integrity. Corrosion can weaken steel, compromising the structural integrity and leading to potential failure or collapse. Environmental impact. Corrosion protection can prevent the release of rust and other byproducts into the environment, reducing environmental impact. By implementing proper AMITA fire and corrosion protection measures, the safety, durability, and economic efficiency of steel structures are significantly enhanced.
If the structural steel heats up or catches fire, it collapses.
If it is AMITA fire rated coating, then it will not collapse. If we do AMITA silicon epoxy-based fire-resistant coating ARC254, then it will solve both purposes, corrosion and fire. So now you too choose the one chosen by our business experts. Visit amituf.com.
The Patratu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther TMT rebars, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading condition, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to JSPL's national commitment. JSPL succeeds when India grows.
when India decided to build its first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant. SAIL partnered the nation by supplying the entire quantity of DMR-grade specialty steel for building it. SAIL supplies steel for submarines, armored vehicles, and other critical defense requirements. There's a little bit of SAIL in everybody's life.
Why fire and corrosion protection important for all types of
Our next session is on emerging trends in defense material. The discussion points in this session will be high strength steels for defense applications, enhanced durability and performance with extreme conditions, increased use in armor plating and structural components. Please join me in welcoming on the dais our esteemed speakers for this session, Mr. R.K. Goyal, Managing Director, Kalyani Steel, Mr. S.K. Pradhan, CMO, Jindal Steel and Power, Mr. Vinod Gupta, ED Commercial SAIL, Mr. Deepak Gupta, Head Quality Expansion Project, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to advance in the field of defense, staying abreast of emerging trends in materials is crucial for maintaining our strategic edge. It is our next session. In this, our next session, we will explore the latest innovation and developments that are shaping the future of defense materials and paving way for new possibilities. We have our esteemed speakers with us on the dais. To start with, I would request Mr. R.K. Goyal, Managing Director, Kalyani Steel, for his presentation, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Friends, I am going to make presentation on materials for defense industry, and when we say defense industry, it automatically includes aerospace, it includes naval systems and equipments. Now, first of all, let's look at the total budget of defense industry. This year, as per the budget, 6.2 lakh crore will be spent on defense. We find that as a percentage, there is a decreasing trend. However, the absolute amounts are continuously increasing. The defense expenditure are increasing at a CAGR of 7%. As far as defense production is concerned in India, we produce only around 20% of total budget, which is around 5.9 lakh crore last year. The total production is 1.26 lakh crore. Out of that, only 26,000 is by private sector. Rest all is by PSUs and the government companies. Out of this 26,000 crore, a good portion of this is exports. Now total exports from India is around 21,000 crore, and we find that 62% is exported by the private sector. And that's where lies a big opportunity. Now on one hand, we are talking about certain bad things happening globally, whether it is Russia-Ukraine war or whether what is happening in Israel, Gaza, Hamas, all such things. At the same time, it is bringing a lot of opportunities for countries like India. In addition to this geopolitical situation, there is additional thing which is like US, who is dependent on Russia for certain materials, metals and products, like to come out of it. Same thing, there is a great desire to move out of China. Now all these things are throwing huge opportunity for India. I was talking to Mr. Sharma. They are finding big opportunities in Ukraine. Many such opportunities are coming to us also. Like the materials, till yesterday India was importing from Ukraine. Today they want to import from us. And they have a huge requirement because their plants are demolished. They will take several years to rebuild them, and they need metals and materials. So it's a huge opportunity. It's a great time for India. Only thing is, it is up to us how well we can utilize it. Similar thing in US. The orders for aircraft, the aviation industry is flooded with orders for aircraft, and hence the materials, and they are not getting it. It looks very surprising, but the fact remains they are not getting adequate quantity. They have orders for aircraft, they are not getting adequate quantity of engines, and so forth. So that is also throwing a big opportunity. And in the process, of course, there is a long lead time for approvals. So all those who like to play in this field can jump into it, try to get approvals, and can manufacture these metals. The kit is so big, it has space for anybody and everybody from our country. India is the top importer of defense equipments and products globally. The largest partners are Russia, France, and then third is US. Now, from Russia as well as France, we are largely importing aircrafts, missiles, and we do have offset programs, but it is not taking off that well, partly because strategic materials are not available in the country, they are not produced. At the same time, it is chicken and egg story. Each requirement is very, very small. Like this morning we were discussing that each individual order is not economically viable. There was a suggestion, why don't we export, but then unless we are approved, we cannot export. For that particular application, nobody will buy material. That's a huge challenge. We can produce, but we cannot export. It may be approved by one party, one manufacturer, but that same approval is not valid for other. In fact, in Western and American countries, there is huge trade barrier. The big approval process, which takes up to 10 years and huge amount of investment in several heats and testings which you have to produce. Like it has taken us some 14 years for a European company to get now self-approval. And in this 14 years, we had supplied in total more than 30,000 ton material to them. And the material used to go to Europe, it used to be tested, and then once they approve, then only we can dispatch to them. And there is a very long process of approval, there is a long process of testing, and we need to have that sort of patience to get approval and start business. Same thing is in various other departments where we are able to export relatively easily, but then even within our own country, we are not able to supply. If we look at the positive parts, the target for next year domestic production is 175,000 tons, which is almost 25% higher, more than 25% higher as compared to last year. Same thing is for export, and it's a big opportunity for private sector to take part in it and start exporting. This is the time where we can get relatively faster approvals and make India Atmanirbhar for metals. If you look at the type of metals which are required for defense and aviation industry, basically the base metals are not very different. It is same metals, whether it is aluminum, alloy steels, which requires basically nickel, moly, vanadium, tungsten, titanium, composites and ceramics. Now it is a issue related to the beside the recipe, the production process, manufacturing process, the cleanliness of the steel, the inclusion content in the steel, the gaseous content in the steel. That's what Mr. Jha explained this morning extremely well. So, and then further the heat treatment, so, and then further machining and all. So it's a combination of all such things, alloying elements, purity of steel, and how do we produce. Now that's where a lot of new facilities which come into picture, whether it is VIM, ESR, VAR. And even if one has all this equipment, these facilities, that does not mean he will be able to produce. There is a lot of processing technology, manufacturing technology which gets involved and which takes long time to successfully able to produce. Like we did a lot of a lot of preparation, lot of work, lot of testing, and a great amount of experience before we could ensure that this gun barrel steel we are able to produce first time right. It requires very large fatigue strength, and the quantity of one barrel is ranging between anything 10 to 15 tons of steel. But fortunately, we could do it, and then all our exports and even domestic supplies, we are able to utilize our own gun barrel steel. We are able to export beside guns, barrels also. Now, these are some of the details about various materials and their applications. Largely you will find the applications are in relation to lightweight, weight per unit of strength. Now, it has to be the least weight per unit of strength and various other properties, whether it is specialty steel alloys, titanium alloys, tungsten alloys, super alloys, armor steel. We are producing all these materials, but again, we are successful in developing and getting approval in some of them, but there are thousands of grades which are required to be produced to service the defense and aerospace. Now, these are some of the grades, materials which are imported into the country, and of course they can be developed, and one need really deep pockets so that we are able to produce, keep the balance material in inventories, and supply samples for approval. The interesting thing is, for the same application, no two companies have same material. There will be little difference, and hence you have to produce little material with little difference in chemistry, and there is a separate approval process. Whether it is in aerospace, whether it is in defense, the material is highly customized for each customer and its applications. Now, just a thought, whether it is possible in India to rationalize, to reduce number of grades required for a particular application by various customers. In the process, will be much more closer to the minimum order quantity. The cost will come down, and service will be better, and it will really help us in making Atmanirbhar much faster. As I mentioned till now, the challenges are overall demand, minimum order quantity, approved sources, and customized testing. Now, the positive aspect is the demand is increasing in the country, even if people are importing today, but the total demand is increasing. Hence, we may be able to produce that much quantity and supply. We just cannot supply to the service centers abroad, basically because they need approval from the customers in their countries, and there again the same level of same process is there, and hence it is difficult, it is impossible to supply to them. So best is to start within India. We do rationalization of grades, we supply here, develop here, and then India is going to be the largest market, whether it is military aircrafts or components for the aviation industry or defense production. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal, for very valuable insight as we delve deeper into the emerging trends in defense materials. And now I would invite Mr. S.K. Pradhan, CMO, Jindal Steel and Power, for his inputs, please.
This I think बहुत ज़्यादा ही ऊंचा हो गया. Maybe I don't need this. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And I first let me start with a thank to Metalogic for arranging this conference. You know, a few days back, I think I met Monica ma'am in a conference, and there she just mentioned that we want to have this particular event focused only on defense. I thought it's a wonderful idea, and then, you know, I was rather following up with her when you want to have this, you know, because it's such a dear topic to our heart, and we take pride in developing so many of defense grades in Jindal Steel and Power, and so much of focus on defense that we thought, let's have such event. It will be a wonderful idea to have like-minded people sitting in a room and discussing what is the emerging trends and what are the challenges and how, as a country, you know, we can improve our defense capabilities. This year defense budget, although some of the things may be repetitive, as Goyal Saab has already covered, you know, in his address, wonderful address, you know, wonderful presentation. So defense budget has increased from 5.93 to 6.21 lakh crore that we have seen, and it's an increase of almost 4.8% year on year. The important thing is that the capex here in the budget has increased by more than almost 10% from to almost 1.72 lakh crores, you know, and that is where most of the defense equipment manufacturing will take place. The focus on this defense budget is there are three aspects: modernization, indigenization, and focus on research and development. So there is a strong focus on Atmanirbharta in the budget, Make in India, you know, and how we can indigenize most of the defense supplies in the country. So there is a guideline, or that 75% of modernization budget should be procured from domestic sources, and that's a guideline which is strongly focused towards Atmanirbhar or self-reliance, you know. And to cover up that part of defense procurement, there is a focus on R&D as well. So DRDO budget has been increased this year. There is a strong focus you will see on improving the border infrastructure. So there is almost 30% higher budget allocation to that, and there are also a lot of steel gets consumed, high specialty or ultra high strength steels are getting consumed there. There is a focus on enhancing the capabilities of Coast Guard, you know, so the budget has been increased for them as well by 6.31% to 7,650 crores, you know. So so a theme which is throughout the defense budget you will see is that a strong focus on improving upper defense capabilities, and through indigenized sources, you know, through domestic capability of increasing the domestic sources. When we talk of increasing the defense production within the country, you know, without having a reliable supply chain for such defense production, you know, you can't have capabilities to develop, you know, equipments or in the aerospace or in the shipyards, you know, which are all flush with orders, you know, as Goyal Sahab was mentioning. All the there is a huge order balance with the aerospace industry. All the shipping industry, you know, are full with naval shipyard. There is a lot of orders for at least for a decade. Orders are available, and they're not able to deliver. And they're all looking to us as a steel industry to improve our capabilities and service them material on time, you know. And most of this material are ultra high strength, quench and tempered material, so very, very specialized exotic grades, you know. There are a few key trends also if you look at in the what's happening in the defense sector. So there's a strong focus on moving to lightweight and high performance steel, like high strength low carbon steel or high strength low alloy steels, you know. The strength to weight ratio is a key factor there for aerospace as well as naval industry. There is a defense infrastructure. There is the border infrastructure. The budget has been increased. So, you know, there is a high demand for high-grade steel for construction of military bases and bunkers, you know, anti-ballistic, you know, ballistic resistant bunkers, and for that high-strength steels are needed. Development of modular and mobile infrastructure for using advanced steel solutions. So you know, there is a focus on collaboration and joint ventures. You know, recently Tata and Boeing had a collaboration, DRDO Midhani had a collaboration. So there is a focus from the government side to increase the collaboration with the global technology providers, so that a lot of things can be indigenized. Focus on smart and adaptive materials, and then enhancement in manufacturing technologies, you know, like 3D printer, AI, automating the entire defense capabilities, you know, in the naval shipyard, for example, you know. We were discussing with some of the naval shipyards, and they were saying there is a capability side, you know, or capacity side. They are struggling to fabricate most of the ships for which they have orders. So if it can be automated, you know, that can be. So there is a strong focus on automating the entire supply chain. So these are the emerging trends which will keep on happening, you know. We as JSPL, we are focused on defense, as I mentioned, and this is very close to the company. You know, we have developed a lot of grades for Army as well as for Naval. CDA 99 armor steel plates we have developed, high strength S890, 960, or through TMCP condition 550 MC, DMR 1700 for main battle tanks Arjun, or we have developed. We have also created tracksuit, which is an entirely new product. First time in the India we have developed tracksuits, and which is run through the entire homologation process, and now it's ready to use. We have started supplying it. DMR 249A and DMR 301, high strength steel for submarine and naval applications, that we are regularly supplying. Our collaborations are, we have recently signed an MOU with Coast Guard for indigenous marine grade steel. We have all this. Have collaboration with Indian Army for development of grades like CDA 99 and DMR 1700. You know, some of the grades which we are supplying: plates for ballistic resistance and structural applications. CDA 99 we are supplying. We are supplying S690, 960 QL as well as S890 QL. These are some of the ultra high strength steel which we supply. For Navy, this is we have developed a DMR 249 as well as DMR 301. You know, both the grades we have for warships and as well as submarines. You know, and we are also developing a lot of grades. Since these are on the developmental stage, we are not mentioning it here. You know, now I will come to some of these challenges which Goel Sahab also mentioned in his speech. You know, the first one is the small order quantity. You know, with most of these orders of defense are in a very small lot for a particular grade, and producing in a steel mill of 6 million ton capability and a plate mill of 2 million ton capability with 250 metric ton heat size, that becomes a big challenge for us. And that's where you know, if we can have, you know, and most of these grades are having a very limited or low dual phase potential limits, you know, to make it commercially viable. That's a big challenge which we face in supplying. You know, research and development, you know, the cost for developing grade indigenous is very, very high, and with no commitment on the quantity or very small quantity commitment, this becomes a problem, you know. And so therefore most of the companies, what they do is that they don't do their own R&D, and they license it with a global company. However, with with end use restriction, you know, that again becomes a problem. Recently the government has come up with LA TOT agreement, license agreement for transfer of technology from DRDO and defense PSUs. That probably will help in this aspect, but this is an issue which we face. We also have a lack of testing facilities in the country. This becomes very important because for developing a particular grade, if we don't have testing facilities, then we need to develop to facilities somewhere in Singapore or somewhere abroad. And then the total turnaround time for developing a grade becomes very, very long. Some of the grades we took almost 2 to 3 years just because of testing facilities, for development. This is also becomes a cost issue then, Then another aspect which is the multiplicity of technical specifications, So for any particular for any particular use, everybody will have a different specification. Even the usage is similar, and then you need to have the entire approval, run through the entire approval process for that particular specification. So, and then you can't produce also together. So this becomes a problem, So if we can have standard defense grades, again for a particular application, then probably this problem can be avoided, And then approved source certification becomes a problem in the sense most of the global OEMs have their approved sources, and and those approved sources are identified at the time of developmental stage. So changing a approved source at the time of midway becomes a problem, and the cost becomes very, very expensive. So this may be allowed, and also if we can have Indian standards for most of the defense applications, then probably this problem can be taken care of. How we can move forward with this type of issues, So I think there is a need to have a collaborative efforts. There is a need to strengthen the cooperation between steel industry, defense research organizations, and academia, defense public sectors, So which can help in creating an ecosystem within the country for defense applications. There needs to be a strong focus on R&D, the sustained focus on R&D to build a strong defense manufacturing will be needed to build a strong defense manufacturing ecosystem. Government should also support the Indian steel industry to export of defense grade steels. This can help us in achieving an economy of scale and reduce the cost of production for defense grades. Demand side interventions from the government side to facilitate indigenization of military material with MOQs and with long-term order visibility and exclusive long-term agreement with defense PSUs will help the industry. And then I spoke of dual use applications. So if we can identify defense materials that can also be used in civilian applications, and we can have such type of steels, then probably we can expand the market size for this, and that can bring an economy of scale for that. And also streamlining the process for specifications and approvals will also help the industry. So these are some of the problems which I thought if we can take care, it can help the defense industry. And I think from JSPL side, we are committed for defense applications. We have developed grades, and we'll keep on our research and focus on defense applications. If anybody has any question, you're most welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Pradhan, for your very insightful presentation into the evolving landscape of defense material and the challenges being faced. Your expertise and forward-thinking perspective, I'm sure, are very essential as we navigate these crucial advancements. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would invite Mr. Vinod Gupta, AD Commercial Sale, for his presentation, please.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It's a very quiet house after lunch, so I hope everyone is awake. First of all, let me tell you one thing. At the time of independence, I think India's dependence on imports of all defense products was at its peak. Almost 100% was being imported. SAIL was the pioneer in establishing, producing defense-grade steels. In 1965, we started our alloy steel plant at Durgapur, and Vishweshwarya Iron and Steel Plant started its steel production in 1923, but SAIL, it became a subsidiary of SAIL in 1989, and thereafter SAIL has always been concentrating to produce alloy steel grades for defense purpose there also. And we have been producing and supplying to various defense establishments. Before I start my presentations, a couple of points I would like to mention. I think in one of the presentations it was made very amply clear that imports in India of defense steel is basically mainly, defense products is mainly dependent on Russia, which is 36%, and France, which is at 33%, and US has 12-13%. I think time has come that because of geopolitical reasons, we need to really focus on Atmanirbharta in defense production, because the scene at geopolitical situation may change anytime globally, and people are on the lookout that India should not progress, should not become Atmanirbhar. So all the more the government of India, as well as all the steel players and all the defense players, we need to really tighten our belts, we need to increase our production, and we need to be really aggressive as far as the domestic production and exports are concerned. Because this situation may not continue for too long, where imports flow in freely. There may be some certain restrictions. I need not be too pessimistic out here, but we need to be really watchful and really be alert. Yeah, next slide. As far as the emerging trends in defense materials are concerned, the next generation defense materials are likely to revolutionize our defense industry with a focus on superior strength, lightweight properties, and adaptability. There are certain advanced materials which has already been talked about. I'll not repeat the things, where superior strength to weight ratios and resist corrosion and easy fabrication, long-lasting wear resistance will be major features. In fact, you'll be surprised to know that that iron pillar at Qutub Minar, which was erected in 5th century, even after 1600 years, it stands at the same level, no rusting. So we had the capability of producing alloy steels which didn't corrode for 1600 years. So we can as well improve our steel production. We'd have that confidence. Until 2001, the private sector was banned, and only government sector was allowed to produce defense products. And once this has been cleared, so there's a lot of impetus in producing, the private sector has also started producing defense products. Government has issued 606 licenses to 369 companies. And here I would like to point out that all these companies which have come up with this production, we need to increase our productions. There was a talk about MSMEs producing, finding it difficult to produce. I think government needs to really help let these MSMEs in production of defense materials. And time has come when all these steel major producers also need to bring about a synergy where we can really produce the defense products. In fact, we were discussing with my alloy steel plant colleagues sitting here. They were mentioning that there are certain grades which Kalyani and Midhani are producing, and we can roll those. There are certain products which we roll, they can produce it. Subsequent rollings can be done by those. I think time has come to bring about such sort of synergy. As of January 23, there are 14,000 MSMEs and 329 startups engaged in defense production. And India has been the largest importer in the year 2019 to 23 with almost 10% arms import. This is as regards to FDI, which has been allowed by Defense Ministry. Almost 74% has been allowed for FDIs. The exports you can see from 1,500 crores in 16-17, it has grown to 21,100 crores in 23-24. As far as the defense production in the metals, that this has already been covered up by many speakers, that nickel, aluminum, bronze, beryllium, copper, nickel, titanium for rockets, explosive, missiles, guided equipments. These are the trends that are coming up. These are required to make it more lighter and stronger. Titanium happens to be the most lightweight and stronger than other materials. The production value has surged to almost 1,27,000 crores in the year 23-24 as compared to the previous year, and it has grown by 17%. Okay, you mentioned something? Okay. India has the 4th largest military spending in 23, and it is still growing. Government aims to make India a leading global defense manufacturing hub. Today, there are 16 defense PSUs in the country, and they are producing almost 79.2% of the defense production and balance 21% by the private sector. Apart from these 16 defense PSUs, there are other companies like BML, BHEL, BEL. They also, in addition, who are contributing to the defense production. As regards to the budget allocation, you can see in the year 2014-15, it was 2,29,000 crores, which has gone up to 6,21,500 this year. So the amount of government spending and budget allocation is really spiraling in this country. As I covered that initially after independence, there were a lot of imports taking place. And SAIL is working in tandem with DMRL and DRDO to produce armored grade steels for main battle tanks. We are already producing this. Then SSB 26, 27, all these grades are being used by SAIL for making shells. Then 6555 M13, 8235 M15, and these grades are being used for barrel and breech blocks. DMR 249 is being used for making warships, hulls, and aircraft carriers and other ships. In fact, here I would like to mention that on the 16th or 17th of January this year, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji inaugurated a ship repairing center where all the global ships will be coming for repairs in Cochin shipyard. And Cochin shipyard will be taking up repairs of all the global ships which are likely to come to India. So there will be a lot of focus on ship repair also, apart from apart from producing aircraft carriers and other ships. These are some of the high-strength steels for Indian Army, which is being produced by SAIL. Jackal and spade grade plates are being produced at ISP and then moved to RSP for further rolling. These are used for main battle tanks, T-72, T-90. Arjun tanks also being made from this, and other mine-proof vehicles, bulletproof vehicles, and jackets are being made by using Jackal and spade grade plates. Armor steel is replacing 50 PI, where tanks and mine-proof vehicles are being made. Then 15 CR3 is being used for bottom parts of armored vehicles. Jackal plates are also being used for BMP 2 vehicles. Similarly, 2 PI plates are being used for turrets of BMP 2 vehicles. BPI 25 is being used for wheel covers for BMP vehicles. SAIL Kavach sheets are being used for bulletproof vehicles and jackets. Defense Stand 1013, 2H95 and W32539 is being used for 120 mm Arjun tank barrels and 155 Dhanush barrels. Similarly, DMR 249 I've already covered. It's used for flight carrier deck and platform. INS Vikrant was a true example of that. Similarly, AB3K is used for hulls of submarines. AB3KM is also used for hulls of submarines. 249A billets are being produced, which are being used by other producers, secondary producers, to make bulbas. SAIL Rath is being used for making Bofor gun carriage components. Special carbon steel is being used for Pinaka multi-barrel rockets, launchers components. GSS 9510 D120 grades is being used for Saltum gun barrels. Then 30X Kaga plates being used for muzzle brakes and gun barrels. 60 SI CR8 is being used for shell manufacture. EN2E special billet grades is used for guard of sprocket wheels of tanks. C60E billets are being used for shell manufacture. Similarly, 15 CD-V16 V6 special plates are being used for Agni missiles, outer motor casings, and BrahMos missile jackets. GMRL 1750 plates are being used for air containers. SAIL arm ingots which was covered in my director commercial speech, is used for ammunition testing. FE410 sheets is used for aerial bomb parts. 35 mm CM0 molybdenum 3 billets being used for 105 mm field guns. The government's endeavor to increase production by opening up defense for private sector has given a real boost to the country. In fact, the defense corridor, which has been approved by the government of India in the states of UP and Tamil Nadu, that needs a lot of attention by the producers, MSMEs, to produce defense gadgets, because the project was announced by government almost 3-4 years back, but yet a lot of things are yet to be done at those locations, because many of the people have acquired land and have not started the production. So I think government needs to support these MSMEs who are putting up in these two corridors. And the other part about the new materials like nanomaterials, aluminum alloys, composite materials, metamaterials, advanced ceramics, aluminum matrix mix find great utility for their high strength to weight ratio, high corrosion resistance, easy fabrication, and besides excellent wear resistance and thermal stability. This is an example of sail steel W32539 grades, which is used in the barrel of Dhanush. You can see here. Then sail spade steel, which is being manufactured at Rourkela with the initial supplies of semis from ISP, is being used for main battle tanks at Avadi. These are some shells which were used in the Indo-Pak War of 1971. I think this brass one, the left one, I think is still being used by the Indian Army, though the cost is very, very high as of now. Nowadays, these ordnance factories at Kanpur and Ambajari, they are using these shells today, and they appear to be like this. They are quite effective, and they are using alloy steels in manufacture of these shells. This is another example of those shells being used. This is SAIL supplying defense-grade steel to field gun factory for building rocket launchers. India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant, which was commissioned on 2nd September 22 by the Prime Minister. In this aircraft carrier, 30,000 plates were used in all 249A and B materials. And this entire 30,000 tons have been supplied by SAIL. This, you'll be happy to know that 100% steel requirement was supplied by SAIL, and other products and other requirements of various gadgets and all, they were imported to some extent, and overall there was an indigenous capacity consumption of 76% in this. Then the government had cleared making of 7 ships. I think 4 was done by MDL and 3 from GRSE, Calcutta. And these P-17 Alpha frigates, various similar models, 7 ships were approved by the government of India. And you'll be happy to know that all 7 ships were total steel consumption was supplied by Steel Authority of India Limited. And each ship consumed 4,000 tons of plates. So 4 into 7, this entire 28,000 tons was supplied by SAIL. This is the same P-70 Alpha frigate, INS Himgiri, which was commissioned in 20. This is P-70 frigate Udaygiri, built in May 22, launched in 22. This is Dunagiri, which was launched on 15th July 22. This is Taragiri, which was launched in September 22. P-17 frigate Vindhyagiri, this was launched on 17th August 23, and this was inaugurated by our Honorable President of India, Madam Murmu. P-17 Alpha frigate INS Mahendragiri, which was built by MDL, this was launched last year on 1st September 23, and this was launched by the Vice President of India. Thank you. That's all from my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. for sharing your in-depth knowledge and invaluable experience. It has been really instrumental in enhancing our own understanding and driving progress in this dynamic field. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Mr. Deepak Gupta, Head Quality Expansion Project, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, for his presentation, please. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and sorry for keep you waiting for a couple of minutes. I want to make a presentation on special steels for defense application. We heard a lot about so many steels that are being manufactured by SAIL, which is very, we feel very proud to be an Indian, and we are doing all this. And I would like to present before the August gathering here the kind of efforts that we are doing at AMNS, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, in this defense applications. So ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, as the name suggests, it is a joint venture between two of the largest steel producers of the world. ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel, they have a 10 million ton integrated steel plant situated at Hazira in Gujarat. And this is being further expanded to 15 million tons by adding new facilities in iron making, steel making, hot rolling, and a cold rolling mill complex for special automotive steels, including PLTCM, one CalGal line, 2 CGL lines, and this will come up next year, and by 26. Part of it will come next year. AMNS places safety, innovation, and technology at the heart of all the processes, and our goal is to create smarter steels, brighter futures for India and the world. And AMNS has developed and produces innovative high-quality steel products, many of which are import substitutes that go a long way in supporting our Honorable Prime Minister's initiative of Atmanirbhar Bharat. These are some of the widest range of flat products that we produce: hot rolled coils and sheets, cold rolled coils, hot dip galvanized coils, color coated coils, extra wide and thick plates going up to 5 meter width, and longitudinal saw and helical saw pipes. The product portfolio of AMNS includes ballistic grade steels for armoring of defense vehicles, We also produce steels for API grade steels for making pipes for transportation of oil and gas across the country. We are one of the 9 steel plants in the world to have the API monogram license to produce offshore grade plates as per API 2H, 2Y and 2W for applications like drilling platforms for oil and gas, etc. We are supplying steels for the metros as well as also for the bullet train. On the defense side, we produce high strength steels for the naval defense, and also we produce steels for other vessels as per different global classification societies for shipbuilding. We produce steels for boiler and pressure vessels and also for nuclear power plants. We produce abrasion resistant steels for yellow goods as well as for mining and earth moving equipment. And we produce high strength steels for highly engineered bridges like the Chenab Bridge, which is the highest arch bridge in the world with a height of 359 meters, and also bridges like the Bogibeel 4.94 meter long, which is a rail cum road bridge over the Brahmaputra in Assam. We produce automotive grade steels for vehicle manufacturers, construction steels, and steels for wind power as well as hydropower. So our technical know-how has been developed through our engagement with DMRL, Combat Vehicle R&D Establishment, CVRDE, Directorate of Naval Architecture, and also Directorate of Naval Design. And steel grades for naval defense developed for following applications like naval destroyers, naval offshore patrol vessels, Coast Guard offshore patrol vessels, rocket launcher, floating dock, landing platform dock, and submarines. And for land defense, we have produced steels for following applications like main battle tanks, mine protected and combat vehicles, artillery guns, military and civil vehicles, morcha machans, collapsible bridges, motor casings for missiles. Most of our indigenization is through product innovation, and for land defense we have produced grades like DMR 1700, which is a ultra high strength and high toughness grade plates produced from continuous cast slabs for the first time in the country. Spade 650 or CDA 99 armor grade steels for light and main battle tanks. Armor Pro 500 for armoring of combat vehicles. Protection against various threat levels and tested as per NIJ, STANAG, EN and MHA standards. And MIL 12560H, which is a high strength ballistic steel for artillery guns, and high strength quench and tempered modular bridge for modular bridges, grades like 690, 890 and 960 QL. And for naval applications, high strength, high toughness plates, DMR 249A, ranging from 3.15 to 50 mm. These are for basically for warships. And we are also producing DMR 301 high strength grade plates for subsea applications. So this is a steel that has been indigenously developed in-house. This is a grade with multiple applications, Armor Pro 500. It has a hardness of 500 BHN. It has ultra high strength greater than 1600 MPa and a with good impact properties. It has broad ballistic protection as per NIJ, STANAG, EN and MHA standards. It has good bendability and weldability, and it is used for arming of defense vehicles, VIP passenger cars, and protection structures. Available in thickness from 6 to 25 mm. These are some of the applications, as you can see the photographs, for army troop vehicles, morcha machans, passenger cars, security vans, etc. This table shows the ballistic performance of Armor Pro 500 grade, and it has been tested under various threat levels as per EN, NIJ, STANAG, and VPAM standards. And this ballistic testing has been carried out in Indian and overseas laboratories in Germany. These are some of the photographs on which the ballistic testing has been done. The top two photographs are the front and back sides of the same plate of 6 mm thickness, tested as per NIJ level 3, and the bottom two are similar for 14.5 millimeter thick Armor Pro 500 plates, tested as per NIJ level 4. Here you can see that it demonstrates the bendability of this grade, hard grade, and the bottom two photographs you can see at the bent portion ballistic testing has been done, and this is qualifying as per NIJ level 3's threat level. This is the another grade that we have developed in-house for armoring of artillery guns. This is also a high strength grade with more than 1000 MPa and with good impact properties at -40. It has qualified for ballistic protection as per MIL 12560 H standards, good formability and good weldability, and it's available in thickness from 8 to 20 mm. This is being used for artillery guns. And this is the ballistic performance of this grade. Plates of thickness 13.5, 15 and 16 mm have been tested at various threat levels with armor piercing ammunition. And these plates have been tested at HP White in USA. Now coming to the steel supplies for key defense projects. So this PED or CDA 99 grade high strength ballistic steels with excellent weldability was developed with CVRD awardee, and these are presently being supplied for Arjun Mark 1 alpha tanks to Ordnance Factory Medak. This is the ultra high strength 1700 DMR 1700 grade. This was developed with DMRL Hyderabad, and this has been made through continuous casting technology for first time in the country. The strength level is approximately around 2000 MPa, and this grade is presently being evaluated as a potential replacement to existing armor grade steel for lightweighting of main battle tanks. We have produced steels for advanced towed artillery guns and have supplied for prototype to Tata Power SED, and we have supplied 249 alpha for BrahMos missile launching pads of these two types, which is the QCIL or the quad launcher and the universal vertical launch module UVLM. On the naval side, we have produced this and supplied about 55,000 tons of DMR 249 alpha and 13,000 tons of DMR 249 alpha has been supplied for 4 numbers with Vishakhapatnam class vessels under project P15B, Indian Navy most advanced and stealth guided missile destroyers to Mazgaon docks. 3 vessels, Vishakhapatnam, Mormugao, and Imphal have already been launched, and the 4th vessel, Surat, is under construction at Mazgaon docks. The interesting part that I would like to share is that the crest of this vessel, Surat, was launched last year in November, and it has the photograph of the lighthouse at Hazira, where in Hazira we have the manufacturing plant, and it has that lighthouse on the emblem of the crest. We have produced steels about 8,000 tons and supplied to L&T at Kattapulli for construction of India's first floating dock for Indian Navy. This was launched near Chennai, and we are producing this grade for offshore petrol vessels and supplied not only 6,000 tons but much more for various Coast Guard applications. These are some of the accreditations and approvals that AMNS has presently of all the classification societies for shipbuilding as well as for other quality management systems, etc. And these are some of the esteemed defense customers that we have. So AMNS, in conclusion, I would like to say that AMNS has the capability to produce high-strength steel, high-quality steel plates required for naval and land defense. AMNS has supplied more than 55,000 tons of DMR 249 alpha for warships. It has the capability to produce heavy thickness, about 100 mm quench and tempered DMR 301 grade steel plates for subsea applications. We have developed and produced armor quality steel plates used for defense applications like DMR 1700 and SPADE 650 or CDA 99 up to 80 mm for main battle tanks. We produced Armor Pro 500 for armoring of vehicles and MIL 12560H for artillery guns that was developed in-house and supplied for various defense projects. And we have produced high-strength steel as per 690, 890 and 960 QL for structural applications like modular bridges for defense. And AMNS is actively participating in our Honorable Prime Minister's mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you. Just, can I put it back?
We are opening the house for Q&A. So those were the wonderful presentations, and some of the presentation actually gave us goosebumps. So thank you so much for those presentations. So we are, so whoever have any question, please raise your hands. Meanwhile, I'll start the question, sir. To Mr. R.K. Goyal. So how do you, how do the properties of steel used in defense application differ from those used in other industries, sir?
First and foremost is the cleanliness of the steel in terms of inclusions, in terms of gaseous content, and extremely low phos, sulfur, and various other unwanted non-metallic inclusions or metals. So it's that's a very specific requirement, so that it can meet the requirement of very high properties of fatigue and very high strength, as well as it has to be produced in a manner where longitudinal and transverse strengths are similar.
So my next question is for Mr. S.K. Pradhan. How is Jindal Steel and Power positioned to meet the growing demand for high performance material in the defense sector, sir?
Yeah, so most of this defense steel or plates rather are quench and tempered plates, right? And so we are putting up 2 more quench and tempered facility apart from the existing one. So probably we will become the largest quench and tempered plate manufacturer across the globe. You know, and then also, you know, we are also developing with our new hot strip mill coming up, we are developing thinner gauges also through quench and tempered route, which can be used for this high strength, light, low alloy steels and ultra high strength steels, you know, and with good properties.
So what is your current capacity, the plates which you are producing? Like you just said, we will become the
So
highest.
we have a capability to produce close to 20,000 tons of quench and tempered plates. Now after 2 more furnaces, it will become around 50,000 tons.
So that will be the highest in the world?
That will be one of the largest in the world.
Okay. Vinod sir, what strategic initiative has SAIL undertaken to enhance its offering for the defense sector?
I think as such, if you consider SAIL, there's a lot of focus on improving the production of DMR plates, where we are supplying to various naval establishments. And secondly, I would like to also point out that there are a lot of requirements from other defense units, where they are inquiring from our alloy steel plant, and we are currently supplying to those establishments. We are making changes at alloy steel plant, and we are discussing about increasing the capacity at alloy steel plant further, so that we meet the requirements of defense sector. And thirdly, that requirements of plates in spade and jackal, which is being produced at RSP, there also we are concentrating how we can increase the production, because the demand is growing. So at all the plants, we are trying to enhance and give priority to defense sector, and we'll certainly achieve that. And in fact, the customers who are available today, defense units, whosoever has got any requirements of alloy steels, special steels for defense, they can contact us. My colleagues from alloy steel plant are sitting here, and they can be contacted and inquiries can be sent to us. We'll definitely try to revert back, because a bit of tinkering in the chemistry will certainly, we can make many things produced at alloy steel plant. Thank you.
Deepak ji, what specific quality assurance practices and technologies are employed to meet the significant requirement of the defense sector at MNS?
See, as you asked the first question, that what are the different things that defense steels have as compared to others. So, as he rightly said, the internal cleanliness of steel is very important with respect to inclusion, tramp elements. The other thing is, of course, the high strength that is required, and that strength is required, you know, to contain the velocity of the projectile, or which is the ammunition. If it has to contain that, otherwise it will pierce through. And the third thing is also required is very high toughness. Toughness, because again, high velocity projectile, it has to deform plastically and does not let the bullet penetrate through. So these are the 3 properties, and when we are producing steel grades, we have to take care of all these in the quality of that steel, and we have to have rigorous testing, so that, you know, we not only we can assure quality, we are 100% sure by testing that all these batches are, you know, qualified for this kind of applications. And we have to be really very, very careful, and we are very happy to say that AMNS is fully equipped to make these kind of steels, with the kind of facilities that it has. Like we don't use external scrap because that is a source of various kind of tramp elements coming in. So we use only the virgin either DRI or hot metal that we have. And the second thing is we have vacuum furnaces. So we have to have vacuum degassing to, to ascertain the cleanliness of steels. And the biggest thing is that we have the very, very high powered plate rolling mill. So where we can get the isotropic properties by rolling in both directions, longitudinal and transverse direction, which is of course a feature of almost all plate mills. And lastly, the heat treatment that we do, that is it's a state-of-art heat treatment with roller hearth furnaces, and where furnaces are, there is nitrogen, so there is no oxygen to oxidize the plate. So the surface of the plates are kept, without oxidation. Those are the various things that we do for quality assurance for defense supplies.
So, like in steel, we have BIS standards, and BIS guru is sitting with us, Mr. ACR Das. Sir, if you could wave your hand. Yeah. So, is there any BIS certification standardization in alloy steel or defense steel, sir? It's an open question to everybody.
For each and every application in defense, who has specified the grades? We have largely imported from Russia, France, US, or some other countries. So the basic components which are required for this, or spares which are required, has been specified by all these people, and we are following those specifications. Now some of these steels are getting indigenized. We are producing those components. So there are no standards, because for the same application by different manufacturers, the properties or the nomenclature or the material is different. So I don't think there is a standardization which has been done as of now, and it requires Herculean efforts for any country to standardize or have BIS specifications or something, but then who will follow that? Everybody would like to have his own customized specifications.
So you're saying these standardizations are made by Russia and other countries?
No, the specifications are made by the country from where we are importing. We have, we have never done that. Only thing is what we have done, some of the steels which we have localized, we have produced indigenously, we have just copied that.
I want to have views of Mr. ACR Das as well. Sir.
If I can speak?
Yeah, of course.
See, as far as BIS is concerned, we do not have any standard for most of the defense steels or defense steels for defense applications. With ACR Das, I am also a member of the technical committee of MTD4 and actively involved in making, new standards for steel and also amending the old ones. Recently, what I've made is a standard on abrasion resistant steels, which is of steels with very high hardness going up to 600 BHN, and similar are the grades for defense, which are also having very high hardness. So this standard is under publication and will come out soon, but I think world over we do not have any country-wise standards for defense steel. Everyone has their own specifications, particularly depending on the application, and even when they ask for tests like ballistic tests, we have to follow like NIJ, National Institute of Justice in US, or STENAG, or so those are the standards which people are following.
Any question from the audience? So you want to add something? Shiv? There's a mic.
You made a presentation. In your presentation, you said that you are producing steel plates up to 100 mm. What is the basic input? Is it slab or ingots? Number one. Number two, slab means continuous cast slab. Number two, are you supplying in as-roll condition or in heat-treated condition?
For the 100 mm thickness plates that have been developed particularly for subsea applications, submarines. These are again very high strength, high toughness plates, and there is a requirement of this plate that the reduction ratio has to be 1:5. Now there is nobody in India or in the world who manufactures 500 millimeter thick slabs. I think Dillinger does that, but we are not very sure, and it's impossible to get them. So this was the dilemma, but we had collaborated with another company to supply us 4 slabs of 500 millimeter thick slabs, which were rolled into these 100 millimeter plates, and then these plates were quench and tempered to achieve the desired properties.
I would like to add further to your query. Number one, to have a BIS license for by the domestic producers or the steel products. If you have a BIS specification, number one, you need to have local production stabilized so that people who are importing, they import as per the BIS certification. That is point number one. Number two, if you implement that quality control order so that you get materials imported through BIS, there will be a delay because all the companies through which we are importing, they'll have to take the licenses first before those materials are imported in the country. So that will delay our defense procurement. Number three, there are certain products which my colleagues will mention, will agree that there are certain products where in defense production, for example, in sub-water requirements of those plates, that cannot be disclosed to, because there is a secrecy in defense requirements. So you cannot have a BIS order in those areas.
I think we will conclude this session. Yeah, okay.
For Mr. Goyal, depending on, because you mentioned that Kalyani has experience already in trying to export defense grade material. How has been your experience, sir? Number one, because in order to achieve the economies of scale, we always suggest that this is one of the possibilities by which one can overcome challenges like MOQ, etc. And number two, I wanted to ask you that Indian companies typically face these challenges in servicing defense requirements. And I'm sure similar dilemma also exists in case of the overseas companies. So what does your experience say, sir? How, number one, did you manage to go through the intricate process of getting approvals? And number two, how do the overseas companies overcome the challenge?
Okay, first of all, as far as steel for defense is concerned, we have not directly exported steel for defense. And I don't think I did mention that. And I did say that there is a serious issue of getting approvals. We have definitely exported material for aviation industry, which was not meant for military aircrafts. So it was not for defense, it was for aviation and for commercial aircrafts. As far as getting approval there, it's extremely difficult, extremely difficult. It's a very, very long approval process where heat after heat you have to keep on producing, submit samples, and they see the properties, they see the closeness in chemistry, they see lot of things. And once they find that there is a great amount of consistency, then you are allowed to supply a small lot, and by the time you are able to get a commercial order, it will take several years. Thank you. Hope I have answered your question.
Yeah, we'll take the last question.
Yeah. Can I? Yeah, I'm Anil. I'm from media, print. Can I digress from the metals outside the defense supplies? Yeah. So we will have CBM, GDPR, green hydrogen, green steel.
So for that we have another program in the month of September.
Okay. And if I restrict my question to this, is there any hand-holding being done for smaller units by the people who are the lead players at the moment.
Non-defense steel, you are saying?
Non-defense and defense, both.
Hand holding.
For small industries. The suppliers.
So I think we can discuss that after the program.
Can I take one, ma'am?
Yeah. So yours is the last question.
Yeah. My name is Vineet Wag. I'm from Mazgaon Dock Shipbuilders Limited. So it was nice to see all the projects here. Arsan Mittal has supplied to the P15 Bravo, Sail supplied to P17 Alpha. But and right now the shipbuilding industry is in the boom, like Goa Shipyard, JRAC, in MDL. Everyone are full of orders, and there is a huge requirement of steel in the future also. But the basic thing is that the ship structure is not it's not produced only from the steel plates, but what is required is the profiles also. Now all the 4 major mills are sitting on the dais, and we are getting the steel plates very easily from you people. But when it comes to the bulb bar, there is only 1 or 2 players into the market, and because of that we are having the steel plates in our store, but when it comes for the production we are searching for the bulb bar suppliers, and they are not able to keep the demand, and we are the production is getting delayed, the project, it affects on the projects. So I just wanted to know whether mills can't manufacture or produce these bulb bars, because in the inaugural session also the mills came to know, mills submitting that they wanted to do something for the nation. Now the nation is required the bulb bars. So can you put the light on this, please?
So most of these bulb bars are very small rolled sections, So we can produce those bulb bars. We are exploring those development of those bulb bars. We are already evaluating and trying to do that. We had a discussion with most of the shipyards, Cochin or Goa shipyard. They've already given the demands. So we are looking into it, but may not be all the bulb bar sections. Some of the major ones we are trying to develop.
Okay.
For the bulb bars, as you all know that AMNS is basically a flat steel producer, and for hulls and all you require flat steels. Bulb bars you need a long product manufacturing facility. AMNS is not there, but however there is 1 or 2 industries who manufacture these bulb bars, and we are supplying them DMR 249 alpha plates of higher thickness, which they use by cutting them into type of billets and rolling them into bulb bars. We are regularly doing that.
Yeah, actually there is players, but the demand in the future will be very huge, and this one player may not be able to handle all the requirement. That's why I'm saying whether if mill comes into the production, then that will help to the shipyards.
Let me mention here that as regards to Steel Authority of India Limited is concerned, we are supplying billets in 249A grade and to the bulb bar manufacturers. But the quantum as of now is not too huge. That's why it has never been thought of. But now since you are mentioning that the demand is likely to really spurt, so we'll have a view on this. If you can give us a likely demand that is likely to come in the next 3-4 years, that will certainly give us an option to think over whether we can produce it ourselves or not.
Sure.
But we are certainly supplying billets in 249A DMR grade to the suppliers of bulb bar manufacturers. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you. We thank all of you for your active participation and engagement. We also thank all our esteemed speakers for their invaluable expertise and experience being shared here into the evolving landscape of defense material. We are also very grateful for their time, presence and valuable presentations, and as a token of our gratitude we would like to present them with a memento. I would request Ms. Monica Batan to kindly present a memento and extend our personal thanks to Mr. R.K. Goyal. Mr. Pradhan, Mr. Vinod Gupta and Mr. Deepak Gupta. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind all of you once again, in our closing ceremony, which would be starting approximately at 4 o'clock, our chief guest, His Excellency Honorable Governor of Haryana, will be joining us, along with our guests of honor, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Steel, and also Mr. Naveen Jindal will be joining us in our closing ceremony. So we request your engagement till our closing ceremony. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We would now move on to our next session. In our next session, we will delve into critical aspects of defense materials, corrosion, resistance, durability, and recycling, as we strive for enhanced performance and sustainability in our defense systems understanding. These factors are essential. The understanding of these factors is even more essential. Let's explore the innovative approaches and solutions that are shaping the future of material used in defense. Please join me in welcoming on the dais our eminent speakers of this session: Commodore Sujit Samadar, retired, advisor, MRAI and ex-senior consultant, Niti Aayog. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Mr. Yatinder Pal Suri, co-chairman, CII, National Corrosion Management Committee, and former MD, Outokumpu, India. Thank you for joining us. I next invite Mr. Amit Goyal, Head of Sales and Marketing, Defense and Aerospace, Jindal Stainless Limited, and Mr. Ashok Sibal, Technical Director, Amitav Technical. Thank you for joining us on the dais. The discussion points in this session are innovations in recycling and sustainability of defense metals, innovations in coatings and treatments to prevent material degradation, prolonged lifespan and reduced maintenance costs for military assets, focus on eco-friendly materials to meet environmental regulations, and reuse of materials to lower the environmental impact of defense operations. Now, we'll begin our session, and I would request Commodore Sujit Samadar, retired, to kindly open this session, please, with his presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and let me begin by thanking Monica ji and Metalogic for this opportunity on my own behalf and on behalf of the Material Recycling Association of India to be in this last technical session. We are a little delayed for time, so we need to wind up in about 30 minutes. I'm not going to spend too much time. I expect my panelists to share their views more than what I have to say. But I think we'll all agree that this whole day has given us lovely insights on the steel industry and how it can impact the overall defense ecosystem. Now, I seem to be the only ex-man in uniform here, so I need to bat for my service and for the defense sector also. Various issues are common, but the important point is that defense is not just one industry. It's a consolidation of all sorts of different things. There's aerospace, there's shipping, there's vehicles, there's electronics, there's communications, there's cabling, there's harnesses, hundreds of things. So, and all of these things that go into making defense equipment require different form, fit, and functional requirement. The most important functional requirement that is required from defense equipment is two things: reliability and maintainability. Reliability means that every time you press the trigger, the bullet must go. and every time you press the button, the equipment must start. This comes closely to it is maintainability, which brings in several aspects that we are going to discuss, particularly with related to corrosion, its longevity, and I think it was highlighted some time ago in the morning session, the long lead life item that many of our products required. For example, a missile may have been manufactured 25 years ago, but it still has to be functional today. And that requires some very strict environmental controls, and it also requires extremely high reliability. So this is the second part. And then when you see defense equipment, the kind of equipment that would go into vehicles, that is platforms such as ships, aircraft, submarines, tanks, transport vehicles, etc. Then you have sensors and communications, then you have machinery and propulsion, then you have weapons ranging from torpedoes, rocket launchers, missiles, etc. But the most important thing is, no matter what equipment that goes into the defense sector, they all need steel. And they all need steel of different grades or different of functional requirements, and hence to have one steel grade that would fit everywhere is somewhat difficult. Apart from steel, this is also about metals. Let me also mention that there are a large number of new metals and alloys that are now coming up in the defense sector, which all goes towards higher efficiency, which all go towards better functionality. It goes towards better reliability, and many other things that we spoke about earlier in terms of its ability for a longer lead life equipment. So some of the next generation alloys that we have been talking about with some of the IITs today are on frequency selective surfaces. And there are also things like chromogenic materials, which will change and adjust its properties depending on the external stimuli. It could be photochromatic, it could be thermochromic, it could be electrochromic. And these are sort of new materials that are coming up. But there's also high entropy alloys, which is going to see a wide variety of applications for us. We spoke about smart and memory alloys in the morning. We spoke about superconductors, which we have not spoken about composites, rare earths, and ceramics, but they are an important and vital input into the defense manufacturing sector. Apart from that, there is also very specific applications that require very interesting alloys, particularly for making propellers, for example. Many of our piping systems, which have to sustain in different environments, from let's say, an aircraft which might be in Jaisalmer at 50 degrees centigrade has to go up to the airport, the nether regions at minus 50 degrees centigrade and be back in 1 hour. So that's the sort of thermal and mechanical stresses the equipment has to take. There may be mountains, there may be forests, there may be the seas where the pH value of the water itself may have a different impact apart from roll, pitch and yaw that ships are subjected to. So these are some issues. Apart from that, very quickly, I also want to mention that that corrosion has a very vital role in the way we handle our defense equipment. And this corrosion comes from all the sources that I mentioned to you. But not only that, it also requires some other coatings, particularly for fire retardation, magnetic and RF signature reduction, thermal reduction, acoustic and sound reduction. That is something that goes on to submarine surfaces, and its ability to be corrosion resistant to a variety of mediums, liquids, which can be water, oils, and fluids, gases, which you know, SOx, NOx, and acidics, fumes, solids like galvanic cells, etc. So with these words, I will now start my panel, and let me go back to my seat, and from there we'll take this discussion further. So I intend to run this panel as a panel discussion. So what I'm planning to do is, since we are a little tight for time, so we'll allot about say 3 to 4 minutes each for our panels to make their opening remarks basis what I have said in the discussion and what we've been discussing earlier. So without further ado, let me request Dr. Suri to please make his opening remarks.
Yes, good afternoon everyone. Thank you very much, Chairman. As we have been speaking about steel and metals for the defense, the topic that I have to delve into is corrosion. And corrosion, I think, is fairly familiar with all of you. It impacts all, and that includes defense too. As per the impact study of NACE, that is National Association of Corrosion Engineers, USA, they had done a study. Almost 3.4% of the global GDP is lost to corrosion. That's the global average. In Japan, it is 1%. In USA, it's close to 2.2%. And in India, it's about 4.2%, which is fairly high. And it is estimated that 25% of this loss can be controlled, which means almost 1% of GDP can be saved if all of us become aware of the ill effects of corrosion and how do we mitigate corrosion in our day-to-day applications in the workplace. CII in 2007, CII has been always working towards the national priorities. So in 2007, CII launched this Corrosion Management Committee. It was launched by late Padam Shri Dr. Baldev Raj, who was head of IGCAR and also the Kalapakam nuclear plant, which was under his control. And he would very proudly say that for 10 years that he handled the nuclear plant, there was not a single corrosion-related breakdown. And that was because at the design stage itself, they had kind of looked into the possibilities of corrosion mitigation, and that was the effect of the proactive steps that he took. So which means that if industry gets aware on the corrosion aspects, maybe everyone follows this. Reliance follows it quite diligently, and Reliance also has been observing practically negligible downtime due to corrosion. So this was set up in 2007, and we have a committee which is having more than 75 corrosion professionals drawn from industry, academia, and also the consultants. And we have 7 task forces, and the most important task force right now is the policy advocacy, which is trying to prevail upon the government of India to have a corrosion policy, corrosion mitigation policy in the country, so that all the industries, be it the PSUs, be it the corporates, be it the MSMEs, everybody is sensitized on the subject of corrosion, and they are asked to follow certain systems and certain policies which will ensure that corrosion losses can be reduced. Now, the impact of, and let me also tell you, in 2014, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and US President Mr. Barack Obama, they signed an MOU of cooperation between India and USA on corrosion control in India. Now, for the first 4 years, there was a lot of activity going on both ways, people from Commerce Department, USA visiting us, and then the embassy and us sitting together. And Mr. Anand Kumar was the minister concerned, very active. He was trying to promote this. And then after his death, somehow, the whole emphasis was lost. And then it was restarted last year with support from Jindal Stainless, financial support. And CII launched a national mission on war against corrosion. This was launched in the presence of Niti Aayog, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, and Additional Secretary in Ministry of Steel, Ms. Ruchika Govil. And thereafter we made 7 task forces which are taking care of various activities. All I can do is, any one of you who is interested in joining us in our mission is most welcome to write to us. And let me come to corrosion in the defense industry, a few words. Why must we protect our military assets from corrosion? We have the weapon systems, mostly made of steel. We have the ground, air and sea platforms, vehicles, tanks, personal carriers, patrol ships, like that, so many which are made of corrodable metals. We have the infrastructure in the defense, which is buildings, ports and airport installations, and much of it of steel reinforced concrete. Now, since armed forces must train and fight in all environments, including, we have the coastline, we have, Siachen, and then we have, the Gujarat, and then we have the Punjab front, and now we have, the whole lot of Northeast. So very diverse kind of environment, also very corrosive environments in some cases. So military assets are particularly vulnerable to degradation caused by corrosion, and this has important implications as far as safety is concerned, battle readiness is concerned, and also it's a financial loss to the country. So corrosion basically, acts differently, for, let's say, in the aviation sector, where, it's 40 degrees, let's say in Delhi, and after the plane takes off, it is -40 up there. So that's this kind of, temperature variation also creates a lot of stress. Some kind of, then there is a fatigue failure because of all this. There could be. Then in the naval, we all know high chlorides, high temperatures. Our sea is salinity is very high. So we have, atmospheric corrosion. Then we also have, galvanic corrosion. We have some stray current corrosion also in the ships. Crevice corrosion, microbial corrosion also happens on the hull. Then we have ground vehicles, which are again, as I said, operating in different environments. They also have so many possibilities of corrosion. Then the weapon systems, they also, today we have made something and then we are not using it, and the day we start using it after 6 or 7 years in the front lines, and suddenly, we feel that there is some corrosion problem and they are not operating. So that is also, affecting the readiness, battle readiness. And infrastructure, of course, as I told you, harbor installations, defense installation, bunkers and buildings, coastal areas. So there are a lot of areas where corrosion can happen. So we had done a study on the, Indian Coast Guard and Indian Navy as well. In the impact study, we tried to find out how effective they are in their corrosion mitigation activities. And as you know, Coast Guard, has so many aircrafts, helicopters, patrol vessels, boats, crafts, hovercrafts. And then in the Indian Navy, as we saw, we have the aircraft carrier, we have the transport docks, ship tanks, destroyers, frigates, patrol vessels, fleet tankers, survey ships, submarines, 3 types. So we found, the survey found that Indian Navy has scored much higher points as compared to the private sector. That means the kind of awareness, accountability, and knowledge and the policies are far, far superior as compared to the private industry in the country, which is absolutely a good news. And why not? Because these organizations do follow statutory regulations and document their adherence to systems and procedures under the National Code of Regulations, where they are held accountable to a high standard of readiness in the interest of the national security and safety. So this is about the corrosion aspects that the defense areas are facing. Very, very, huge kind of problems, and solutions are available. And I have taken this opportunity in the morning to request all the senior people who came from the defense areas as well as from Midhani to join this mission, to join the Apex Council of CII, so that we could all collaborate and work together to make India corrosion free. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll reserve the questions for the end, and thank you, Mr. Suri, for your interventions and very incisive remarks, and thank you very much for those encouraging words about the Indian Navy. Mr. Amit Goyal, it's now your turn to respond to some of the remarks that we made earlier, and tell us something about what Jindal Stainless is doing in this regard.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So before directly jumping into corrosion, first I would like to start with sustainability, which focuses on the meeting the needs of present our Indian forces and defense establishment without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs. So our solutions, like our material solutions, should be people friendly, environmental friendly, and it should be like low cost also, like economic friendly also. Like Suri sir rightly said, like so corrosion is the most detrimental factor to sustainability, which is, as per the data, is like 3 to 4% of world GDP is eroded due to corrosion issues, which is equivalent to, like you can say, one Germany, GDP of one Germany. There is a critical importance of corrosion resistant application like in Indian defense ecosystem also, considering the harsh environment where our Indian forces operates, whether it would be coastal areas, deserts, or high altitude ranges. Corrosion in Indian defense sector has critical implications leading to degradation of military equipments, vehicles, and infrastructure. So it is not only resulting in increased maintenance cost, but also delay or failure in operational readiness because of corrosion issues and resistance application issues basically. So effective corrosion management is now very necessary, or it is essential to ensure the longevity and reliability of Indian defense forces. If we talk about the corrosion resistant solutions, so there are multiple solutions which are already available in India or across globe, whether it would be stainless steel, special coatings, cathode protection, number of solutions are available. Being a leading stainless steel supplier, Jindal Stainless Limited has been working, developing and indigenizing various stainless steel and special steel grades for last so many years. Like I'll just give you an example of few stainless steel grades, special steel of 304, 316, 301, which we have been supplying to ISRO and other missile program as well as other defense establishments. So these are not regular stainless steel grades, but with some special chemistry. I will just give an example. If you have seen the videos of Concorde missile application, where we have recently indigenized 6 ghost standard grades, earlier which was supplied by Russian companies, now indigenized in Jindal Stainless Limited. Here 2 grades, like I'll just mention here, one is 25KH 17 N2B, which is martensitic stainless steel grade, which we developed indigenously. Yeah, there are issues of minimum order quantity, long gestation period of like certification and all. Still, we take pride to develop and supply special grades to Indian Defense Forces. Like if it is stainless steel or special alloy steel, we are supplying to Indian Armed Forces. I'll just talk about one special grade high nitrogen steel. So this is a kind of one solution which we should talk in industry to develop alternate solutions. Like there are multiple existing steel grades which are already being used in defense equipments, which are not stainless, which are not corrosion resistant. So we should focus on to develop alternate grades which should be having properties of corrosion resistance along with all other properties like tensile strength, elongation, and impact strength. So high nitrogen steel is one grade which we have developed in collaboration with DRDO. This is austenitic stainless steel grade, is having excellent combination of ballistic strength, blast strength properties, stainless steel properties, and impact strength at -40 degree up to 150 or 200 joules. So this is a kind of innovation or technology advancement which we are doing in Jindal Stainless Limited. Still, in Indian industry, like we have been listening since morning, there are industries working in defense and aerospace ecosystem to develop and indigenize multiple grades. Still, we are importing approximately 13 to 14,000 CR of materials, overall materials in India. So there are a lot to do in indigenization of materials. There are number of challenges also from policy side, from development side, that we will be talking in our next discussion. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Amit. I've got some questions which I'll reserve for the end, since we are a little tight for time. From Amitav Technical, we have a video presentation. So if I can just request you to screen that as
Why fire and corrosion protection important for all types of steel structure?
Fire and corrosion protection are critical for steel structures due to several reasons. Amita fire protection. Structural integrity. Structure steel lose its strength at 550 degrees Celsius. If we use Amita fire resistant structure steel coating, it will enhance structure steel strength UPTO for hours in case of fire. Safety and compliance. Protecting steel structures from fire ensures the safety of occupants by providing more time for evacuation and emergency response. Economic impact. Fire damage can lead to costly repairs and replacements. Effective AMITA fire protection can mitigate these costs by preventing severe damage. AMITA corrosion protection. Longevity. Steel is susceptible to corrosion when exposed to moisture and other environmental factors. Corrosion protection extends the lifespan of the structure. Structural integrity. Corrosion can weaken steel, compromising the structural integrity and leading to potential failure or collapse. Environmental impact. Corrosion protection can prevent the release of rust and other byproducts into the environment, reducing environmental impact. By implementing proper AMITA fire and corrosion protection measures, the safety, durability, and economic efficiency of steel structures are significantly enhanced.
If the structural steel heats up or catches fire, it collapses.
If it is AMITA fire rated coating, then it will not collapse. If we do AMITA silicon epoxy-based fire-resistant coating ARC254, then it will solve both purposes, corrosion and fire. So now you too choose the one chosen by our business experts. Visit amituf.com. This shows how easily enamel paint catches fire on fire hydrant pipes, creating thick smoke and aiding in the rapid spread of fire. Repeated coatings every 3 years can turn surfaces into fire traps, increasing flammability with each layer. Here is our new coating, which restricts the pipe from catching fire and have smoke suppression properties along with antifungal and anti-corrosive properties, making it an excellent substitute for enamel paints.
Mr. Sibyl, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, these are the basic things which we want to explain regarding coatings. In every type of steel, wherever we are using steel, we have to take care of corrosion, fire protection, and anti-carbonation, means aging of the steel should not happen early. So to protect all these things, we developed this coating that is called fire-resistant silicon epoxy thermal insulation coating. This coating not only protect steel structure or anywhere, wherever you are using steel, corrosion protection, fire protection, aging, as well as it is giving antibacterial, antifungal, and anti-fouling properties in this one coating. So by using this is a Make in India product. By using this, you can achieve all these properties at very, very economical rates. Here we have mentioned our normal paint, which red paint, which we have shown. You can imagine a scenario. In India, we are making emergency staircase of steel, and on that steel we are using enamel. You know what happen after every 3 years you are doing enamel paint over it. After 3 years, we are making a layer that is flammable. So in case of fire, that emergency staircase of no use. Even on hydrant pipe, we are using enamel paint. That is again a flammable. After 2 years or 3 years, you have to use enamel paint to protect it from rust. And what you are doing, you are creating a flame carrier. If fire on ground floor and this hydrant pipe reach up to 34th floor, so fire will reach through that carrier. So by using this Make in India product, you can save our infrastructure also, corrosion protection, and naturally, end of the day, aging can also be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are really short for time. One last bit that I want to interfere here on as we close this. This session is also about recycling. And I think it's very important to understand, whilst we have looked at all the inputs that go into manufacturing the product, it's also very important for us to recover those same products at end of life. From what we have had the discussion so far, the quality of the steel that is going in, the various types of alloys that are going into it, metals that are going into it, are all very, very valuable, and therefore we must have the right ecosystem to promote recycling. Now, unfortunately, as far as operational availability of an equipment is concerned, tanks, ships, etc., the last several decades, we're still flying our MiG-21s, which are more than 40 years. There are some submarines out at sea which are 35 years. The BMPs came in the 70s. We are still going them, but at some stage, they will all reach end of life, and we need to have the right ecosystem to get it back. Now the challenge is that, I think this is again from a design perspective, we've been speaking about rationalization and standardization. The standards that go into making these equipment, the specifications, are actually made by the OEM responsible. And they are the guys who have to specify the properties of the metal that goes into making these equipment. The second part of it is the disposal ecosystem for these military vehicles, tanks, radars, etc., are quite not yet matured, let me put it like that. And consequently, many of these valuable metals, you can see them at Delhi airport or some other airport with some aircraft there. That is very valuable materials which is just out exposed to atmosphere. So there must be some way by which this can be brought back into the economy, and this is certainly some recommendation that we would like to send from this forum to the concerned officials at the Ministry of Defence. Electronic items have a general life of 10 years. They also contain steel. They also contain a hell of a lot of rare earths, PGM group of metals. All of that should be recovered. That includes electronics also. But the challenges are, there are intellectual property rights issues, there are contractual obligations, and there is a big fear of reverse engineering. So these are some of the issues that come up when we are looking at the defense products from a recycling perspective. And we hope that at some future date we have a larger discussion on how do we extract these same materials which can be go back to foundries to make the new parts that we need. So I'm sorry we are completely run out of time. We got another 3 minutes before all the VIPs arrive. So I will just ask Mr. Suri for one sentence each on what would be your recommendation from a policy perspective for us. We got 3 minutes, so 45 seconds to a minute each.
Yes, so this corrosion mitigation policy is under preparation. Draft has already been submitted to Ministry of Steel. Probably a town hall kind of a meeting would be arranged to seek opinion from all the stakeholders. So I would request you all to give your opinion on the policy as and when you are approached. So the policy on corrosion mitigation, I think, is a very important milestone which will ensure that 1% of GDP is saved on an annual basis. Thank you.
So we have a recommendation to save 1% of GDP. That's a lot of money, $100 billion in a few years from now. So Amit, your question, you had highlighted the need for having an all-singing, all-dancing alloy, which can also look after corrosion, have strength, etc. So can you briefly tell us where is the technical challenge and what is the technical position on developing such an alloy as you mentioned?
Yeah, so I'll give you an idea about this. There are few grades. Like we have a technology partnership with Russians or other governments, so we have to use that grades only which are already prescribed by that government or company. Okay, so there are capabilities available in India where we can substitute or replace or develop alternate grades having properties, better properties along with corrosion resistant properties. Okay, so there we need support from government side as well as user side to have a collaboration among OEMs, user, government and industry to identify these gaps between material properties. Yeah, definitely there will be cost implications also. There are certain materials which are cheaper than that imported material. So there we need support from government side to have a kind of collaboration among industry, user and OEMs. So this is one suggestion. Second suggestion which I would like to give on the inclusion of this materials, imported materials in PIL, positive indigenization list. There have been just one grade, DMR, which is included in the list, but other steel and stainless steel and special steels are available in India, which has to be included in this PIL list.
Okay, so two suggestions, one on the positive indigenization list and to seek government support for innovation. Mr. Sybil, would you like to say something more about coatings? I'm pretty interested to hear how your technology can be brought to the notice of the concerned designers, at least in the shipbuilding industry, where we have the same problem of fire-resistant paints in missile canisters and all of that. If you'd like to say something there.
Actually, a lot of things need to be happen in NBC, National Building Code, because the coatings mentioned in National Building Codes are of 1965 technology based. Nowadays, things are changed, so lot of things are happening. New coatings, new innovations has happened, and many new products are now made in India. Earlier, they were available only in USA and Europe, and cost was too high. Here now in India, we have reduced cost to almost the same level of normal paints. So we can easily have a win-win situation using those coatings, and we slightly change our NBC codes and norms to get this coating into the system. Thank you.
Okay, so NBC codes, but I think probably we need to also look at some naval standards on that. So we can do that. So this brings me to the end of this seminar. It's my pleasant duty it's my pleasant duty to thank my panelists for their contribution, and my apologies for for compressing this to just about 25 minutes. But thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, for sharing your invaluable insights. And as a token of our gratitude, we would like to present a memento to all of you. We thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and our Honorable Governor is on the moment. He will be joining us any moment. So we request all of you to kindly remain seated. We are thankful to Commodore, to Mr. Suri, Mr. Goyal, and Mr. Sybil. Your expertise and experiences have really enriched our knowledge and understanding about the crucial aspects of defense material. Your contributions have shed light on how we can enhance the longevity and sustainability of our materials and improve its resilience. Thank you once again, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, we request all of you to kindly remain seated, and we request all of you, as we receive the Honorable His Excellency, the Governor of Haryana, we request all of you to kindly stand on your seat and welcome him with a huge round of applause. We've had a very insightful day, ladies and gentlemen. We discussed, deliberated, and shared inputs on various aspects of steel and metals for defense. And we've come to the closing ceremony of our day. We just request your engagement for some more time as we conclude this landmark conference today. On steel and metals for defense, enhancing engineering and construction. Our chief guest is on his way. He will be joining us any moment. This conference also marks a very significant step forward in our journey to enhance engineering and construction aligned with the Make in India initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister of our country, Shri Narendra Modi. This conference is also a testament to our commitments to innovation, sustainability and excellence. I hope you all will leave this conference with enhanced knowledge, more understanding of the subject, and more energy to delve deeper into how we can contribute towards the Make in India initiative, along with how we can contribute towards the defense and its capabilities in building our nation's future. We really appreciate your participation. We've appreciated your engagement throughout the day. This topic is something which is not covered in usual conferences. So we are very, very grateful and full of gratitude for your support for us in having this conference possible, and also having very successful sessions throughout the day. We began our day with a session on strategic importance of steel and metals in defense industry. Thereon we had a session on PEB and structural for defense infrastructure and role of AI and drones. We also had a session on emerging trends in defense material, followed by a session on corrosion resistance, durability, recycling and defense materials. We had amazing engagement from all of you. We are very grateful for that. देवी और सज्जनों, अपने स्थान पर खड़े होकर तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से स्वागत अभिनंदन करें माननीय राज्यपाल हरियाणा राज्य माननीय श्री बंडारू दत्तात्रेय हमारे समक्ष हैं अभी। माननीय सर, आपका स्वागत अभिनंदन है। ये वो क्षण है, वो पल है जिसका हमें प्रतीक्षा थी। आपका हार्दिक स्वागत अभिनंदन हम आपके समय और उपस्थिति के लिए कृतज्ञ हैं। आज का दिन हमारी मेक इन इंडिया पहल के साथ इंजीनियरिंग और निर्माण को बढ़ावा देने की यात्रा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। आज का सम्मेलन आत्मनिर्भर भारत की पहल के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। Once again, a very warm welcome to you, His Excellency, Honorable Governor of Haryana. Ladies and we also regret to inform that the Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Steel, Shri Bhupati Raju Srinivas Verma, and the Honorable Member of Parliament and Chairman Jindal Steel and Power, Mr. Naveen Jindal, could not be with us today. However, may I request Mr. Vijay Sharma, Vice Chairman JSPL, and Mr. Vinod Gupta, AD Commercial Sale, to also join us. May I request all of you to kindly take your seats. Thank you. We are very, very thankful, and to extend our warm welcome, may I request Ms. Monica Batan to kindly present a bouquet to personally welcome our chief guest, the Honorable His Excellency Governor of Haryana, Government of Haryana, Shri Bandaru Dattatreya. आपके समय, उपस्थिति और आशीर्वाद के लिए हम कृतज्ञ हैं। To take the closing ceremony forward, इस समापन समारोह को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं माननीय राज्यपाल से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे इस विशिष्ट समारोह को, विशिष्ट सभागार को संबोधित करें।
Honorable Governor of Haryana, Shri Bandaru Dattatreya ji, on behalf of Metalogic, I would like to thank you for sparing your valuable time to have come here today to address our seminar today. Since morning, we have been discussing about how we can improve about the defense production and supplies in this country. Since the Prime Minister of India has given a lot of focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat, there was a lot of discussions amongst the main producers, steel producers in India, the secondary producers who are producing alloy steel materials, and other small MSMEs which are contributing to the growth of this nation through production of defense items. Sir, we are really honored that in this budget this year, an allocation of 6,21,000 crores have been allocated for defense production in the country, which has given a lot of fillip and focus to defense production in this nation. As India marches ahead, the world is looking towards us, that India is really growing at a very fast pace, and the growth in production of defense items in the country in the last 5 years has been to the tune of 10%, which happens to be the highest in the world. Sir, today, India is the largest importer of defense products, and we have got the 4th largest military in this country today. The sort of focus that is to be given by the government of India has really helped all the producers and has enabled many of the industries to put up plants in the states of UP and Tamil Nadu, where Government of India has announced the defense corridors. This announcement of defense corridor in these 2 states has motivated a lot of MSMEs in this country. In fact, there are 16 defense PSUs in the nation today, and apart from that, there are various other important PSUs like BHEL, BEL, and other organizations. Sir, our Honorable Prime Minister has given focus, and he commissioned the INS Vikrant that was totally indigenously produced by the steel manufactured in India. This is the first time that an aircraft carrier has been produced using only indigenous steel. So we are all very honored that with the guidance of the Government of India, a lot of focus is there for defense production. In fact, our Honorable President of India commissioned a ship, P-17 Alpha ship at Calcutta last year during August-September 23, followed by a commissioning of a ship by the Vice President of India that was in September 2023. So with the focus by this government, we are confident that we'll carry forward this growth in defense sector to the maximum, and we will definitely get into exports of defense items. Today, India is exporting a lot of defense items, and there is a stupendous jump in exports of iron and steel products catering to defense requirements across the world. And today we have taken a pledge, all the producers, the main producers, the secondary producers, that will work towards showing growth in defense production of arms and ammunitions. Sir, on behalf of Metalogic and all the main producers here, I give you an honor. I'm really honored that you have come here to address the gathering. Sir, I request you to address the gathering, sir. Thank you so much.
So, Honorable Governor, sir, Mr. Vinod Gupta, ED Commercial Sale, Monica ma'am, and other dignitaries present of the dais. On behalf of Jindal Steel and Power, I thank Honorable Governor, sir, to spare his valuable time for this important event. Today, our chairman, sir, was supposed to be here, but due to some exigency, he was to come. Sir, I will hand over the mic to Mr. Vijay Sharma, our vice chairman.
माननीय गवर्नर साहब, मेरे प्यारे दोस्तों, आज सुबह का सेमिनार एक बहुत अच्छा सेमिनार रहा। हम लोगों ने डिस्कस किया कि भारत की आत्मनिर्भरता बढ़ाने के लिए देश क्या कर सकता है और स्टील इंडस्ट्री क्या कर सकती है। डॉक्टर झा, डॉक्टर राजू, हमारे सभी जो प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, उन्होंने एक ऐसा समन्वय और ऐसा अलाइनमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी और रिक्वायरमेंट का किया, जिससे हमें ये पता लगा कि भारत को आत्मनिर्भर करने के लिए हमें बहुत बड़े बड़े कदम उठाने हैं। हालांकि क्वांटिटीज़ कम हैं, बट फिर भी इन्वेस्टमेंट करनी है ताकि हम देश को स्टील में सेल्फ रिलायंट बना पाएँ। माननीय गवर्नर महोदय, आपकी जो प्रेजेंस है उसने हमारी हौसला अफजाई की है। मुझे उम्मीद है कि स्टील इंडस्ट्री और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस वो एक सूत्र में बंध के इस देश को आगे ले जाने का कार्य करेंगे। मेक इन इंडिया एक मुहिम है जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लॉन्च की थी। उस मेक इन इंडिया के तहत हमने बहुत सारे कार्य किए हैं। स्टील इंडस्ट्री ने एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि की है। भारत सरकार ने एक PLI स्कीम लाके, प्रोडक्शन लिंक इंसेंटिव स्कीम, इंडस्ट्री को बहुत बड़ा बढ़ावा दिया है। तो आई अर्ज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, आई अर्ज ऑनरेबल गवर्नर, respected governor, please keep on blessing the steel industry and the Ministry of Defense so that the India becomes truly self-reliant in making steel for defense industry. Since most of the steel users or most of the defense industry that is based out of either Andhra Pradesh or Telangana, and part of that is in Gujarat as well as in Karnataka. Down south has shown a great amount of technological skill to make India truly self-reliant in defense equipments. India is blessed with more than 7,200 kilometers of coastal line. This 7,200 kilometers of coastal line right from Bengal, Bay of Bengal, and up to Kandla, that is in Gujarat, that brings immense opportunities for shipbuilding, for submarine building, and for merchant shipbuildings, as well as the warships. For that, we, the steel industry, are fully geared up to supply steel suitable to produce, to manufacture the submarines as well as the warships. We are already supplying to the defense industry. Then the next, in a big way, is the hypersonic bombs. And this is where today morning you are discussing that the steel shells are going to play a very vital role. Though the quantities may be less, but finally the steel industry will come up to the expectation of Government of India and defense and research institutes. Honorable Governor, sir, your presence is again giving a very solid start, and it is giving a great witness that you being here, you are forging a right amount of focus on the steel industry as well on defense industry. So we are grateful to you for your arrival here and for addressing this conference. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
थैंक यू शर्मा जी, आपके शब्दों के लिए हार्दिक धन्यवाद। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ अब मैं माननीय राज्यपाल हरियाणा राज्य से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे इस विशिष्ट सभागार को संबोधित करें।
लेडी का नाम क्या है? लेडी का नाम ये नवीन जिंदल नहीं है। लेडी का नाम क्या है? आज मुझे बहुत ही खुशी है कि मेटलॉजिक प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट सर्विसेज और रक्षा मंत्रालय से स्वदेशी इस्तीफा और धातु इंजीनियरिंग को बढ़ावा देने के इस पर आप लोगों ने जो वर्कशॉप किया है, ये वर्कशॉप में आपका जो डिस्कशन रहा है, मैंने संक्षिप्त में मैं आपसे जानकारी लिया हूँ। बहुत खुशी है आप लोग जो स्टील इंडस्ट्री ये डिफेंस सेक्टर में प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ाने के लिए आप लोगों का जो योगदान जो दिया जा रहा है, उसके लिए मैं आप सब लोगों को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। इस संदर्भ में उपस्थित हमारे शर्मा जी और मोनिका जी और सभी महानुभाव और अधिकारीगण और मीडिया के मित्रों, भाइयों और बहनों, मेटलॉजिक प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम सर्विसेज द्वारा रक्षा क्षेत्र के निर्माण में स्वदेशी इस्पात और धातु इंजीनियरिंग को बढ़ावा देने पर आयोजित सम्मेलन को संबोधित करने में मुझे बहुत ही खुशी का अनुभव हो रहा है। मैं इस महत्वपूर्ण सम्मेलन के आयोजन के लिए मेटलर्जिक PMS को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूँ। आज उद्योग जगत में अग्रणी समूह, निवेशकों और नीति निर्माताओं को एक मंच पर लाने के लिए आपका समर्पण और प्रतिबद्धता वास्तव में बहुत ही सराहनीय काम है। और इस तरह के आयोजन में ऐसे रणनीतिक क्षेत्र में सहयोग को बढ़ावा देने और प्रगति के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। मुझे बहुत ही प्रसन्नता है कि आप लोग जो स्टील है, स्टील के बारे में भी ये विश्व में ये दूसरा सबसे बड़ा क्रूड स्टील का निर्माता है और जिसमें 2023 में 120 मिलियन टन बनाया गया, जबकि 2014 में 81 मिलियन टन बनाया था। यानी 9 से 10 वर्ष में आप लोगों का वृद्धि जो है, बढ़ोतरी जो है 58% रहा है। ये बहुत ही सराहनीय कार्य है। और आप लोग आज जो गवर्नमेंट के रक्षा मंत्रालय के इनिशिएटिव्स भी आप लोग डिस्कशन किया है और साथ ही साथ आप लोग जो हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स का भी जो बढ़ोतरी हुई है, वो भी बहुत बड़ी खुशी की बात है। हमारा एक्सपोर्ट जो है आज 2019-23 तक 10% जो है इसमें डिफेंस में जो है, डिफेंस आइटम्स में हमारा बढ़ोतरी हुई है। ये भी बहुत ही सराहनीय बात है। और वैसे ही आप जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का आत्मनिर्भर भारत का जो स्कीम बनाया, मेक इन इंडिया का जो प्रोग्राम है, हमारी श्रम मंत्री रहा, कोविड में बहुत से इंडस्ट्रीज MSME यूनिट्स भी बहुत ही ख़राब हालत में थे। पहले से विचार में है, एक तरफ रोज़गार बढ़नी चाहिए, रोज़गार बढ़ने के लिए इंडस्ट्री ज़्यादा होना चाहिए, लेकिन कोविड परिस्थिति में बहुत ही जो है निराशाजनक था। किसी को विश्वास ही नहीं था कि फिर इंडस्ट्री खड़ा होगा। लेकिन मैं आप सबको बधाई देना चाहता हूँ आपके अथक परिश्रम से, अधिक विश्वास से, और आपने जो हमारे जितने भी जो है कर्मचारी लोग हैं, वर्कर्स है, उन लोगों को देखभाल करके संभाल के फिर इंडस्ट्री को स्थापना करने में आगे बढ़ाया। ये जो है बहुत ही अद्भुत विषय है। उसके लिए मैं आपके इंडस्ट्री को भी अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूँ। इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी जो PLI स्कीम है, मैं लेबर मिनिस्टर था, श्रम मंत्री था मैं 2014 के बाद। लेबर मिनिस्ट्री में PF बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है। वर्कर जो है ये टाइम में अपना PF बांध नहीं सकता, लेकिन मैनेजमेंट भी थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है नए लोगों को लेने के लिए। लेकिन आप जितने नए लोगों को ले रहे उतने नए लोगों का जो PLI है सारा जो है सरकार जो है जिम्मेदारी लिया है। इसके लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। इस स्कीम से रोजगार बढ़ेगी, रोजगार बढ़ेगी। रोजगार बढ़ना बहुत ही आवश्यकता की बात है। और वैसे ही आज रक्षा उत्पादन में भारत का भी बहुत ही इतिहास बहुत पुराना है और गौरवशाली भी है। प्राचीन काल से चला आया। हमारे लोगों ने अपने समय से सबसे उन्नत हथियार बनाते थे। आज हम एक बार फिर रक्षा निर्माण में वैश्विक नेता के रूप में उभर रहे हैं, जो मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के दृष्टिकोण से प्रेरित है। भारतीय रक्षा विनिर्माण उद्योग अर्थव्यवस्था का एक महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है। हमारे पड़ोसी देशों के साथ चले रहे सीमा विवादों के कारण भारत में रक्षा उपकरणों की मांग बढ़ रही है। भारत का रक्षा उत्पादन वित्त वर्ष 2017 में 74,054 करोड़ रुपए से बढ़कर वित्त वर्ष 2023 में 1,08,684 करोड़ रुपए हो गए। रक्षा निर्यातकों को जारी किए गए निर्यात प्राधिकरणों की संख्या वित्त वर्ष 2023 में 1,404 में 4 से बढ़कर वित्त वर्ष 2024 में 1,507 हो गए। भारतवर्ष 2019 में दूसरे सबसे बड़े हथियार आयातक से ऊपर उठकर शीर्ष 25 हथियार निर्यातक देशों की सूची में शामिल हो गई है। भारत सरकार ने इस क्षेत्र को बढ़ावा देने के लिए कई कदम उठाए, जिसमें नीतिगत सुधार और बजट आवंटन में वृद्धि और स्वदेशी डिजाइन बढ़ावा देना और सार्वजनिक निजी भागीदारी बढ़ावा देने के लिए प्रत्यक्ष विदेश निवेश FDI को भी प्रोत्साहित करना शामिल है। वैसे ही भारत का रक्षा बजट 6.21 लाख 6.21 lakhs, 620 lakhs, 621 lakhs का जो बजट, ये बहुत ही जो है 2024 में वैश्विक स्तर पर चौथा सबसे बड़ा बजट है, सबसे बड़ा बजट। 2022 तक भारत दुनिया का चौथा सबसे बड़ा रक्षा व्यय वाला देश रहा है और भारत ने वर्ष 2028-19 तक 50,000 करोड़ रुपए के वार्षिक रक्षा निर्यात का लक्ष्य रखा है। इस वर्ष भारत का रक्षा बजट पिछले वर्ष के 5,94,00,000 रुपए के प्रावधान से कई अधिक है। पिछले बजट की तुलना में सीमा सड़कों के लिए पूंजीगत मद में 30% अधिक आवंटन किया गया है। बीआरओ को 6,500 करोड़ रुपए का यह आवंटन हमारी सीमावर्ती बुनियादी ढांचे को और गति देगी। सितंबर 2020 में सरकार ने नियमों को संशोधित किया है और सरकार के माध्यम से 74% से 100% तक स्वचालित मार्ग से तहत एफडीआई की अनुमति दी है। किसी भी क्षेत्र में मार्ग जहाँ समकालीन प्रौद्योगिकियों के तक पहुंच प्रदान करने की संभावना है। रक्षा उत्पादन में निजी क्षेत्र की भूमिका को बढ़ावा देने और रक्षा उत्पादन में निजी क्षेत्र के निवेश को बढ़ावा देने के लिए ग्रीन चैनल स्टेटस पॉलिसी पेश की गई है। रक्षा क्षेत्र के खुलने के बाद से अप्रैल 2023 तक विभिन्न रक्षा उपकरणों के निर्माण के लिए 369 कंपनियों को लगभग 606 अधिक लाइसेंस जारी किए गए। पिछले 5 वर्ष में रक्षा निर्यात में 334% की वृद्धि हुई है। सहयोगात्मक प्रयोगों से भारत अब 75 से अधिक देशों को निर्यात करता है। इसके अलावा रक्षा मंत्रालय ने 2027 तक हथियारों के मामले में 70% आत्मनिर्भरता का लक्ष्य लगाया है, जिससे घरेलू निर्माताओं के लिए बड़े अवसर पैदा होंगे। उदाहरण के लिए रक्षा मंत्रालय ने भारतीय रक्षा औद्योगिक को संभावित सैन्य उपकरण निर्माण अवसर प्रदान करने के लिए 101 रक्षा वस्तुओं यानी तोपखाने और असलाट राइफल को आयात प्रतिबंधित के तहत रखने की योजना बनाई है। इट इज़ वन ऑफ द मेजर इनिशिएटिव गिवन टू द प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री फॉर इंडिया। भारत सरकार सैन्य उपकरणों के अधिक स्वदेशीकरण पर जोर दे रही है, क्योंकि भारत अपने रक्षा उपकरणों में और प्लेटफॉर्म का काफ़ी हिस्सा आयात करता है। 2016 और 2020 के बीच भारत ने कुल वैश्विक हथियार आयात का लगभग 9% हिस्सा दिया है। इस प्रकार 2022 में भारत सरकार ने कई बड़े रक्षा प्लेटफॉर्म और उपकरणों को आयात को समाप्त कर दिया है, जिसके तटरक्षक बल के लिए हेलीकॉप्टर, ऑल टेरेन वाहन ATV और छोटी दूरी की मिसाइल शामिल थी। इसके अलावा रक्षा मंत्रालय ने स्वदेशीकरण सूची जारी करना शुरू कर दिया है, जिसमें ऐसे उपकरण और प्लेटफॉर्म शामिल है जिन्हें सरकार ने दिसंबर 2025 तक पूरी तरह स्वदेशी बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। अगले 5 वर्ष में भारतीय रक्षा उद्योगों को 2,10,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक मूल्य के राज्य ऑर्डर मिल सकते हैं। दिस इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट इनिशिएटिव्स फॉर इंडियन इंडस्ट्री। इंडियन इंडस्ट्री को बढ़ाने के लिए भारत ने रक्षा आयात पर अपनी निर्भरता कम करने और स्वदेशी उत्पादन बढ़ाने के लिए कई कदम उठाए, जिनमें हम शामिल हैं। मेक इन इंडिया पहल। इस पहल का उद्देश्य भारत में उच्च तकनीकी वाले रक्षा उपकरणों के निर्माण में निजी क्षेत्र को शामिल करना है। इसमें पारदर्शी और प्रतिस्पर्धी प्रक्रिया के माध्यम से योग्य भारतीय कंपनियों के साथ दीर्घकालिक साझेदारी बनाना शामिल है। भारतीय सेना ने टैंक, आर्टिलरी गन, एयर डिफेंस मिसाइल और मल्टीपल ग्रेनेड लॉन्चर सिस्टम सहित विभिन्न हथियार प्रणालियों के लिए गोला बारूद का स्वदेशीकरण किया है। दिस इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट इनिशिएटिव। Otherwise, we used to depend on foreign countries, mostly on Russia or even from America. सरकार ने रक्षा उपकरणों के स्वदेशी डिज़ाइन, विकास और निर्माण को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए सुदूर पेश किया है। इन सुधारों को प्रोटोटाइप विकास के लिए 70% तक सरकारी फंडिंग शामिल है। जो नए स्टार्टअप से शुरू कर सकते हैं, नए टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से युवा पीढ़ी जो आगे आएगी उसको 70% तक जो है उसको सरकार से जो है सब्सिडी मिलेगी। प्रोटोटाइप विकास के लिए प्रति विकास एजेंसी अधिकतम 2.5 बिलियन रुपये तक है। हाल के वर्षों में भारत का स्वदेशी रक्षा उत्पादन बढ़ रहा है। उत्पादन का मूल्य 2023-24 में 1,26,887 करोड़ रुपये के रिकॉर्ड उच्च स्तर पर पहुंच गया है, जो पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 16.8% अधिक है। रक्षा निर्यात में भी 2023 और 24 में 21,083 करोड़ रुपये की रिकॉर्ड उच्च स्तर पर पहुंच गई है, जो पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 32.5% की वृद्धि है। कुल मिलाकर 2019-20 से रक्षा उत्पादन का मूल्य 60% से अधिक बढ़ गया है। वर्तमान में भारत के 60% हथियारों और गोला बारूद घरेलू स्तर पर उत्पादित किया जाता है, जिसमें अडानी समूह, टाटा समूह, जिंदल समूह और एल&टी जैसे प्रमुख कंपनियां अब देश के भीतर रडार सिस्टम में और बंदूकों के बनाती है। हमारे हरियाणा के हिसार में जिंदल समूह भारतीय सेना के लिए पिस्टल बनाने का कार्य कर रहा है। उनको मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। अभी इसी बीच में मैंने रोहतक में एक हमारे राजीव बोल के उनका फैक्ट्री देखा हूँ। उनका भी जो है स्टील का ही जो है बहुत से इंस्ट्रूमेंट तैयार करते हैं। मुझे खुशी लगा है सारे अपने स्पेस के जितने भी रॉकेट निर्माण में है वो रोटक से ही जो है वो खरीदा लिया जा रहा है। ये बहुत ही हमारे लिए गर्व का है ना। इंडस्ट्री जो है आज बहुत ही जो है स्पेस में, रक्षा में, सारे चीज़ों में आगे बढ़ रही है और हमारा उत्पादन समर्थन देने के लिए नीतियों को भी बहुत ही आगे बढ़ा दिया है। रक्षा उत्पादन और निर्यात संवर्धन नीति 2020, DPEPP और रक्षा अधिग्रहण प्रक्रिया DAP 2020 शामिल है। DPEPP का उद्देश्य आत्मनिर्भर और निर्यात के लिए रक्षा उत्पादन क्षमताओं के लिए एक संरचित दृष्टिकोण प्रदान करता है, जबकि DAP 2020 का उद्देश्य में मेक इन इंडिया पहल के माध्यम से घरेलू उद्योग को सशक्त बनाता है। भारतीय रक्षा निर्माण के लिए दृष्टिकोण असाधारण रूप से आशाजनक है। हम न केवल आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, बल्कि रक्षा उपकरणों को एक प्रमुख निर्यातक भी बनने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। ये निर्यातक के लिए हमारे प्राइवेट की इंडस्ट्री को मैं एक ही सूचना मैं देना चाहता हूँ, वो है मोस्ट मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी मस्ट बी यूज्ड। सेकंड, मोस्ट इनोवेटिव मेथड मस्ट शुड बी अप्लाइड। टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन, इससे ही जो है हमारा क्वालिटी बढ़ेगा। हमारा क्वालिटी बढ़ने से ही जो है हमारा दाम जो है दुनिया में बढ़ेगी, नाम भी दुनिया में बढ़ेगा। तो इसलिए आप ये दो सूचनाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए क्वालिटी में कभी कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं होना चाहिए। ये इंडिया से आया बोले तो ये तो 100% करेक्ट है समझना चाहिए। इसमें कोई जो है हमारा ये भी जो है बहुत ही बड़ी विषय है। कभी कभी इंडिया के एक्सपोर्ट का जो चीज़ जाते वो लोग देखने के बाद ठीक नहीं समझ कर भेज देते। इसे जो है वो फैक्ट्री का नाम नहीं, देश का नाम जो है बदनाम हो जाती है। तो इसलिए मेरा आप सबसे विनती है, जैसे जिंदल स्टील वाले आपका प्रोडक्शन अगर विदेश में गया तो लोग समझना कि ये अमेरिका से अच्छे स्टैंडर्ड है, जिंदल स्टील ऐसा, ये नाम अमेरिका में काम आना चाहिए। इंडिया में तो अपन विश्वास बनाते, लेकिन छोटे छोटे देश भी है, बहुत बड़े देश है, वो देशों में भी हमारा नाम आना बोले तो उसके लिए जो है हमारा नवीनकरण जो है वही जो है बहुत बड़ा हमारे को रक्षा बनती है। भारतीय रक्षा निर्माण के लिए दृष्टिकोण असाधारण रूप से आशाजनक है। अभी मैंने जो बताया ये रक्षा उपकरणों के एक प्रमुख निर्माता के भी बनने के लिए देश में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जो वैश्विक शांति और सुरक्षा में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है। हमारी प्रगति उद्योग के नेताओं, नीति निर्माताओं और नवप्रवर्तकों में निरंतर सहयोग पर निर्भर करेगी। These three people are very important, and I am very happy that we have brought them to one platform on these three categories of people. One is प्रगति उद्योग निर्भर करेगी, साथ ही मिलकर चुनौतियों को विजय प्राप्त करेंगे और आगे आने वाले अवसरों का लाभ उठाएंगे। मैं आप सभी से इस सम्मेलन के दौरान सार्थक चर्चाओं में शामिल होने, अपने विचारों को सही करने और ऐसे साझेदारियों के स्थापित करने का आग्रह करता हूँ जो हमारे रक्षा निर्माण क्षेत्र को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाए। और साथ ही साथ अंत में इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में सफल होने के लिए मेटलॉजिक PMS को हार्दिक बधाई और शुभकामनाएं प्रदान करता हूं। विशेष करके मैं इसमें भाग लेने का जो मुख्य कारण है हमारे मोनिका जी, और हमारे मोनिका जी के जो पति है वो हमारा तेलुगु आदमी है, हाँ ये भी वो हमारी बहू बन गई है, तेलुगु आदमी है। लेकिन मुझे वो नहीं लगता कि वो तेलुगु आदमी जैसा है, वो पूरा हरियाणवी जैसा बन गया है। ये बहुत ही महत्व चीज़ है। तेलुगु आदमी हरियाणवी बना, हरियाणा आदमी तेलुगु में रहता हो तो तेलुगु बनना चाहिए। यही जो है सही भारतीयकरण होती है। हम सभी भारतीय है, 140 करोड़ लोग हम सब भारतीय है, ये भावना हमारे देश में होना चाहिए। ये भावना से ही हमारा देश ऊपर बढ़ती है। ये भावना अगर कम हो गई तो सारे जात पात सब विषय आ जाएंगे, ऊंच नीच की भावना आएंगी, पानी का झगड़ा होता, बॉर्डर का झगड़ा होता, ऐसे ही जो विषय चलते रहते, देश आगे नहीं बढ़ता। तो इसलिए और एक बार इस समावेश में मुझे बुलाकर जो सम्मान दिया है उसके लिए आप सबको और एक बार बधाई देते हुए समाप्त करता हूँ। जय हिंद।
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, माननीय श्री बंडारू दत्तात्रेय जी, आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। आपके शब्दों के लिए हार्दिक धन्यवाद। आपकी बहुमूल्य समय, उपस्थिति, मार्गदर्शन और आशीर्वाद के लिए भी हम आभारी हैं, हम कृतज्ञ हैं। आपका धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए हमारी कृतज्ञता के प्रतीक स्वरूप हम आपको एक स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करना चाहेंगे। And I would request Ms. Monica Batan to kindly present a token of gratitude to our chief guest, Honorable His Excellency Governor of Haryana, Shri Bandaru Dattatreya। आपका पुनः हार्दिक हार्दिक धन्यवाद। थैंक यू। देवियों सज्जनों, यह सम्मेलन नवाचार, स्थिरता और उत्कृष्टता के प्रति हमारी प्रतिबद्धता का प्रमाण है। कहते हैं विज्ञानम यज्ञम तनुते, अर्थात साइंस एक्सटेंड्स द ऑफरिंग्स ऑफ नॉलेज, एंड वी हैव हैड an invigorating day today deliberating on the conference topic. As we conclude this remarkable day today, I extend my deepest gratitude to everyone over here, and I also invite Monica Batan for the closing remarks, please.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। सर, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप चंडीगढ़ से स्पेशली इस प्रोग्राम के लिए दिल्ली आए, और पिछले महीने जब मैं सर से मिलने के लिए गई थी तो मेरे साथ मेरे इन-लॉज भी गए थे और मेरा बेटा भी गया था। सर के यहाँ जाके महसूस हुआ ये भी मतलब हमारे जैसे ही हैं। सो सर, थैंक यू सो मच जो आपने एक फैमिली इन्वायरमेंट दिया। आपने अपने गेस्ट हाउस में जब हम मिलने के लिए आए थे आपने आशीर्वाद दिया और इतनी सारी हमने बातें करी, बिल्कुल बहुत अपनापन फील हुआ सर, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एंड मैं एक बारी दोबारा से आप सबसे दोबारा से आग्रह करती हूँ कि एक बार ज़ोर से ताली हो जाए, एक स्टैंडिंग ओवेशन हो जाए सर के लिए। एवरीबडी, सब बहुत टाइम निकाल कर हमारे पास आए हैं। सो ये हमारे लिए एक ऑनर की बात है, और हम आप बताएं, जब से आपसे मिलकर आए हैं हम यही सोच रहे थे कि ये जो टॉपिक हमने आपसे डिस्कस किया था डिफेंस का, स्टील को इसमें कैसे हम लोग एंकरेज कर सकते हैं, इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं, हम तब से ही ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करते आ रहे हैं। और बहुत सारी फाइंडिंग्स में हमें ये पता चला कि बहुत कुछ अभी करना बाकी है। हमारी जो स्टील कंपनीज़ हैं उन्होंने कंट्रीब्यूट करना शुरू कर दिया है, जैसे जिंदल स्टेनलेस है, जिंदल स्टील एंड पावर, स्टील अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, आर्सलरमित्तल, टाटा स्टील, सब कहीं ना कहीं अपने एक्सपर्टीज़ यूटिलाइज करके हाई स्ट्रेंथ स्टील बना रहे हैं। शिप यार्ड्स में आज की डेट में हिंदुस्तान का स्टील जा रहा है, और ये आज की प्रेजेंटेशंस में ही हमें पता चला। अभी जिंदल स्टील एंड पावर ने एक MOU भी साइन किया है कोस्टल गार्ड्स के साथ। तो 100% आत्मनिर्भर भारत की शुरुआत सर हो चुकी है डिफेंस में, एंड ये बहुत ज़रूरी भी है अपने नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए। अभी जिस तरीके की जियोपॉलिटिकल कंडीशन है, हम देख रहे हैं वॉर सिचुएशंस क्रिएट हो रही हैं, उसमें सप्लाई चेन का बहुत बड़ा रोल आ जाता है जब हम लोग ज़्यादातर इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंट रहते हैं सर। कहीं पे भी कहीं कुछ टेंशन का माहौल हो, वहाँ पे सप्लाई चेन डिस्टर्ब हो जाती है। ऐसे सिचुएशन में अगर डिफेंस अपना ही स्टील यूज़ कर रहा है, मटेरियल यूज़ कर रहा है, तो एक श्योरिटी रहती है कि आत्मनिर्भर सेल्फ रिलायंस तो एक बात है, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशंस को भी बढ़ोतरी मिलती है सर। एंड इसमें जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ भी क्रिएट होती हैं सर। कुछ इसमें चैलेंजेस भी निकल कर आए हैं, बिकॉज हमने जो आज दिन भर के डेलिब्रेशंस हुए हैं उसमें ये पता चला कि क्वांटिटीज़ को लेके, ग्रेड्स को लेके अभी भी काफ़ी कुछ काम होना बाकी है। और हमारी सर स्टील इंडस्ट्री, मेटल इंडस्ट्री इस चीज़ को लेके प्रतिबद्ध है कि वो इस पे काम करेंगे। And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed guests and friends, इसी के साथ मैं अपना थैंक यू नोट भी देना चाहती हूँ। As we come to the conclusion of this enriching and enlightening conference of steel and metals for defense, I stand before you filled with gratitude and appreciation for the tremendous support and participation we have received over the past few days. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed guest, Chief Guest, His Excellency Shri Bandaru Dattatreya, Governor of Haryana, Government of Haryana. So your presence here today is a testament to your unwavering commitment to the steel and defense sector. It has been an honor to have you with us, and your insight and encouragement have significantly elevated the stature of this conference. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our conference sponsors, without whom this event would not have been possible. I want to thank Jindal Stainless Limited. I want to thank Jindal Steel and Power and Steel Authority of India Limited. Your generous support has been instrumental in ensuring the success of this conference, and we are truly grateful for your participation. A special thank you goes to our support associations. बहुत सारी associations आई हमें इस conference में support करने के लिए, मैं उनका नाम लेना चाहूँगी, जिसमें सबसे पहला सपोर्ट आया है हमारे पास अलॉय स्टील प्रोड्यूसर्स एसोसिएशन। थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर अनिल धवन, आप ने बहुत इसमें सपोर्ट किया हमें। आई वांट टू थैंक कोर्समा, कोल्ड रोल्ड स्टील मैन्युफैक्चरर एसोसिएशन, इंडियन बिजनेस काउंसिल। आई वांट टू थैंक EEPC इंडिया, ISDA, DISA, which is Material Recycling Association of India, MRAI, SMA, Indian Steel Association, Zinc International Association, and NIST. Sir, I would also like to thank our team, Metalogic team. सर 20 दिन में कॉन्फ्रेंस करना बहुत मुश्किल है एंड मैं उसके लिए सभी लोगों के साथ साथ अपनी टीम को भी थैंक यू बोलना चाहती हूँ. आई वांट टू थैंक आवर क्रिएटिव टीम, अमरजीत आनंद, शिव शंकर, मनी त्रिपाठी. आप लोग यहाँ आगे आ जाइए एक बार. एंड प्राची शर्मा. माय मार्केटिंग टीम, यास्मीन, राहुल, हार्दिक एंड सौरभ, यहाँ आगे आ जाइए. सर हमारी छोटी सी कंपनी है और छोटी सी टीम है, तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि आप सबको देखें. एंड हमारी कंटेंट टीम, मनु चौलिया, रजत, कन्वल, जैद, देवाशीष एंड हशमत अली. सब लोग प्लीज़ आगे आ जाइए. सर दिस इज़ आवर स्मॉल टीम. सर यस सर. सर मैं भी आऊँगी. Your hard work, dedication, and meticulous planning have made this conference a seamless and successful event. It is a commitment that have brought this vision to life, and I'm immensely proud of what we have achieved today. As we close this conference, let us carry forward the insight, connections, and inspiration we have gained over the past few days. Together, we have the power to drive innovation, foster collaboration, and strengthen the defense capabilities of our great nation. Thank you once again to our distinguished guests, sponsors, and partners. And not to miss, I also want to thank our associate partner, Emitef, Prime Ispat, and Wellness Infrastructure. Thank you once again. It has been a privilege to host this conference, and I look forward to continuing our work together towards a stronger, self-reliant India. Have a safe travel, and I hope to see you all at our future programs. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Monica. देवी सज्जनों, इस महत्वपूर्ण सम्मेलन के समापन पर पुनः हरियाणा के माननीय राज्यपाल माननीय श्री बंडारू दत्तात्रेय महोदय और आप सभी विशिष्ट अतिथियों और प्रतिभागियों का मैं हार्दिक धन्यवाद करती हूं. आपकी बहुमूल्य उपस्थिति, समय, विचारों और योगदान ने हमारी राष्ट्र की रक्षा क्षमताओं के भविष्य के लिए मार्ग को उजागर किया है. एक बार फिर से कहूँगी, सर्वदा स्मर्यताम त्वम पर्याप्तः, अर्थात मीनिंग ऑलवेज रिमेंबर यू आर इनफ. इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आज के हमारे सम्मेलन का मैं समापन करती हूँ. धन्यवाद, नमस्कार, जय हिंद.